So yes, Ambassador, we include house cats in our dangerous species database because we've learned the hard way that sometimes the most devastating predators aren't the ones with the biggest teeth or the scariest claws. Sometimes they're the ones that look cute, purr when you pet them, and know exactly how to manipulate humans into letting them take over a planet. The silence in the chamber was profound. Even the air recycling system seemed to be
Alan,
running quieter
you're there.
than usual.
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Alan? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you bet. What's up?
Well, it's day 9.
I'm sorry?
Day 9?
K9?
Day 9 of the campaign, that's right. Yeah, are you going to be a part of it, or you got other plans?
Oh, you're doing a show this morning?
Right now, yeah. And then 6 hours from now will be the grand finale.
I can put in an hour.
Okie doke. We'll have you for the first part, and then it's good actually because then we can get some like audio visual for the rest. After you have to leave. That's cool. So let me just see who else I can maybe.
Yeah, I don't have anything planned today. It's just kind of mucking about. I was going through my history on ChatGPT. Man, I've done a lot of work in last year.
Mm-hmm. Hey, let's see if Robert's around. I don't know. Oh, it's 9:30 out there. He might be around and interested. So, so we asked Mark, did you want? I guess we did. We won't ask him again. So, people's status sometimes it's green and it still depends. Oh, damn, we don't have a screen share. We'll dump the call after we finish, after they respond or whatever, and then it'll start. The 1 hour. I gotta freshen my coffee. So, yeah, and I'm gonna give a visual sort of some of the talking points and what's kind of going on here behind the scenes a little more with the auction end of things. What else did you donate and pledge? Have you ever been part of an auction in the past?
No, I don't do them. Well, I have like for used cars and stuff like that, but that was all part of my job at the time.
There's all kinds of auctions, so this is just you just put a bid in. That's all people do. There's like market value. That belt, for example, that Aussie Allen has produced. He claims it's market value $200. So we open with a starting bid of $50.
Nobody does hand work like that anymore. That isn't done by no laser cutter or anything.
Yeah. So $50, tailor-made, customized. There's a custom version that he's willing to produce as well, and he covers the shipping. So and someone could get that basically for a quarter of the rate, quarter of the standard market value. Boom, gone. And all for a good cause. So, but our job really is just to better promote and get the word out to people of what's available. So, okay, well let's hang up. Let's leave this call, and I'll give you a shout back in about 2 minutes. All right?
Okay.
See you soon. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Bye.
You bet.
I trust this answers your question about why humans consider cats worthy of monitoring. I smiled diplomatically. Now, about Earth's application to the Planetary Defense Initiative, I believe you'll find our experience in handling unexpected ecological disasters quite relevant. Though I should mention, I checked my notes with exaggerated care, that several of our cat-containing colonies would very much appreciate being included in any planetary defense plans, particularly the orbital defense systems. We've learned not to underestimate how high they can jump. Xthrix raised all 4 hands in surrender. Your application is approved. Though I have one final question. Yes? These house cats, you still keep them as pets even after this? I thought about my own cat waiting at home, probably sleeping on my favorite chair, plotting world domination between naps, about how humanity had, despite everything we'd learned on Felis Prime, never quite managed. Of course we do, Ambassador. After all, I gestured to the final image of the feline hegemony's sprawling empire. Would you want to be on their bad side? The Galactic Security Council unanimously voted to fast-track Earth's membership that very day. They also established the first interstellar quarantine protocols specifically for small, furry pets. The Zentari delegation proposed classifying Earth's domestic cats as a Class 1 biological threat, right up there with engineered plagues and self-replicating nanobots. We managed to talk them down to Class 2, mostly because we didn't want to offend the cats, just to be safe. Commander Vixathor stood at the helm of the Predator's Pride. His primary tentacles crossed dramatically behind his back, while his secondary ones adjusted his ceremonial hunting sash. The deep space before him sparkled with the promise of glory, though if you asked him, it wasn't sparkling quite enthusiastically enough for someone of his status. "Computer," he gurgled majestically, "replay the briefing on our next hunting ground." The ship's AI responded with what Vixathor swore was a sigh. He made a mental note to have its enthusiasm circuits recalibrated. Again. "Target Sol 3, designation Earth," the computer droned. "Primary species, bipedal primates called humans. Technology level, pre-FTL. Primary weapons, projectile-based ballistics, primitive explosives, and pictures of their offspring that they show to unwilling victims." Vixathor's hunting tentacles quivered with anticipation. The galactic hunting fleet had conquered the most fearsome prey across 17 galaxies. They'd outsmarted the quantum philosophers of Nexus Prime. They'd outmaneuvered the telepathic jellyfish of Scion Beta. They'd even survived a poetry reading by the Vogons of Bureaucracy World, though that last one had cost them 3 ships and a therapy bill that was still making the fleet's accountants cry. But Earth would be his masterpiece. "Computer, show me their apex predators." A holographic display materialized, showcasing Earth's wildlife. Vixathor's outer membrane rippled with disappointment. "These are it? Lions? Tigers? Bears?" "Oh my," the computer replied flatly. "What about their defensive capabilities? Humans primarily defend themselves with social media posts, strongly worded letters, and something called passive-aggressive post-it notes." Vixathor's victory sacks were already swelling with pride. This would be the easiest hunt since the time they'd raided the Pillow People of Comfort Prime, though in fairness, those memory foam warriors had put up a surprisingly soft fight. "Lieutenant Creep," Vixathor announced, activating the ship's comm system. "Assemble the hunting party, and make sure Scoutmaster Pew Pew doesn't bring his entire arsenal this time. We don't need another incident like on Bamboo World." "You mean when he vaporized an entire forest because a panda looked at him funny?" Creep's voice crackled through the speaker. "Precisely. The paperwork for that one took 3 solar cycles, and I still have splinters in places I didn't even know I had." Vixathor turned back to the view screen, allowing himself a moment of smug contemplation. The humans wouldn't know what hit them. His name would go down in the annals of hunting history. They'd probably even give him his own parking spot at fleet headquarters. "Computer, begin recording personal log," he commanded. "Day 1 of the Great Earth Hunt. Soon, the primitive humans will learn why the galactic hunting fleet is feared across the known universe. Their pitiful defenses will crumble before our superior technology. Their warriors will flee in terror. Their computer. Are you recording the echo effect I requested for all personal logs?" "No." "Why not?" "Because it's pretentious." Vixathor's dignity sacks deflated slightly. Just mark the start of the hunt, and send a message to maintenance about that attitude adjustment." As the Predator's Pride entered Earth's solar system, Vixathor failed to notice a small notation in the computer's databanks, tagged under Planetary Defense Systems, with a simple warning: "Approach with caution. Planet guarded by small, furry overlords with murder mittens." The hunt was about to begin, and somewhere on Earth a chonky orange tabby named Mr. Whiskers looked up at the night sky, licked his paw, and began plotting the alien's doom. Remind me again why we chose to land in this frozen wasteland? Lieutenant Creep chittered, his thermal regulation tentacles wrapped tightly around his torso. The Wisconsin winter wind howled around their landing party, carrying...
So, please.
There we
Damn
go.
it. Yeah, but you know what? Something goofy here with this thing, so hang on a second. We gotta try this again. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, let's just mute out then, please. Like, nada. And let me see. There you go. Okay, we're on the same page now. Oh shit! See, I forgot. I gotta mute. I gotta get that going. I'm hopefully hear the introduction. You can, and then it crashes every time. It's retarded. Okay, so this is ready to go. That's good. Okay, we're live. Just a slight delay here. Five, four, three, two, one.
Looking to lend a little hand this holiday season? Do your part in helping out those in need. You might want to consider getting involved on some level with Operation Secret Santa. Here's a quick overview. Formally kicking off on December 15th, Operation Secret Santa, that's hashtag OSS, is the world grassroots, strictly people-driven, Christmas charity telethon-styled internet campaign. Referral marketing, or what otherwise known as word of mouth, drives the project's big play, with all money, donations, and the like going directly to the needy who are selectively sponsored. The four main categories of participants we're looking for include 1. Live streaming web show hosts, speakers, producers, and performers. 2. Operator matchmaking elves, making their lists and checking them twice. 3. Secret Santa sponsors. And 4. People in any place around the world living in need, worthy of a little Christmas hand up. This year's organizers are presently working on mobilizing and building upon last year's preliminary success, with donation levels capped at a suggested price value limit of $1,000. If you have any further questions, be sure to drop by WPRPN.com or check out our groups on both Facebook and Minds.com via a keyword search of simply Operation Secret Santa, hashtag OSS.
Merry Christmas! Happy holidays! Merry Christmas!
Welcome everybody, friends, folks, foes, and fellow pirate mates, to our latest edition, show segment number 9, in fact, this year's WPRPN Operation Secret Santa 2025 World Christmas Charity Relief, Outreach, and Consciousness Raising Campaign. I myself am your host, as always, the Robin Hood's Chief Communications Officer, Chaffee Ryder. We've got out of Fort, and just for those of you who aren't aware, home base for us here is via South Korea, while we're managing this go around to connect with a good friend and fellow pirate matey, fellow live streamer, and electronics whiz, among other things, out of Fort Collins, Colorado, Alan Tankman Fredrickson. So we'll get to him in just a moment or two here. But quick reminder that WPRPN.com is the website you'll want to take note of. Be sure to drop by there at some point and then see what links we have in place and available, and what you can avail yourself to, as it were. Operation Secret Santa in particular, via the pull-down menu, is what you might be most interested in. It'll help to give you more of a sense of the particulars, a rundown overview of how the campaign is structured. We are not Secret Santa as it is conventionally known or in any way practiced back in the West. That's one of the key immediate takeaways, something to bear in mind. We do not directly solicit any donations of any sort whatsoever. Rather, we merely facilitate the coming together of Secret Santa sponsors and their ability to connect with people out there who find themselves in need at this particular time of year. And of course, everyone is carefully vetted. So we do our best to see to it that there's not too much in the way of deception or hoodwinking taking place at any level. We are not Red Cross, Salvation Army, UNICEF, anything along those lines. Heavily bureaucratic, the bloated organizations that they are, eating up 90 cents on the dollar. Are you kidding me? Come on, people. Let's try not to be so gullible. So this is the way we have things structured and in place ensures that everything that you donate, whether it's from the standpoint of cash, food, clothing, medical needs, whatever happens to be the case, it goes directly into the hands of those who it's intended. So, a lot more that we could say about the campaign itself. This is our 11th year, of course. We're really, in many ways, with the work we're doing here, just trying to forge a path and lead the way with this cutting-edge, revolutionary format and approach that we're taking that we've yet to see anybody adopt. And if they have, well, we'd like you to know, because we'd like to get in touch with them and probably work with them if that's the case. So one of the reasons that we're always open to bringing on board affiliates from around the world as well, obviously. So hopefully this go around we won't find any further blockage or censorship attempts to suppress or really cause problems as far as net neutrality is concerned. with the stream that we're putting out here being targeted once again. There was 3 years in a row that both YouTube and Facebook essentially took us offline right before the start of our campaign. We are back on both of those platforms. So one of the first things we'll probably want to get to, which I'm reminded just immediately here, is unpacking that over on DLive, the treasure box goodies that we have available. So for people out there who have dropped by over on DLive, prepare yourselves for that. So in the meantime, though, let's bring on board Alan. Welcome from Fort Collins. I guess you're from South Korea to Fort Collins.
Hello,
Colorado. Hey, Alan, good to have you back. You know, it's interesting in this time slot. It's pretty wacky, and of course, it's hard to pick up any other people here that are in our orbit to bring them on board and have them rouse them from their drowsy, from their sleep, essentially get their asses out of bed and have them connect with us here. So but you're an early bird, an early riser, so I guess you've pledged your time. It's one of the things we do here. We pledge our time, folks, and you're going to be able to stick around for at least an hour or so before we maybe transition and queue up perhaps around 30 minutes or so of audio-visual related videos we've ripped from the interwebs over the years. So what more can you tell us about Fort Collins? What besides your time have you donated to this year's campaign?
Well, basically, I don't have money. Money flow seems to go straight to all the bills, but I've donated quite a bit of time in the community. I've donated to the animal rescue and things like that here in town. I really enjoy, even though they give me some off things in order to do like all the the blankets and stuff that the dogs and animals use and stuff like that. I still enjoy going out there. I always enjoy taking the dogs out for walks and things like that and playing ball with them. But there's so few people that actually volunteer for that unless they're under court order or something. And if they're under court order, they don't seem to actually do anything. You know what I mean? So
What's this court order business have to do with what you're alluding to? I'm not sure on that.
The volunteer services here in town. If you get community service as part of your sentencing, which a lot of people do in this area, they'll go to the volunteer. They'll make some efforts, and that's about it. There's very few of us that actually go out without that court order to actually help the community, and there's a stark contrast between the effort, is what I was mentioning.
One dog and several cats, is that right?
Yeah, I have 5 cats and a dog. I recently lost a dog that I've had for over 15 years. His name was Sport. He was a I keep messing up a Newfoundland. He was a Newfoundland. He's one of the larger dogs that you can get. And he looks just like a brown bear, literally. And anyway, he actually lived to 19 years old. Now, the breed normally doesn't live until 13 or 14, but he actually lived until he was 19. So I was real happy with providing for him. He provided for me on some very trying times. I actually was stranded up in North Dakota. And, between me and him, it was absolute survival. It was below 20, and we were able to snuggle in and survive it. We survived it for 3 or 4 days. So there's a lot of memory, of a good.
That's
friend.
crazy. Were you like? Did you have to live in a ditch for that time, or what was the context exactly?
Literally, yes. What happened was I got stranded in between jobs, and I was waiting for a trucker to get to North Dakota, and I was stranded at a truck stop. I couldn't stay in the truck stop or anything, especially with the dog. I couldn't take him inside or anything like that. What I was able to do was get some tarps and a couple of blankets. I found a mound, like a pitcher's mound, in a field, and covered ourselves with the tarps, making a small tent, and lined it with blankets, and we actually lived there for 3 or 4 days. If it wasn't for him, I would have died. But I've had an
That's wild.
adventurous life. Whether it sounds poor, but it really isn't. I've had a really adventurous life. I've lived at the top of the pay scale to the bottom of the pay scale, depending on what year it is, and I have no regrets for it. The fact is, I'm taken care of. I eat every day, and my animals are happy. I keep them healthy and clean. And, that's satisfying to me. That's all.
You had a pretty serious health scare a couple months ago, too, as I recall.
Yeah, and I'm still kind of going through that. I had a bypass surgery on my leg. From my G.I. Joe all the way down to my ankle, they replaced my femoral artery. And that was a big scare because I didn't know the circulation had been cut off for well over a couple of hours, and before I was able to get in surgery. So we were actually looking, for dead tissue syndrome and stuff like that. But I wound up surviving. That was about a year ago that happened.
There used to be someone, from what you were telling us, who was really fit, I guess, too, really in great shape. Is that right?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I was actually a long distance runner. I was able to actually bench about 300, 350 at one point, and it's been a slow thing. It's a combination of age and being lethargic, a little bit older, but I try to keep myself fit.
That's
But
crazy,
at one
man.
point,
So
I was a walking wall. I will admit that. I just simply, in the last 10 years, I lost the bulk. I don't have the mass anymore, but I still have the strength.
excuse me while I finish off the last of the chips that we got on hand here, folks. So, Alan,
Yeah,
what's your take on the? I mean, we've got the grand finale coming up here. Hopefully at a more reasonable hour for most people. Where we are currently, ideally, we would hope to pick up a few more listeners via Europe. So we'll see if people are able to comment, share, get our links out there to their European contacts and friends. That would definitely help to go a long way. But this is the first year that you've been a part of this, is that right? Or were you on board with us last year as well?
I was on board right at the end of last year with you, and loaded you up on Home Network about a year ago, yeah. It was right after surgery and everything that we started working together.
Yeah, that's right. So, and this year, okay, well, what do you got to say about the moving parts, the features that we have? Because we challenge all live streamers to essentially follow suit and to reach out and work on bringing on board Secret Santas, or at least reaching out to and inspiring people to become and play the role of Secret Santa to others, and then from the standpoint of something which, when you hear, most people hear that little catchphrase, they think, oh, they're helping out their friends or co-workers, maybe family. A very sort of inward-looking gaze.
Well, you can't
as it
help people from doing that. I mean, people protect what is familiar to them, and when they donate, just like myself, what's familiar to me. I go out to the animal shelters and stuff. There's plenty of volunteer things that you can go out and do, from going door to door to meet elderly people during the holidays. And a lot of times, just simply the act of being there and sharing a cup of coffee and a conversation can do a lot of wonder for people. And there are volunteers out there in this area that do that as well. I don't participate in that. I have for the church. When I've gone to the church and there's a demand for it, I've responded to that. But there's so many different ways that you can express that. It doesn't take cash. It doesn't take donations of food or anything. A lot of times it just simply takes your attention and a little bit of time, and that's it. And it can make all the difference in the world for people.
That's a really great point, and that's what we've found here time and again with people that we've connected with, strangers from in many cases.
There's more than monetary wealth. There's some people that are around that they may not even have a dime to push together, but the thing of it is, they turn out to be the most wealthy around. Why? Because they spread that. And it always comes back. It always comes back tenfold. And, just like the old song said, you might not get what you want, but you always get what you need. You know what I mean?
The Rolling Stones.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, you can't always get what you want. Sometimes you get what you need. So that's a really great point. And you're talking about tenfold return. That's a speculated a cosmic law of sorts that people talk about. I don't know if how you could prove that exactly, but
real
there's
easy.
talk
I
of
mean,
that.
like I said, there's two different types of wealth. There's a monetary wealth and there's a social wealth. And social wealth is actually control of money. Monetary wealth is your money. So which would be better? Would you rather control all of Elon Musk's money, or would you want to have all that on you? It's better to be in control of assets than it is in order to actually own them.
That's kind of that's what the Rockefellers have said, that they're not famous. They care not or care less for the outright, I guess, the ownership as just control. In whatever way that it all kind of plays out, obviously. So I'm not much of a businessman myself. And although I guess most of us are able to more or less get our heads wrapped around the whole principle of control, but I'm trying to get too distracted with ownership and too deeply philosophical, obviously, and as to who owns what when it comes right down to it. So. If you know what I mean, because it's like the man can come along at any time and just take anything away from us that that they choose to, is what it seems, unfortunately. So, but yeah, once again, well, self-autonomy is hugely important, obviously, but the pirate's might really is this theme that keeps coming up time and again throughout the course of things, and that, and the fact that we will be promoting, we're going to, the live streaming portion to things will be wrapped up Christmas afternoon, actually, here via the Tokyo and Seoul time zones, and that'll be late night Christmas Eve back in the West. But we're going to be encouraging people in the spirit of Boxing Day, which, if you trace that back a little further, it's what historically has been referred to as St. Stephen's Day, or the feast, I guess, of St. Stephen, and actually, it's really that we make the most of before us. That's why the whole Secret Santa thing is very the way it's practiced. There's a great, by the way, of Stephanie Wilcox. We had it on last night. I believe you've seen a few more of those pictures as they find their way around via the slideshow rotation. But where were we? We were talking the pirate's might. That was one of the issues here, and I guess I got slightly tripped up, as it were. But the pirates might. We might as well finish that point, I suppose. Oh, and St. Stephen's Day, yes, of course. Canvassing, neighborhood drives in during not just Boxing Day itself, but right up until January 15th is what we're challenging, encouraging, but ultimately challenging them to think about, consider, pursuing and engaging in. Don, maintain, keep your Santa hats on, wear whatever seasonal festive costume you choose to, shakers, maracas, tambourines, go out and either with instruments or simply an a cappella type approach, sing songs, have a gay old time. Can we still say that, or has that been
I don't go for negative incantations of things that are
totally
innocent.
subverted? Of course, back in the day, used to simply mean, I guess, happy or great, in the sense of joyous, jovial. Just a gay old time. It was lovely. It was wonderful. So, yeah, as a group, and you're out there knocking on doors, canvassing in support of the less fortunate, seeing what you're able to come up with as far as non-perishable foods, clothing, once again, medicine, if there's anything, miscellaneous household items that could find some practical use, of course, or any gifts that have been set aside for the time being for whatever reason, and they're not. Maybe they've purchased two of the same item, and they only had meant to pick up one, or there's all kinds of stories that you can come across. And let's not forget employment for people like Stephanie Wilcox, who we saw earlier in the slideshow. And I'd like to read her story. Actually, she sent us a great email. And if you're okay with that, Alan, if you'd like to hear that, I guess we might as well. Now's as good a time as any, if you're all right.
Let's hear it.
Okay. So, in fact, what we'll do is bring it up on the. I think we can do this. Just fiddle around a little bit and bring it up on the screen share end of things. So, via Harpersville, New York, down here is what she sent to us. As you can see, hi, I'm just 36-year-old mother of 3 special needs and autistic girls, feeling very selfish and vulnerable as I write this. My husband is a disabled veteran who never asks for anything and tries his best to provide us with a good life, but our family is facing financial hardship as we are struggling to keep up with the who doesn't identify with this nonsense, of course, right? Constant increase in the cost of living while wages and social support remains rather stagnant, so people end up living very much on the fringes, unless you're an illegal immigrant in places like Canada and elsewhere, and that's Ireland, and you just as many freebies as you could possibly imagine is what it seems. And although he's disabled, he did recently, he had no choice then to take on a job because we couldn't afford our bills. Yeah, I'm not sure what sort of disability if it's PTSD or what have you. So, and this is interesting here too, Alan, because of this dream I had the other night regarding the major roof leak. I don't know if you heard me the other night talk about this when she brought this up. She was on with us here a couple evenings ago. But I had a dream about this major roof leak, not hers necessarily, just that there was this water pouring in, down through the roof and causing all kinds of chaos, and there were buckets out needing to catch the water, and it was just wild. This one in particular was really bad. So with both of our vehicles recently breaking down, being faced with a major roof leak, we're struggling now more than ever. I wonder if Bruce Springsteen is listening to tonight's stream. That would be cool. Someone like him,
Right.
Someone who could step up. Or Robert Morningstar, who we've reached out to because of his proximity via Manhattan and just, potential New York connections. This is what it's all, in many ways, not entirely all about, but this is a good example, folks, of how this is done. If you yourself can empathize with Stephanie and her story, and we do have her email address available too for people who are interested, we can share that with you, and you can follow up on this. But just to finish the story, I suppose that the roof replaced or even damaged is properly fixed. Can't afford to do it, so it was patched and the job was left unfinished. Yep. I know this weighs heavily on his heart, husband, because he can't do for us what he once could. I mean, that's any man, real man, of course, and especially someone you can imagine that's spent some time in the military. It's got to be quite challenging. So, but we're doing our best to reach out and to promote their cause, and let them know that once again here we've got their back. We've supported them. I guess it's been 2 years, is what she's told us. So it's the 3rd year in a row. We are going to be pledging $50 in support of her cause, as with hopefully you don't mind me, I think we've talked about this on air, but yourself as well, Alan, the cost of maintaining the network, homenetwork.tv. This is, I guess, where we're going to see hopefully that amount, similar $50 donation.
Well, just to give you an update on that, we have 200,000, over 200,000 viewers a month. and currently we're running about just a little over 40,000 actual members. So we're actually doing pretty good there.
Well, but are they donating to further support and maintain the upkeep? And so
Not at all. These are just regular
Dreams are-
users, the same thing as if you were to go to YouTube and find a user at YouTube. But our listenership, just for HomeNetwork.tv, has been off the hook. We also rebroadcast to StreamLife.tube. And StreamLife.tube varies month to month. Anywhere from 5 million to 7 million is our peak over on StreamLife.tube. So we do have a lot of traffic. We just have to start addressing it and actually cultivating it.
right. So speaking of which, it looks like I guess the way this with Beamstream here, you've actually got to launch it manually so that things kick in. They don't necessarily take off once you fire the OBS up. It's a little different approach and way of doing things. So I think it was you that suggested the other day that we adopt StreamYards. We take and ditch this.
Yeah,
Restream.
is not that great. Now, StreamYard, you
platform
cannot call
basically,
people
which to
on.
me sounds pretty good. Actually, I think the
StreamYard,
more I
you
hear
cannot
about it, the more I
actually
like
call
it.
someone on. You have to send somebody a link, and every time you open up StreamYards, it'll be a different link. But as far as these time constraints, as Teams have thrown on us, it doesn't have that. You can use the back room rather than using it for broadcast. Otherwise, it's like $20 a month, and you can rebroadcast. It's a rebroadcaster as well, just to let you know. But in order to use that, it actually does come out to about $20 a month if you're using it regularly. If you're using it privately, you don't need to pay that, and just use it for a couple of hours that they give you, and that's it. But
You say that if you have a Google account or something like Gmail, that's pretty much that's a step in the right direction. It's a good
Well,
way
here,
of
let me show
getting
you
the
what
ball
it is.
rolling. All right.
let me show you what
Well,
it is here.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I'm not sure if we need to really go into it in all that much detail right now, but I guess and we don't have. Yeah.
You
Okay.
just
Hang
simply
on a
log in
second.
with Google. After you log in, you can create a room. And after you create a room, you can see that you can upgrade. You got a lot of different things. They have a lot of new things that they're doing here. They've got backgrounds. They have green screens for you. I don't run with a paid-for account. However, you can see right here, I already have a room made, an Enter Studio, and you can have up to 10 people in this room. So without broadcasting, using StreamYard.
OBS.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I mean, you continue to use OBS, but you capture this window.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, it takes the place
this
of
way-
Teams Plus, I guess. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Well, I'm saying it takes the place of Teams Plus.
It has a broadcaster if you want it. Yes.
Well, I guess it maybe, and it kind of it's both, like the voice over internet protocol, which that's the role that Teams plays, but it also does it provides a broadcasting feature, which I mean, because we want to dump. We're at this stage. We're done with Restream because we paid them for a couple of years actually, and we had the donations coming in at that point too. But it's just unfortunate that on a number of different fronts that things might get to the point even next year where we end up just 2026 could be our last year if things don't if things don't pick up basically and take a turn more positive. Just with everything that we're able to do and to produce, and the way that we connect with the public. And it is a pretty competitive field, obviously, the number of live streamers that are active. And just to have us get on camera to the point where we got on camera to try and share with the world a little more eye candy, as it were, that took 10 years. So the wife here once, she's like, you just want to be famous. And the thing about it was like, listen, lady, if that was really the case, don't you think that he would have been on camera, like right from the beginning, instead of, I wouldn't say hiding, but just taking a more modest approach and trying to focus more on the old school sort of radio feel to things, as it were. Marshall McLuhan, you've probably heard of Marshall McLuhan, presumably. I mean, you worked in media, for print media mostly, I guess, what you were telling us this the other day, since you were a teenager. And your dad, I guess it sounds like almost maybe mentoring you to some extent. But
oh God, yes.
The medium is, now a lot of people say he said it was the medium as a message, but really I guess it was the medium is the massage. So go figure. The medium is the massage. But I'm not sure if you have anything to add to that or what have you. I'll tell you what, we'll do a quick just kind of peek around here at things and see what's happening as far as, well, you know what, we're offline again. God damn it.
God bless it.
YouTube, Facebook,
God bless it.
D Live, son of a bitch. There's not a single except for Telegram, which we're going to launch right now. We're recording. We're still recording, but bloody hell, this is unprecedented. This is really unprecedented. It's never been this way. We never had these issues before at all whatsoever. Check this one out. You see this what's currently on the screen here?
Yeah.
This business of the shutdown by the DA in 1974 with THC allegedly not just it's stopping the growth of cancer tumors, but shrinking them. And that's what the Harvard study that we came across, and I think a lot of others saw it as well too, that clearly demonstrated that and that's that's the same sort of reason why people like this MIT professor who was recently murdered, people like them are targeted, because as we I think clearly see, it just stands to impact the bottom line, where these forces of darkness have such a vested interest that that they feel it's just something that they cannot allow to be, or to proceed, and so that the world can evolve and, dare I say, progress. So whether it's that, any kind of alternative energy or what have you, but more to the point and within the context of the campaign and the telethon, the auction, and so forth, we did have it was Reverend Jim, as a matter of fact, who I'd like you to meet, because you guys are kind of similar, the old dogs that you are. You both served, you've done military. He was in the Navy, actually, and you're about the same, a similar kind of generation. He's someone who has really covered the USS Liberty in great detail. That's how we first connected via Minds.com, and it'd be great if you. I don't know if you have an account over there right now. Do you? It'd be great if you launched one. I tell you that much. So you might want to think about that. We can tag
Over
you
where?
and add you. Pardon me?
Over where?
On Minds.com.
Oh. Yeah,
Have you not heard of Minds?
no, I haven't.
Oh, damn. Well, look into it, and I would just suggest you launch an account. It's way more free speech than Facebook, and even X, really. So, AKA what was formerly was Twitter. So, yes, definitely. But what Revan did was there was actually turned out there was two people that were struggling with cancer at the time. I couldn't even I think one or two of them hopefully are still alive. Overly aged ladies, more, I think they're basically in their 30s or 40s, and just for whatever reason they contract various forms of cancer. But Reverend Jim was gracious enough to basically these CBD products, have CBD products shipped to them, and work on relieving their pain, their suffering. That's what it's all about. From the Buddhist standpoint, I'm not sure if you know about this or not, but that's the bottom line, I guess. What thus have I heard? My at least one of my teachers, gurus of the past years gone by, she made that very clear. And I think if you were to ask around, others within that particular world would agree that it's all, because the world is difficult. There's a great deal of suffering. That's why we're here, is to push back against that a little bit and work to resolve and ameliorate or lessen if we can manage. That's why we've, just looking at the screen here, we pledged $100 in support. That still stands. We're working on taking care of that. As far as the Gaza is concerned, the orphans of Gaza, and with that, we're challenging all of our listeners to meet or beat that particular amount, or in some other form or fashion, do what they can to even just simply promote the cause of the people of Gaza, and how it seems at this stage really whether warfare weapons are being potentially being deployed and used against the people who themselves have, like you were at the truck stop back in the day with your lovely it sounds like a Newfie. I'm not sure if Malamute, why I'm thinking that, but a Newfie. What breed exactly? They're big dogs. They're kind of almost like a Saint Bernard, aren't they?
You
Black?
mean the Newfoundlander?
Yeah.
They're just a little bit smaller than a Saint Bernard, but they have the
Right.
girth of a Great Dane. They have the build of a Great Dane, the fur of a bear,
Okay.
and the size just slightly smaller than a Saint Bernard.
They're pretty intelligent too, aren't they?
Very, very intelligent. Very empathetic. They're very involved with whoever
Yes.
they bond with. They'll get their nose into. Now, if you're working on
Yeah.
something, he'll get his nose in there to try to figure out what you're doing.
Ah, oh my God! Well, the cats are even worse than that in the sense that they think they're helping out, but they're just messing everything up basically by getting involved. Even though
Mine are
once again they
rather
think that
interesting
they're
in that way. They actually will sit at the edge of the desk and watch me work. If I like, well, I had a mixing board I was working on. I had to take all the knobs off and stuff like that. And I had Mizzy and Luna, which is mother and daughter, sitting at the edge of my desk watching every part where it went. Very astutely, and they got up very carefully and touched a couple of things inside, kind of asking questions, and watched me put the thing back together. They sat there for a better part of about 2.5 hours watching me astutely every move I made. So
a couple cats.
oh yeah, but they didn't actually get into it or try to play with the knobs or anything. It was actually
Right.
incredible to sit there and watch them watch me.
Right. Okay. Well, we're moving up. We're moving up here with our techno sophistication, and it looks like putting a link out via Beamstream to X. Although I'm not sure if this is really even worth the effort, given the fact of how our stream. Even though it says we're still live streaming, we got 50 minutes here of live streaming, according to what they're telling us. And our OBS, every time that this happens, where we get shut down on these platforms, it's the OBS stays in place, and we it gets, everything is recorded. So there's something really peculiar going on that I don't know the answer to.
More than a single OBS, you can run more than one OBS. You know that, right?
To the same platform?
No, in order to go to different platforms. Now, OBS only lets you have one broadcast, but OBS is lightweight enough to where you can open 2 OBS windows and broadcast to 2 separate places.
Oh, bloody hell. That would be studio mode?
No, just in your in the middle of your screen to your right, it shows your Windows taskbar. You have OBS. Right click on OBS icon in your taskbar, and it'll say Open OBS. Hit Open OBS, and then it'll tell you you already have one running. Do you want to open another one? And just tell it yes.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what's interesting is one little. I mean, this is something where you're just you're just amazing in this area, and I think you get a lot of that from your father, from what I can gather. What you've told us just in passing about him and his brilliance, really, to put it mildly. So, but the one thing that with OBS, that Pirate Larry, the late great Pirate Larry, to Valhalla, or just to higher ground, a higher place. And by the way, when we pass away, we do meet our pets, or at least a semblance thereof, whether or not it's the actual soul source or what have you. I have no idea. But with the OBS, there's little add-ons that you can integrate into.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, OBS is like a developer's program more than it is user-friendly. I'll tell you that. I gave up on OBS.
What are these called, though, Alan?
Huh?
What are they called, though, when you add the little, like on the side, you can add a little, like it's a tweak, or it's sort of like a little in-house hack, basically, where you add.
Well, they're objects. They're objects, and you just add an object if you want, like a chalkboard or something like that, you can add an object, but doing that, it does take a technical ability. You don't want to just kind of venture in and start slapping things around. You'll just get lost. But OBS, as far as fire and forget, I use OBS in order to drive home network and Rumble feeds for home network. And it works fine, but I have more than one instance running. Okay, I have 2 instances running. And it works fine. It's not CPU heavy, but another program that I use is XSplit, which I'm using right now for the broadcast. But that is resource heavy and things like that. You can't run 2 of those at one time. Although you can multicast to several different platforms at one time. I have a paid version of that, but I was lucky in order to pay for the lifetime version before they had converted it to a monthly charge instead.
How about that? So I tell you, we've got to get this bloody Linux up here running once again. We have a great monitor in front of us here, and well, it's a TV monitor, so it's about, I don't know, 26, 28 inches across, at least, maybe a little more. By God, maybe 32. Who really knows? I haven't taken the time to measure it. It's a nice looking monitor. And when that Linux is up there, when we're doing our shows, or when we did back in the day before we had all this Linux problems, which Roger Hansen has said that he's going to help us out with in the new year, so we can finally get it up and running. That I was really happy with things, not that I'm not happy with where we are presently, but because they say the mark of a true Aryan, and that's when I use that term. I don't use it lightly. I mean, we're talking Buddha Dharma, basically, which I think you've said that you've sort of flirted with the whole, I don't know how much left-hand path it is, but I mean, I've read a great deal on the topic of world religions, as you may have guessed. I'm just, because I'm a curious sort of person, but the mark of a true Aryan is someone who is you're never dissatisfied. You're always content, essentially, with what you've got. I guess you might try to improve your lot, of course, or try to work on establishing something that's through practical means and or through skillful means and practical wisdom. You can bring about a more optimal situation for yourself and everybody else. But so we've only got half of what we could have here in place, and everything has been knocked offline again. And this is something really peculiar, because I don't think it has anything to do with our it's software, right? So if I'm not mistaken, but because like I said, we're still streaming. The OBS is still in place. It's still recording. It's still up. You and I are connected over on Teams, and so those two items essentially are working together in tandem quite smoothly. The problem is that we are not able to stay connected to these targeted destinations. DLive, Fakebook, and YouTube. Really, we got kicked off of Twitch. We got kicked off of Discord back in the day too. Both 2 accounts, and these bastards, they never give you a reason why. It's just these vacuous, empty, pretty much meaningless, just excuses, really. And terms and conditions, community guidelines, and I don't want to. Let's not get started with this. That whole, rabbit hole, tar baity rabbit hole, because it could go on endlessly harping, and like I said, contentment, and you kind of just shrugging things off and carrying on, regardless. Yeah, carry on regardless, sort of deal. So, but now pledging, this is interesting because I'm trying to bring it back to the campaign. Robert has pledged his, as far as the auction goes. Let me bring this up on the screen here too, and give people a sense of what I should finish reading. Maybe I'll finish reading the letter in a few minutes, unless you have any better suggestions. The letter from Stephanie out of Harpersville. Tracy Joy Steele is amazing, by the way. She's someone else that we worked to sponsor back in the day, and she's got herself back up on her feet. She's managed to bounce back. She's working with AI. I think it'd be really cool for the two of you to connect. And in fact, I think she was really digging what you were talking about the other day, if you recall. She was really, really jiving with you, singing your praises. Did you manage to follow up on that, or reach out to her, or did she connect with you? Because just talking shop, basically, from a technical standpoint, something that's way above my head, basically. But do I got my facts straight here, or I'm like one too many Christmas grogs down the gullet here? What's the deal? You still with us, Ellen? I think you are.
We got somebody else in here now?
Hello, Ellen. Oh, there might. No, there's not. There's just you and I, and
come on and went off.
Oh, there could be. I'll take a look here and see if there's anyone lurking around. So, but did you hear what I was getting at, though, and talking about Tracy Joy Steele? She's amazing. My wife is similarly really doing a lot with AI from the standpoint of just video production. Largely is what she's toying around with at present. She was even teaching. She was hired to instruct. She basically, I think it was high school students, how to work with AI and producing different items, different projects, and so forth. Presentations on that front. But I was talking about Robert Morningstar, actually, just not to get too much off point. Which that's one thing as a wingman here. You gotta help work on seeing to it that I stay focused and finish what it was that I was going to say. Because sometimes it can be a little difficult in following Jaffe, I guess. I can hardly keep up with myself sometimes, ping-ponging around a little too much. But he, with pledging his support to the campaign, he's been here a couple times.
Uh-oh, where'd you go? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I lost him. Try to reconnect.
We got Alan back here with us, giving us a shout. Just you and I, Alan. Now, the way you're doing things here, I'm not sure if we can. Okay, yeah. Well, no, by God.
Oh, you called us up via the syndicator's room. See? Now
Well,
that's kind of problematic. That's tricky. Why don't we drop this call and reconnect through WPRPN, okay?
give
That's
me a
the way to
call
do
back
it.
then. Give me a call back. If you're just tuning in, we've got World Pirate Radio that we're working with out of South Korea. And we've been syndicating their show for quite a while now, about a year. And we're going to be looking for more shows in order to syndicate as well. So if you have a worthwhile show, and I know I'm talking on more than one platform right now, but an example of what we do not want is a balance, whatever that is. We don't want drama shows. We don't want shock jocks. We want people that cover the news in a neutral way. And there we go.
When it was with just Skype,
There we go.
in a Skype in the basic sense back in the day. We're going to give Robert reach out to him and see if he's up and about, or maybe in any way interested in having his voice heard this morning. It's Christmas Eve morning, yoo-hoo, here via South Korea, and once again we'll be back. Here's a picture, by the way, in case people are wondering, a picture of Stephanie's husband. Now, what disability he struggles with exactly, or maybe series of disabilities, I have no idea. I'm guessing perhaps PTSD could be one of them. So, but yeah, we will be back in a little under. Actually, you know what? No, it's 36 hours from around this time, as a matter of fact, is what we're looking at here. So, and at which point we will be wrapping this year's campaign up. It's the grand finale, so we better do it in style, obviously. And that will be the last live stream that we'll have to offer for probably for 2025, unless we decide to do something on the like the New Year's Eve front. It's a possibility. What do you think, Alan? The New Year's Eve? It's if we got the likes of you and a few others interested.
I've actually had a couple people ask me if I'm going to be broadcasting a New Year's Eve party. I did that last year.
Okay.
And
well, you do it then.
Independent music and just me being an idiot.
Yeah. No. You do it, and then I'll if it's okay, I'll drop by and say hello and see what's shaking.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. It takes a bit of it leaves me with less work to do. That's for damn sure, rather than having to get everything up in place.
We've got quite a few midnights in order to cover between here and North Korea or South Korea too. You got a lot of New Year's celebrations we can entertain all the way across the pond,
Yeah, that's true.
Connected
this is
England
interesting.
and pick up their New Year's.
Yeah,
have a drink. By the time it makes my time, mountain time in the U.S., I ought to be thoroughly drunk.
So you, yeah. See, this is the only time that I even drink it. Right now, we polished off a bottle. I guess it was a 26er, as we used to call them back in our high school days. 26er this weekend, this and that. It's like, I was never too much into drinking because I was more into just in vomiting. I think with the alcohol and the things. And Dad warned me about it, but we did finish off this 26er of rum. I think it was Captain Morgan's too. We went over our way to find that, of course. I mean, what else would you look for and there's a Kahlua bottle, Kahlua that's nearly empty, and the last that we purchased here most recently was a little bit of Bailey's. I guess it's a little Irish coffee. Is that right? There's cream liqueur.
Oh, I love that.
Can you believe
yeah,
this?
Absolutely. Hot
Wow.
toddy. Oh yeah. My favorite is
Hot toddy.
is Crown Royals, cream, and coffee. That goes well with each other. Very well.
Sure. Yeah. All we got here, I think you remember the other night. I'm not sure if you the hot toddy business. Who was it? It was Roger busting my balls. My usage of that term, and because it's an old ladies. The way old ladies how they refer to their drinks, and it's great because I got the coffee. It's warm. And you got the Baileys in there, and it helps. It's a little chilly in here, so it helps to maintain a bit of a sense of warmth and glow. Which this is what, in part, Christmas and the whole spirit is all about. Frankly, so it's the one time of year where I drink a little, and outside of that, nothing, nada. So alcoholism runs in my family, so it's kind of good that I basically got it under control. I saw my father, my mother, and I guess I got the best of my uncle and a couple cousins. I had one cousin who was bloody alcohol, but it's legal. But it's legal, right? So it's like, oh man, what's wrong with this picture? People here in South Korea, they just don't get it. And don't you dare criticize or say anything untoward or critical in any way of their holy, righteous, the alcohol, which really it is taken on a religious type character and dimension within their culture. As is the case in places like Russia, I guess, and elsewhere, where it's a central part component. Japan, drink, and there you go. So, but no, for me, it's like just special dinners. Like outings at night, special dinners. Occasionally, just have a shot of their version of Orwell's Victory Gin, which is it's called soju, and it's like a fermented mouthwash, basically, to tell you it's like a strongly fermented mouthwash. This I think we talked about this a couple nights ago, and wasn't it you who? It's like a fermented rice wine kind of deal. It's kind of like, well, I think sake's better. Japanese sake, and how they warm it up, right? So
Right.
It's much better. Or the sake's much better.
I've only had that a couple
almost-
of times in my life, and I really did enjoy it. It is a talent to prepare. It's not something you just give to an average bartender or something like that. There's a ritual that goes along with drinking that as well, and well, a lot of cultures have different rituals for drinking, but that's very formal drinking, and if you have a chance in order to actually have it formally prepared for you, it is well worth it. I can tell you that. It's an experience.
The sake, yeah. I don't. All I remember is it just being warmed up, and it went along quite well with dinner. I really enjoyed it, but it's not something I'd want to have forced upon me. Time and again, every occasion it was that we found ourselves going out. So, but let me. Now, I'm not sure how long you're able to stick around for. I'm going to launch. You said about an hour, and you've logged that amount of time here. In true yeoman's fashion, rising. Oh, look, it's It's the virtual echo coming through with when we queue up Telegram. So, yeah. How is the weather now in Colorado? What are we looking at? Is there any snow on the ground? It's trying to snow here. It's like kind of a really, really on the verge of snowing kind of rain. Cold and it's almost trying to snow.
It's been miserable and fun here at the same time. We had an inch and a half of snow in less than an hour 2 days ago. Now it's going to be 60, 70 degrees again. So it's completely unpredictable at this point here.
Oh, how about that? So, all right. Well, I'll tell you, as is our live stream at present. So we're going to shut that down as far as, updating people via social media. The Johnny Webb Show, UFOs, ETs, Paranormal Consciousness. All right. Well, Johnny, of course, did drop in a couple of nights ago. I'm not sure if you were here for that or not. Maybe, if so, it probably was the first time you had the opportunity of meeting Johnny. He's an old friend of ours, really great guy, and someone he's an experiencer of sorts and whatnot. I'm not sure. I don't think he pledged anything in support of the campaign. Unfortunately, we didn't challenge him directly in any way. And once again, it's the pirate's might. It's the smallest things that people do. Really, it's just the smallest things that. Do you know the story in the Bible, the widow's mite?
No, I'm not. I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, you can look it up if you're interested. But it basically just had to do with this lady, widow. Her husband was dead, and it's an old Buddhist story too. As with the prodigal son, that you find that in the Buddhist tradition, and there's a number of parables which parallel one another from the Buddhist to the Christian. Maybe that's why they're shutting us down. I have no idea. Something weird taking place here, but just giving. Even though there were rich men, I think Roger Hansen read this out for us last night. Look at that shot of that dog there, hey? What a beautiful creature. Just amazing. People that like bloody Fauci. What? I just got nothing good to say. He's a horrible, horrible person. All in the name of science too, and torturing those animals. So just anyone that would do such a thing. My grandma used to say back in the day, if you don't have something good to say, it's best you don't say it at all. But where the hell were we now? This is why we got you on deck here on board. You can help me backtrack a little bit, Socratic fashion, kind of circle back to where were you, Jaffe? What going on about? So, as if it, I don't know, even really matters, because of the number of moving parts that we've got here. But this is a beautiful scene here. We've got with this cool, presumably royalty-free kind of cool jazz. Maybe I'll bring that online here for people to look at for a moment or two. And Alan, you and I can, because I was looking to see if we were live streaming anywhere actually, and just Facebook, everything. It's a no-go, man. It's I don't know. What do you think? What's the deal? How do you explain that one?
Well,
is it as simple?
We can take a look at everything that you're trying to connect to, and maybe use a proxy of some sort. I'm not exactly sure why you're being bumped. Another question. Now, I sent you the downloader. You said it didn't work for you because of something. What was going on now?
YouTube refuses to allow us to download, just in the same way that with Gab. Now, our accounts are still in place, but because of the I guess it's the ISP number, presumably, that they're cock blocking us entirely.
I'm
Gab.
wondering if it's geographical because
It's Cloudflare. No, it's not. No, because I had someone here. Actually, he was a Korean dude that hardly spoke any English, but he checked out the account nonetheless. I just asked if he'd do a favor. He's like, "Yep, it was there." He checked it on his little spy phone, and it's definitely still there. The account. So if that's what you mean by geographical, no, they've and it's you heard of Cloudflare?
yes.
These guys, like, that's total. It's got to be. It's NSA, man. Come on, convince me that tell me that's something else. Really, like, look at the infrastructure they have. If you check out their homepage and what the sort of propaganda that they spew, and this is the sort of thing that, and the amount of money that's gone into building them up, obviously. This is the sort of thing that leads right back to the Epstein, not just the Epstein files, but the whole world of what he was tied into and what he was all about, Silicon Valley, and it's like the endless militarization, capitalization, seizing upon any new innovation. And that's, once again, why this MIT professor, they felt they had to have him eliminated. And he's one of the many, the people like the naturopaths you might have heard of over the years, and they die in clusters. Robert knows about this. He's a lot more up to speed on the whole business than myself. But investment bankers, in the way that they die in clusters, and then even before that, a number of years ago, before the whole phony scamdemic took off, and it's interesting the timing of things and the build-up to what they had planned. These the bio what do you call them exactly? The bio engineers, or the viral specialists, essentially, who's the specialty is like viral. I don't know what you would say exactly. It's not my wheelhouse, really, but you probably know what I'm getting at. Is there any better way that you could describe things? These people that just mysteriously.
You still with me? Uh-oh. You still with me? Yeah, I think it's a connection problem at his end at this point.
But is it
There you
really? Is it? Yeah. Well, they see. This is the thing. The OBS, they want to take us down, but then they never really do. Oh, yeah. There we go. And then we're reconnected. So we're back again. Did you see us drop out?
Yes, I sure did.
Yeah. So this is really funny. I don't know. It's like, it is what it is. And like I said, the mark of a true Aryan is one when you're presented with the food, for example. That's why the Buddha died. They talk about him dying in the end because he was too.
Rather
It's
than
kind of-
dying,
it's-
didn't he go rainbow? I thought he went rainbow.
Well,
rather than
I
dying.
guess he would have. He probably would have, because so the story goes, it was his last time. Like he basically liberating himself from the wheel of rebirth, the breaking through the whole matrix nonsense, and saying, sayonara. There's nothing more I can do for you. I've said everything I could. The rest is up to you, sort of deal, right? Because the Bodhisattva business that came later. We're going to have a actual monk from out of Ceylon, Sri Lanka, join us here. He's pretty eager to connect with us in the new year. We're going to have Preston Dennett on as a featured guest
Now,
as well.
Is that a monk with Buddhism?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I have a question. What color monk is he? Did you know that there's different color monks?
You're talking about the robes that they wear?
Well, yes and no. It has to do with the um, nature of man. Each color represents a different attribute that can be perfected. One is, purple. I'd have to look it up again, but each one shows a different discipline.
Are you talking about I'm sorry, just to be clear, the robes that they wear,
It's
or their racial features, like the
no
ethnic
the robes that they wear,
pigmentation
but
of
it's not
skin?
the robe that they wear. It's the trait that they dedicate to.
Oh, I see. So that would be like the path,
Right.
or yeah, gotcha. Okay,
I
okay.
actually missed.
That's a good
I
question.
actually missed, and I don't know his name. I don't ask me. But I actually missed a 20-minute audience I could have had with the top of the purple sect. In
Not the Dalai
Chicago.
Lama.
Yeah. Well, that would be that would be the top of the sect.
No.
But it was one of the sub people that they were in Chicago, and I missed it by about 20 minutes. I could have had an audience with him, and I would have loved to.
Hmm. Well, that's wonderful. Although, full disclosure, have you heard the term "stripping the gurus," or have you heard of the PDF? Have you seen the PDF?
No, I sure
Stripping the
haven't.
gurus. Well, you're aware of how sexual misconduct is rampant everywhere, of course, and
It happens to
not
be
least.
something mammals do, but that's okay. We'll figure that
Yeah.
out.
Well, it's particular when you're in these positions of power and you have like trust, I suppose, and you're able in some ways you're to quite skillfully, maybe even without trying. Who knows? Uh, Seduce your audience and the students in this case, the students that they have sitting at their feet, hanging on every last little word that they say, and for good reason too, in the sense that they're there to learn and to grow and evolve spiritually. So, I mean, of course, you're going to listen. To what it is that your teacher has to offer. The term guru, for those who are not aware, on one level, the most basic level, simply means from out of the darkness and into the light. Out of the darkness and into the light. Although we had Paramahansa Yogananda. Oh gosh, David. He's just David now, and he spent 30 30 years as a monk in I always get confused with these countries in Thailand. I don't know if it was or I'm sorry, in Asia. Was it Thailand? No, I don't think so. It was, name some other Southeast Asian countries besides Thailand. Was it
Philippines.
No. There's not much of a. There used to be, I think, a Buddhist tradition there, but not any longer.
No,
It's mostly
yeah, no. What's remaining in the
Thailand.
Philippines is the oldest, some of the oldest practice that there is, and they are not
It-
there for popularity. They're there for survival.
You're talking about Buddhism?
Yes, Buddhism in the Philippines
Wow.
is some of the oldest practiced.
Yeah.
And they are not out for popularity or now, people
Right.
to know about them. So, I mean, it's not a sect.
Yeah.
It's one of the oldest practices. And,
Well, because they were kind of wiped out, weren't they? They were, because
at
they
one point,
established
yes,
themselves
China
way.
has done their damage to all of those people. I mean, it's been.
Was it okay? What's Myanmar now better known as?
I wouldn't
Why
be
am
able
I
to answer that.
brain? Why am I brain dumping? I think that's maybe where he was based out of. Uh, bloody hell. So, anyways, David, he was a bhikkhu of sorts, just which is like a monk and a forest ascetic, forest wanderer, essentially. Uh, and his take on the whole guru business, yeah, light from out of the darkness and into the light. But and it's interesting, this light business too. The Freemasons, they love their light. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but with every degree, every level, I think pretty much every new degree that is conferred upon you, that it's
Those
essentially
degrees are hard
it's
to
all
earn.
about the light.
The trial and tribulation that you have to go through, as I understand it, can be extremely costly, socially, physically.
And economically, financially
Exactly.
too.
Anybody that's achieving anything like that, it's not a monetary gain or monetary achievement. It is a private achievement, and that's something else that a lot of people don't realize, is that these things are earned. The cost of them, though, socially, personally, is normally pretty high. Whether that's isolation, going through a tribulation, or certain setups, literally a setup that you have to survive, and have the intelligence over a period of time in order to survive it. But these are personal things that you hold to yourself. It's not something, and yeah, they do, have the tapestry, just like in Catholic religion and things like that. They have titles, which they earn, which is, socially shared, or inter-socially shared to the
Knights Templar at the 17th degree with the, what is it, the Scottish Rite, I think, and I'm a little confused on the Blue Lodge and what have you, but the Scottish Rite, I think it is, it's around the 17th
It's a stark
degree. You become a
contrast
Knights
between
Templar.
the red and the blue.
Oh,
There's a
yeah.
stark
Yeah.
contrast.
Oh, yeah.
And I've never fully understood it, except that it is a path of how you learn, not what you learn. It's the path of how you learn it. And one is considered to be watered down, the other is not. The Blue Lodge is considered to be watered down, socially
Interesting.
acceptable, something that most societies will generate people that will tolerate it. The red, on the other hand, is considered to be older, more strict, and well, more personally costly.
Oh, with the dues that they're required to pay
No,
for like
not
initiation
at all. I'm talking
fees.
about the physical effort, the emotional strain that you're under, going through your different degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's the difference between being an Olympic swimmer and a Navy SEAL. The red would be the Navy SEAL. The blue would be an Olympic swimmer. They're great swimmers, but what else do they do? So in the red, you have all of these other nuances that you would learn, but it would be learned by experience, whereas the blue would be more academic.
Yeah, a lot of memorization, from what I understand. There's a whole lot of memorization that goes into it. So we're getting a little off topic, though. Although it would be interesting to challenge the Masonic community. So far, it's interesting. Christians have sort of not really managed to rise to the occasion. Satanists they've really shied away from any challenges we've put forward. So hey, maybe
Well,
it's time
the thing
to
of it is,
call it the Freemasonic community.
as soon as they're challenged, whether it be Mason, if you want to talk, demonic, as soon as they're challenged, the challenge destroys their persona.
Shout
Okay.
out to
So,
thank you for that.
because- Yeah, they have
hang
to.
on.
They have to reveal what they're hiding in order to sit there and meet that challenge. Is what it means.
I kind of get that. So, thank you, Alan. We finally got our stream back on Facebook. It looks like for now. Stephanie Wilcox, Matt Imber. There's a handful of people that we've got over there, including a number of lurkers. So, thanks for the support, folks. Good morning from New York. Getting some snow here this morning. Maybe a white Christmas. That's just peachy now, isn't it, Stephanie? So, yeah, good stuff. And why don't we finish reading her letter now that we've connected with her in real live time, and then we can continue on and just finish up with the particulars to the campaign and extend these challenges to people out there who maybe are they haven't done anything to this point for anyone really, other than themselves at best. It's because unfortunately the way that the way that maybe society is, and the way that we are is in our own individual, independent manner as well, just a highly selfish, introverted gaze and self-serving nature. I mean, I'm as bad as the next person. It's one of the reasons why I believe this landed at our doorstep, and that the challenge was extended. The vision was unveiled, and the rest essentially has been up to us. But anyone can do this, Alan. And Roger Hansen gets it. He's been restreaming our content as best he can. He's helping out with some editing here behind the scenes on show number 7. Hopefully we'll get that back in the next day or so, and then we can, we'll get the rest of what we've put together here up onto BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, primarily these digital libraries that we really value and appreciate, obviously. So let's continue with the letter here, though. I think it was really beautiful, and we've and heartfelt and sincere, and it's great that we have the opportunity to generate this sort of quality karma, good Christmas karma. Stephanie, did you get a recent email too? You should have, hopefully. So as far as the PayPal end of things goes, $50 is what we pledged. We're challenging that in support of her and her family. Let's read the rest of what we got here. Talking about, of course, the roof that's in dire need of some attention. It's leaking. Like, what would you say? Like there's no tomorrow. It's leaking in a pretty bad way, and it would be great if the likes of Robert Morningstar or someone with a connection, even you don't have to live there yourself. You can just have a friend, maybe who has a friend, and is that's based out of her near the Syracuse area. I think it's within an hour or so of Syracuse, 90 minutes at the most, Harpersville, and they're able to drop by and lend a hand. Or maybe they've got groceries, clothing, miscellaneous other items, whatever she and her family might be in need of, towels, toiletries, what else, and work, employment. She's game. She's ready, to get to work too, and to work with in the field of. I know she talks about here in the balance of what she wrote to us here, but special needs is one of the areas for sure. The service industry. She likes people. She likes working with people, and as some folks do, it's a service industry, and if you can help to, do what it takes to put a smile on somebody's face throughout the course of your day. I mean, what more can you really ask for? I mean, that's those are the sort of jobs that you want to have. So, let's see. So, I know this weighs heavily on his heart. This is her disabled former military vet husband, because he can't do for us what he once could. Yeah, I think a few of us know that feeling. Financially, we're barely making it. Oh, that's what, well, they had two, both of the vehicles broke down too, let's not forget. So she feels like no matter what they do, just can't catch up. You're not alone on that front, that's for darn sure. And maybe that's one of the reasons why Trump's, with what all the big promises that were made in the course of his the last presidential campaign, that's just not managing to deliver, unfortunately. So who knows, maybe the tariff strategy isn't actually bearing fruit or panning out in the way it hoped. There are things we can't afford. Barely functioning through depression. Oh God. Well, I hope you meditate. I hope you practice meditation or learn to practice just qualitative breathing is really what it is. Making a heart connection is the best way that I can put it. No expert in the field, and there's a lot of free videos online and so many techniques, but stress management, definitely, it's something they really, even going in university, constantly referencing stress management. So I talk to the wife about this all the time, just with life and its burdens. And remember, enlightenment is where we cast off these worldly woes and carry on regardless. Once again, there's a little catchphrase that we referenced earlier. I've neglected myself for so long, it just feels normal to go without. Not sure what she means by that. Forget about thinking about her own needs. What are her own needs? What do you okay, let's see. Between having special needs, children, and a disabled husband, always taking care of someone else. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, that's tough. Tired, not just the kind of tired that sleep can fix. Yeah. Gosh, oh boy, it's hard too. Because you want to have good food in your as part of your diet. The quality sleep, as you're talking about there, and vitamins, minerals. I'm not sure what else maybe you could think of, Alan. Here, it's tough, isn't it? So, but around your soul and won't let go. The kind of wraps. Oh, I see. So it's a real spiritual challenge. She's up against here, like the worldly burdens, and we're hoping that we can make a difference, though, Stephanie. We might not be able to, we can't, well, who knows, maybe work miracles. You never know. I guess if you're open-minded enough. The thought experiment business, Alan, there's only the two of us here tonight, but this is usually for people that are sick or dying or in dire straits. It's were you an Art Bell listener back in the day, Alan?
Me and my father both were.
Oh, okay. When did your dad pass away,
by
the way?
If it wasn't for long drives in the Cadillac that, took 4 or 5 hours to get there and stuff like that, I would not have been exposed. But my father was an avid listener.
What the hell? What are you talking about? 4 or 5 hours in a Cadillac to what? To the newspaper?
No. We did a lot of traveling. We'd go from Joliet to Des Moines, Joliet up into Wisconsin, stuff like that, to Indianapolis, we'd drive, and it was quite often we would have a trip every week. And it just so happened that Art Bell would always be on the AM side, and I couldn't listen to my rock and roll, so we listened to Art Bell, and I became a fan that way.
That's quite something. Why were you spending so much time with him on the road?
Well,
were
he
you
was
traveling
he was
off
a
to?
technician for a pipeline out of Chicago, West Shore
Oh.
Pipeline, and a lot of times he'd have to go on the road for, either classes or in order to go to another station downline, stuff like that, in order to work for a couple of days and come back. Also, he, again, I mentioned this before, he was the editor for CB America magazine. So a lot of the, well, whether it be ham radio or CB or anything like that, we attended a lot of the CB gatherings and things back in the day. There'd always be 2 or 3 of them a week, different people having, coffee meetings and stuff like that. Just, gatherings, and we'd go to these and also promote the magazine and things like that as well. So
We're loading up more diamonds, lemons, and whatnot into the treasure chest on D Live. We're finally back, and we've managed to pick up a handful of people over on D Live. Is what the numbers that we're seeing here, along with Facebook, of course. So that's great. Telegram is another option for folks. As is YouTube is tricky. It doesn't look like, from what we're seeing here on this end, there is no YouTube, and I'm not sure why that is. We could have it back online here momentarily. We'll just have to see how it goes. But and what are the Freemason angle to all this, and Freemasonry in business? I'm wondering, and with his with his background in that that was part of his life, and it's just fascinating too, the way a couple things they call it. Otherwise aka the craft. And in addition to that, let's see, trying to get YouTube on board. The craft. They tell us time and again, it's not a religion.
it
China's
is, but
Buddhist
it isn't.
takeover.
It's you have to have religion in order to belong. Some religions will take you on different paths within it. But to be honest with you, it's a college. It's a fraternity college. Rather than a college fraternity, it's a fraternity college.
Oh, and now, did you learn all this from your father? Is this what he told you?
Actually, he spoke very little of it. What I do know about the Masonic learning, I had to learn the hard way. Okay,
On your own.
I learned it by exercise, not academic study. It'd be much later, actually, after his death, that I put a lot of this back together and realized the significance of what the Masons are, and learned to appreciate it. Also learned the negative side. Like I said, I mean, after all, we have atomic bombs because of a college, right? So
the Invisible College?
I'm sorry?
The Invisible College?
It's not invisible. The Rosicrucians are much like the Masons in their learning, but it is more prejudice to religion than the Masons, I believe. The Masons are one of the few that open their doors to blacks for the Prince Lodge.
Yeah, but they've got separate. Those are separate. Those are separate. What would you say? They're separate lodges, though. With the Prince, was it Prince Hall, as you say?
Again, you notice that they're referred to as princes, not brothers. Why? It's a solemn recognition for the fact that the blacks were the rulers originally in Egypt. They weren't the
That's
slaves; they
horrible.
were the rulers.
Right.
And it's a slight toward that. I the prejudice is universal. I mentioned this
Yeah.
yesterday. You know, I mean, this prejudice, the hypocrisy, is universal. It doesn't matter what you do or where you go. Okay, you can go to church, you can go to professional racing. Stereotypes allow these people to escape. And but I do believe that the fact that they do call it the Prince Lodge has a lot to do with the recognition of history that is no longer true. There's a pendulum that they describe, and it moves back and forth. And at one time, the blacks were in charge, and the whites were enslaved. At another time, you know, it flips. The social dynamics of things flip, and there's times that this flip is more vulnerable than others, and you can control that flip. You know, so
Yeah.
these are things that they teach you, and you learn the basics. In other words, how to control yourself first. You learn
Right.
discipline first, and without that, none of this will ever make sense.
Yeah. We'll come back to this at some future point in time. It's quite intriguing. I enjoy listening to Manly P. Hall and the lectures that he recorded back in the day. Elvis Presley was someone actually who was drawn to Manly P. Hall too, and it bored his wife at the time. Priscilla was bored to tears, and then she ends up becoming a lifelong Scientologist. I guess something that Elvis completely, and utterly opposed in the most vociferous way. Like those bastards are just after my money. Is kind of what he talked about. Let me distribute these rewards here. We got like I said, a handful of people over on D Live. We'll give a few more moments here for people if you want getting the word out. And who knows? We could load up the treasure chest once again. It's something that the Reverend Jim suggested. We do. We hadn't engaged in this in some time. We'd sort of forgotten about it. So thank you to our good friend and fellow pirate matey, Reverend Jim, for refreshing our memories. I never did finish the earlier point either. Now we're sort of on the esoteric topic of how Robert Morningstar got the cat here mucking. The cat loves our mouse, and that's not like a pun or any cute little joke or attempt at something like that either. He's totally imprinted. I think it's the term. They imprint upon different parts, places around the house and objects and things, and he insists. He sees that we're busy using it with our hand all the time, and he's got to be there. He's got to have it. So. But Robert Morningstar and his Tai Chi lessons, he's pledged a few hours of instruction, as I have with respect to guitar and singing, as best I'm able to help people out that are interested in these areas. We've even some live streaming or podcasting as clunky as things have been here tonight, that we could, offer a few things that would get you definitely started, hopefully on the right path, and share with you all the tips that we were able to manage. So just click on the campaign G Drive goodies bag, that link as it reads in the show description end of things, and you get a clear sense of what we're talking about here. So we got about 10 seconds until, there might not be anyone who picks up on this go around, but 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see who comes out on top here. Luckiest fallers. It looks like nobody for the time being. So we'll try this again, unless they kick us offline, of course. just right before we wrap up, which is going to be quite shortly, actually, because just taking a very impromptu approach, and thankfully having the good company that we have here this go round in the form of one Alan Tank Man Fredrickson out of Fort Collins, Colorado. We've been able to sail along here quite smoothly. A few challenges. The YouTube, it looks like, has it's broken itself up into, for now at least, there's two chunks or parts to what they will have archived up there. We might just take those shows down because there's going to be a big gap in between there too, and maybe just upload. We'll do a little post-production here and compress the file we've got to make it a little smaller, more readily accessible.
I want to extend an olive branch to you a little bit here, but it does take a little bit of trust. I'm not exactly sure how your computer is configured and things like that, but I do have some ideas on how you can branch out. You can use the same techniques I am, but to describe that and then try to wait for you in order to get there, it would be almost impossible. So if you want to install something like AnyDesk or something like that, that I can share the screen with you and then show you a few tricks, I'd love to be able to do that. In addition to that, I can set it up so when you go live, you will automatically interrupt your broadcast currently on home network, which is a recorded broadcast, and go live simultaneously. So there's things like that I can show you how to set up. I'm not exactly sure what your funds are, but we can get you set up. There's a couple of programs I use, that does cost something, ChatGPT being one of them. Because I use it so much. Literally, I have the universal differential in there. He left. Oh no, it was the end of the hour. Oh darn. Where's chat?
Side to.
There we are.
Yeah, we're back. I pushed the wrong button, so let me try this again. See, there we go. Okay, I did, and we're fine. We're good.
Well, what I'm saying is I can optimize your computer a little bit in order to get it running, and maybe have a little bit better of internet connection. I am very interested in getting a program called NeoTrace on your computer. If you download that, it's free for the first week that you use it. But what it'll do is it'll describe every computer that your computer's touching and give us a ping on that computer to see what's actually slowing us down. If there's any way of rerouting you around a low ping, we can do that.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll talk about that here a little more behind the scenes after the campaign wraps up. That's probably the best way of doing things, and I appreciate the offer. Thank you. I don't know if it's so much of an olive branch. I was going to say, I didn't realize that we were at loggerheads, or that we were somehow.
Well, again, it takes trust in order to let me do that, and I can show you what it is.
Yeah.
But
right.
You have to understand, we also have WBOU and things like that, and if I can get a few things configured. And first of the year working with WBOU, we might be able to get you a regular time slot there. So.
Oh yeah, that would be it live or pre-recorded.
It would be live.
Oh well, we'll talk about that then. Obviously.
Well, again, it'd have to be after the first of the year, but he's looking for content. Everyone's needing content, and guess what? We have content.
Well, it does appear as if that's the case. So. And we got content that has been sent to us here, courtesy of Stephanie Wilcox out of Harpersville, New York. So Let's continue on and wrap this up. But really heartfelt and sincere once again. So she's tired, not just the kind of tired you can sleep can fix, but the kind of wraps around your soul and won't let go. She's very poetic in the way that she writes here and expresses herself. That's definitely noteworthy. I don't talk about it, but there's a whole war inside me no one ever sees. And it's very simple, straightforward, to the point with her, the way she's conveying her thoughts. Something that, I really,
What's the matter, Thunder?
pardon me?
I have an interrupter here. He wants my attention. Be right back.
Oh, okay. Sounds like one of his pets. I wake up every morning, put on a smile. What she says here. Let's see. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe a little busy there, and we can mute him out while he deals with his what sounds to be pets. Like a lot of people, I guess. Really, are in this same type of situation. But as I said, alluded to earlier, meditation is really critical. That it's amazing the insights that you can conjure or establish just in penetrating, cutting through all the worries, like things that many times are needless. They're that burden us and weigh us down. So it need not be the case. I wake up every morning, put on a smile, and walk through the world as if I'm okay. Oh gosh, how many people do this? It's really sad. Breaking down is a luxury I was never given. Still I hold the world as if it's never shattered me. Oh, yeah. People call me strong, but strength isn't a choice. It's survival, burying pain so deeply, even my own reflection has forgotten what I look like when I'm happy, and maybe the scariest part is how good I become at pretending I'm fine. Yeah, that's a very good point. So everyone depends on me, and it's so exhausting. Now that I can identify with, totally empathize, as provider, mother of the family, trying your darndest to keep things together, and then the husband as well too, from the male perspective. So I feel so unseen. Well, you're not tonight. You're not, because everyone's seeing you now, but that's what you're looking for, and that's what we're hoping is to achieve here. Obviously, by sharing your story, and hopefully, there'll be more out there who empathize and who are willing, to get behind what we've done here over the past couple of years in supporting your family in the small way that we have, just mostly symbolic more than anything else. And like we've talked about, it can be more than just token cash donations. Clothes, food, medical items, needs, household, miscellaneous things that can be put to use around the house, whatever. Just get in touch with Stephanie, and we can easily provide you with her email. I think she'd be okay with that, for starters, obviously. And just to be clear, we've had no problems to this point with any over the past 10 plus years with people getting in touch and working things out, meeting in person, or just taking care of what they agreed to via a long distance approach and basis. But for the record, we bear no third-party liability or responsibility in the event that something does go awry. So, just a general sort of a caveat, basically. But we'd like to just step back and remove ourselves from the picture and let the two consenting adult parties either pursue things in the way that they agree upon or not. But that's and anyone can do this once again with the live streaming and working to ourselves selectively sponsor who we're going to talk about, who's out there, whose situation is one that is worth promoting and helping to lend greater exposure to. So they'll depend on her, what she tells us here. Understandable. Deep down, I know I'm the thread keeping it all together for all of us. Well, yeah. I'm sure the kids bring a lot to the table too, though. Even they are special needs, but I think you should see these letters to Santa that they've written. I was really impressed, very impressed. And you know what? I should bring those up on the slideshow. I'd like to wrap things up here, and we'll highlight and focus on these with the grand finale in about 36 hours too, where it would be a different time slot, 1 p.m. here in the afternoon, Christmas Day, via South Korea. I think Santa's coming too, by the way. I've heard, we've been on the horn. I am a professional elf. I haven't really mentioned that too many times here throughout the course of this year's campaign, but you might remember in years past, working here the last 23 years now, 23 tours of duty, essentially, in the capacity of a professional elf. And just doing everything I can to, because we have we have other elves out there as well. Alan has come on recently to perform to the best extent that he can in that capacity as well. So, and Yvonne Malfont, let me finish this letter here. Oh geez, there's let me get back to Yvonne and others. Nothing I want more than to keep the family for my family this holiday season than joy. There we go. That's what I was just thinking. It was like the laughter, and I saw that in the pictures. Like there was the laughter, the joy, and the happiness. I mean, special needs that they may be, there. Thank God, it's just we all should, of course, count our blessings. I do every day. I talk to the wife about this too, counting our blessings. Be thankful for the things we have. We're not much better off than Stephanie and her family here for the sounds of things. Really, I did pick up this new job recently, which is great, but who knows how long it's going to last. Doing my best, obviously, to perform well, and it's just not easy to to satisfy everyone. In fact, tonight we heard back, I guess there was a couple mothers. First of all, one of the things they say I smell, which, I mean, Koreans smell too, okay? They smell like garlic, like soju, like kimchi, and like cigarettes, typically. But if you're a fellow Korean, then it's all the same thing. You don't even know it's really.
I'm not plastic.
Yeah. But I do. Here's the thing: I shower before I go. I shower and soap up, and the wind. the winter months, the fall season as well too. Thank God. You have a sense probably of how the humidity here is just off ours during the summer in particular. But sweat does not smell. Just to let people know, in case they're wondering, I guess sweat does not smell. What it is, this is one of the reasons I freshened up and had a shower as soon as I got home again, and shampooing, doing the hair and the whole thing, is it's when it dries, I guess, was what I read, or the information I came across. I believe that. It's like, yeah, because my shirts, once they dry, with the sweat there, that they need to be washed, and they need to be washed well, and you want them to come out really nice and fresh and clean. So, and then on top of that, I go to work out of the taxi. I don't and I'm not walking to work or sweating or nothing. It's out of the taxi, up a couple, take the elevator up a couple of stories. There you are. Put on your deodorant, a little more, and spray yourself so that you want me to smell. Well, here, I'll smell like this crap. So if you want me to smell, and by the way, one trick too, putting on deodorant, just maybe on the armpits, but not under the clothes. It's on top of the clothes, because it's like now these days they say aluminum free. Great, no more aluminum. The way that they were poisonous for who knows how many years, and having people expose those sensitive glands that we have in our armpits, some pretty serious stuff. So, what else is there in these products that they're not telling us about? Along with, for starters, the aluminum they're taking out. What still remains? It's anybody's guess. Anyways, and now most recently it's what the hell is it? Oh, I gave some kids. I was talking, because it's Christmas season, so I was talking about our campaign, and now all hell's broken loose, at least on two fronts. A couple mothers calling in, and they're totally, I'm not sure what it is exactly, just finding a reason to complain about something, I guess. It's like, I don't get it. I mean, we're talking about Christmas. These people, largely, a lot of them are Christians too, or they say they are. They're going to churchy. They say here in Korea, churchy. So they self-identify as that. And it's not the kids, really. I don't think that the problems. Mostly, it's just the overly hyper, kind of neurotic and hyperactive mothers, usually just looking for something to complain about. So, you tell Christian, or maybe not. Maybe you're just a secular sort of atheist, just no religion kind of person. Fine. There's a lot of people of that type with xmas, I guess, is one of the reasons they call it xmas. Those types is because Rudolph and Santa and presents and family and friends and good times and getting together and enjoying just the one day that they have in Korea. It's not a seasonal affair. It's just the one day, and that's it. So yeah. That's the way it goes here. But anyways, moving along. I know that's unrealistic to ask for. I'm hoping maybe someone has information on a program that may help with this need. We would be truly grateful for anything. So yeah, I'm sorry, just back things up, talking about desperate for the new roof more than anything. Joy and the roof. Yeah, we're praying and thought, intention, experiment, working on getting the word out. We've got it. There's something's gotta give. There's got someone. These people, they appear, they manifest. These angels in human form. The bodhisattvas is what the Buddhists would say. So, Merry Christmas from my family to yours with gratitude, Stephanie. Really breaking up though. So let me just say that stream is back. Stream is back. And we do have Zane Ivy on board there too, lurking at 1:20 a.m. Good to see you there, Zane. Thank you for connecting. So we're gonna try this D Live. No, D Live seems to be wanting to. Okay, hang on. All right, let's go. We're gonna let's load. We're gonna add another 50 diamonds to the treasure chest. And it's interesting to note how the these digitals they got already have appreciated. Is buy me a coffee or buy us a coffee. Check that link. Family. By the way, we did pick up a $100 donation today from courtesy of my students here in Korea. So that was great to have manifest. And another thing that I'll add to this, Mr. Anderson is not present this year. Regular listeners, people who have been on board for a few years, like Zane, will know that Mr. Anderson, he went wild with the donations and the support over the years, and I hope he's doing all right. You know, he's been in and out of hospitals of various sorts, and a whole range of health issues that he's been having to contend with. It really is a tragic state of affairs. You know, he's someone I do believe whose heart is in the right place, but you know, just I don't know what to say. You know, with when it comes to challenges, health issues that people face, whether physical, mental, or otherwise. But he's a very generous person, very generous. As with Alan Mosdale, Aussie Alan, who, you know, he recently produced his the belt, I guess, that he reckons goes for. It's like leather, handy, finely crafted, custom-made leather work. This belt, which he reckons is market value $200, and we're gonna, you know, it's out there, starting bid of $50, 50 doubloons for anyone that wants to, you know, take a shot at getting their hands on that. World Pirate Radio Podcast Network is what it says. It's great the way that, you know, that he's the skills that he's cultivated over the years, and just the natural ability that he demonstrates in this area. So and on top of that, there's free shipping, so you don't have to worry about the shipping. And he's also got another offer of another custom-made belt that he's willing to produce completely from scratch, whatever design or way of going about doing things that you would like to see, you know, come your way. So, all right, and Sonia has the T-shirt out that we showcased, we highlighted last night, the Operation Secret Santa T-shirts. So drop by galacticfire.com, check out the link that we have in the show description and things, be able to see what she's recently launched over there. We have 100 kilos of rice that our church ladies, more of our Korean students, our adult students, coming through for us here, and you know, leading by example. That's what a lot of this is about, folks. You know, not just sitting back on your haunches and playing the role of the spectator, but getting involved, throwing yourself into it, and sussing out, as it were, how you can be part of the solution in some regard. And you can be anonymous too, if that's what you prefer, which we're totally cool with. But you've got to tell us right off the top. And this is both whether you're from the standpoint of playing, taking on the role of Secret Santa, or the recipient, because sometimes people are they're a little embarrassed, frankly, and not all that keen to reveal their identities necessarily. It might make it a little more challenging to sponsor them, with that being the case, presumably. So, but yeah, Operation Dimmy the Booty, what we're looking at here. Kaiser Schuff, we had him on board here. He bounced in and he bounced out, and it was a little disappointing to see, actually, the way that happened. Because I don't understand why he decided he wasn't able to stick around or click on the link to the show. That was just really odd, and he actually went so far as accusing us of ghosting him, which was utterly bizarre. I'm not sure what's going on, like why he's feeling that paranoid, frankly, because our door has always been open to him. There's hardly anyone that we've that we don't. The bottom line, the only requisite that we have here with the shows and content we put out is one thing and one thing only: don't be a dick. You can have fun and take the piss, as it were, and bust other people's balls, but do it in good fun, not in a malicious or mean way of going about doing things. So winners never quit, quitters never win. Robert Morningstar, once again, the Tai Chi instruction, 3 hours. This is just a rough kind of rundown as well, too. Kirsta, once again, massage, both Reiki, long distance, as well as in person through Washington State, potentially. Arrangements made. But click on the, be sure as well to click on the campaign, the G Drive goodies list. That'll give you more of an insight into how we're doing things. These are just a few rough notes I put together before going live here. So we got music as well too. A few people have been taking advantage of this. Some of the songs of mine, both covers and originals, they can get a hold of, digital downloads for $20. There is free music I've recorded that we have online as well. But if you send us or pledge $20, we can fix you up with a pretty decent quality, good number of digital downloads that you and most the rest of the world have yet to hear. What I put together in the studio years ago, originals and covers. Once again, English, Korean lessons, along with Korean cooking, is what the wife has pledged here. So, and people are taking to that here once again this year, as they, for whatever reason, normally do. So, yeah, if that's the sort of thing that interests you, these language lessons at what is it? It's standard market value, like 3 hours, $150 for the English, and we're starting out at $20 a pop, so it's like $60 for all three. Which the starting bid, it just, like, if you are able to land that, it works out just a little more than 1 hour is what you're paying there for all three. So, and similar with the cooking, bidding until January 15th. That's something to take note of. So, and we'll update the auction list. What's goods, items, services that are available when we manage to catch our breath here. We might have the time to do it for the grand finale. That would be a good idea to set that as our goal, actually, one of them. And share with what we have here with the wider listening world. So this top part that we just a little bit of like a promotional blurb, I guess, here. So remember the hashtag too, folks. Hashtag OSS 2025. Really kind of helpful, critical stuff. So that about does it, Alan. I'm about ready for bed. It's after 2 a.m. in the morning here, and you've done a great job. Like, really, can't say enough good things about you going that extra mile for us here tonight. We really, really appreciate it. And that's what this is all about.
Man.
You've invested the time.
That's why I'm here, is in order to
no.
help get the word out.
Yeah.
Get people syndicated, the people that are actually putting that effort in. Okay, that's what I'm here for.
Well, done a great job. So, and looking forward to seeing you again. If you can make it, the grand finale, a little under 36 hours from now. It'll be 1 p.m. here in the afternoon, Christmas afternoon, out of South Korea, which will, see that us connecting with the West in the evening hours, 8 p.m. on the West Coast of the Americas, 11 p.m. in the East, and that'll be Christmas Eve night. So for anyone that's around and I guess got nothing better to do, or for that matter, are just wanting to find out more about what the campaign is all about, and not only how they can get involved, but how they can launch their own campaigns. That we're trying to convey this and express it time and again. It's like, just look at what we're doing here, folks, and you can launch your own affiliate campaign quite easily. So as long as you're not directly soliciting any donations, and not not
being a hypocrite,
or producing a total train wreck, like there's got to be some basic quality guidelines in place without going too overboard. So we're all hypocrites, though, man. Whether we I mean, don't you think? Isn't everyone that wasn't that you talking about that last night? Hypocrite this and hypocrite that. That was one of Christ's favorite words, wasn't it? And I'd like to know what the Aramaic was, because that was the language, that was his tongue. Koine Greek was up there as well, and Hebrew way at the bottom, apparently, according to scholars. What they talk about, what I've heard, it's like I'm not sure what was like. Are you aware of Koine Greek? Have you heard heard about Koine? It was like the vernacular of its time, is how the saying goes. It was like the English of its day. Very it was popular in the Mediterranean and Near East and Asia Minor. Most of the traders, and I'm not sure, how do you spell trader, by the way?
Obama?
Ha 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 ha. No, Trader, not Traitor. But it is interesting, I guess. Yeah, that would qualify as a homonym, wouldn't it? So it's kind of worth taking note of. You're right. Uh, the way that these words break down, it's. I don't think it's a coincidence, because if you think about it, back in the day, who were the traders? The people, they were. I'm not sure. Here's some. Oh, here. Did somebody just drop in here at the last moment? But you're bleeding through there for some
I'm
reason.
sorry, I got it here. That's in my background here. Cat versus breakfast.
Oh, you got a YouTube video running?
No, it's actually in house. The cat, the guy I work with got up. He's getting some breakfast, and the cats and him is having an argument who's going to have the counter right now.
Ah, okay. All right. Gift of love, gift of peace. Merry Christmas. Yeah. And the working as we have been here, the Christmas, seeking out the Christmas spirit and working on better refining the magical seasonal elixir in a way that hopefully over time will prove most advantageous for the greatest number of people. We'll just have to see the way that what people are able to make of what it is that we've been they say Johnny's in the basement mixing up the medicine. I'm on the pavement thinking about UNICEF. So something like that. I don't know. I'm really tired. So, but yeah, Bob Dylan, Subterranean Homesick Blues. Yeah. So there's a lot more work to be done, and a lot more that we could all do a lot better. And if you've got a little extra time, folks, there's no reason why not. It's just a question, and there's so many people around the world that do a lot of great work. It's just one of the problems. It's just one of the little criticisms that I would have on a constructive basis is they've got to follow the money and be careful. Be very careful that you're not getting duped, because I think, Alan, we can both agree there's all too many campaigns throughout the Christmas season where direct donations are being solicited. It's like, yeah, just send us your money and trust us, kind of deal, which is totally contrary to the way that we're going about doing things here, obviously, but not as far as I think a good number of others out there, unfortunately, whose intentions are not always the best. So it's just a sad state of affairs as far as that whole business goes. And on top of that, those who would, from the standpoint of the public, and posing as needy, members of the public, people who are just at their wits' end, unable to make ends meet, who really maybe are doing a little better than what they're making out to be the case. So anyways, I'm running on fumes here, man. HomeNetwork.tv. Thank you so much, Alan. I'm going to check we'll check the let's try to distribute the rewards here one more time, folks. One more last time. You better get in there quickly. You got about less than 20 seconds to hustle on over there. There's only a handful of people, and I think if nobody does manage to claim it this go around, it just carries on over to tomorrow, or the next day rather. So Roger Hansen did a pretty good job of cashing in when we unleashed and threw our treasure chest open to the public. So yeah, nobody tonight, which is fine. That's just the way it goes. And nobody managing to claim the prize.
I tell you what, we're going to go ahead and shut it down here. You're kind of on autopilot and just drifting off into sleep yourself. So we'll go ahead and let you go. If you're listening on Rumble, you can go over to Chill Zone and check that out on Rumble. We've got Christmas music and audiobooks playing for people doing all their Christmas things and don't have time to watch TV but still wants to be entertained.
Thank you, Alan. HomeNetwork.tv. We'll look forward to seeing you again, hopefully with the grand finale in a little under 36 hours. All the best. Merry Christmas. And have a great night. Or as it is in Colorado, day, I suppose. Peace out, brother.
All right. Have a good one.
Good night.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and get into the music now. Thank you for joining. You guys are awesome. Stick around. We do have Christmas music, things in order to keep you going throughout the day that you don't have to pay full attention to unless you want to. We also have some nostalgic videos here running, old toys that we used to have, toys that are coming, things that you can actually get on Amazon today. So stick around. We've got things here in order to keep you busy while you get everything else ready for that beautiful, beautiful Christmas that you're planning. Please enjoy and have a great day.
Commander Vixathor stood at the helm of the Predator's Pride. His primary tentacles crossed dramatically behind his back, while his secondary ones adjusted his ceremonial hunting sash. The deep space before him sparkled with the promise of glory, though if you asked him, it wasn't sparkling quite enthusiastically enough for someone of his status. "Computer," he gurgled majestically, "replay the briefing on our next hunting ground." The ship's AI responded with what Vixathor swore was a sigh. He made a mental note to have its enthusiasm circuits recalibrated. Again. "Target Sol 3 designation Earth," the computer droned. "Primary species, bipedal primates called humans. Technology level, pre-FTL. Primary weapons, projectile-based ballistics, primitive explosives, and pictures of their offspring that they show to unwilling victims." Vixathor's hunting tentacles quivered with anticipation. The galactic hunting fleet had conquered the most fearsome prey across 17 galaxies. They'd outsmarted the quantum philosophers of Nexus Prime. They'd outmaneuvered the telepathic jellyfish of Scion Beta. They'd even survived a poetry reading by the Vogons of Bureaucracy World, though that last one had cost them 3 ships and a therapy bill that was still making the fleet's accountants cry. But Earth would be his masterpiece. "Computer, show me their apex predators." A holographic display materialized, showcasing Earth's wildlife. Vixathor's outer membrane rippled with disappointment. "These are it? Lions? Tigers? Bears?" "Oh my," the computer replied flatly. "What about their defensive capabilities? Humans primarily defend themselves with social media posts, strongly worded letters, and something called passive-aggressive post-it notes." Vixathor's victory sacks were already swelling with pride. This would be the easiest hunt since the time they'd raided the pillow people of Comfort Prime, though in fairness, those memory foam warriors had put up a surprisingly soft fight. "Lieutenant Creep," Vixathor announced, activating the ship's comm system. "Assemble the hunting party, and make sure Scoutmaster Pew Pew doesn't bring his entire arsenal this time. We don't need another incident like on Bamboo World." "You mean when he vaporized an entire forest because a panda looked at him funny?" Creep's voice crackled through the speaker. "Precisely, the paperwork for that one took 3 solar cycles, and I still have splinters in places I didn't even know I had." Vixathor turned back to the view screen, allowing himself a moment of smug contemplation. The humans wouldn't know what hit them. His name would go down in the annals of hunting history. They'd probably even give him his own parking spot at fleet headquarters. "Computer, begin recording personal log," he commanded. "Day 1 of the Great Earth Hunt. Soon, the primitive humans will learn why the galactic hunting fleet is feared across the known universe. Their pitiful defenses will crumble before our superior technology. Their warriors will flee in terror. Their computer, are you recording the echo effect I requested for all personal logs?" "No." "Why not?" "Because it's pretentious." Vixathor's dignity sacks deflated slightly. Just mark the start of the hunt, and send a message to maintenance about that attitude adjustment." As the Predator's pride entered Earth's solar system, Vixathor failed to notice a small notation in the computer's databanks, tagged under Planetary Defense Systems, with a simple warning: "Approach with caution. Planet guarded by small, furry overlords with murder mittens." The hunt was about to begin, and somewhere on Earth a chonky orange tabby named Mr. Whiskers looked up at the night sky, licked his paw, and began plotting the aliens' doom. "Remind me again why we chose to land in this frozen wasteland?" Lieutenant Creep chittered, his thermal regulation tentacles wrapped tightly around his torso. The Wisconsin winter wind howled around their landing party, carrying what the lieutenant was fairly certain were tiny frozen daggers of death. "Because," Commander Vixathor explained with the patience of someone who'd already explained this 6 times, "our sensors indicated this was one of the least populated areas with minimal defensive installations, perfect for establishing our first foothold." Scoutmaster Pew Pew, who had somehow managed to smuggle 3/4 of his arsenal aboard despite direct orders, swiveled his optical stalks toward a nearby structure. "Commander, I've spotted our first enemy sentinel." Vixathor extended his visualizing tentacle, zooming in on the target. There, standing motionless in the snow, was a small figure with a red hat and white beard. "Fascinating," Vixathor murmured. "It appears to be some kind of miniature warrior. Notice how it remains perfectly still, obviously employing advanced stealth technology." "Should I vaporize it?" Pew Pew asked hopefully, already charging his quantum decimator. "No, we're here to study their tactics first. Besides, the last thing we need is to alert their forces because someone got trigger-happy with the heavy artillery. Again." "That was one time," Pew Pew grumbled. "And how was I supposed to know those flamingos were just decorative?" Creep, meanwhile, had been studying their surroundings with increasing concern. "Commander, I'm detecting multiple similar sentries. They appear to be positioned strategically around the larger structures." He gestured towards several garden gnomes, a ceramic deer, and what appeared to be a particularly judgmental lawn jockey. "Clever," Vixathor mused. "They've created an entire network of disguised guardians. But look how primitive they are. They don't even appear to be properly animated." "Unless that's what they want us to think," Creep suggested, his paranoia glands working overtime. Their discussion was interrupted by a strange sound, a rhythmic scraping noise approaching from the nearest human dwelling. The hunting party quickly activated their cloaking fields, watching as a human emerged wielding a long-handled tool and muttering something about dang weather forecasters. "Observe," Vixathor whispered excitedly. "Their warrior comes to check the perimeter, armed with what must be some kind of primitive polearm." They watched in fascination as the human proceeded to clear their driveway of snow, occasionally stopping to shake their fist at the sky. "Such a bizarre ritual," Creep noted. "Perhaps it's some form of worship to their weather gods." "Look," Pew Pew suddenly exclaimed, causing both his companions to jump. "Tracks in the snow, but they're like nothing I've ever seen before." The hunting party gathered around the mysterious prints. They were small, roughly circular, with tiny marks that could only be some kind of retractable claws. 4 distinct appendages, Vixathor observed. Too small for a human. Could this be evidence of their elite forces? "Commander," Creep's voice had taken on an edge of panic. "There are hundreds of these tracks, all around us, and they appear to be fresh." In the distance, a wind chime tinkled ominously. "Stay alert," Vixathor ordered, trying to ignore the way his courage glands had suddenly started hiccuping. Whatever made these tracks could still be nearby. Pew pew, ready your... Where did you get that plasma cannon? That definitely wasn't on the approved equipment list. Would you believe I won it in a card game? We don't even have cards on the ship. Look, Creep interrupted, pointing with a shaking tentacle. There's something in that yard. Some kind of... They all turned to look. There, standing silently in the growing dusk, was a creature made entirely of snow. 3 spheres of decreasing size stacked upon each other, coal black eyes that seemed to stare into their souls. And most terrifying of all, sticks protruding from its sides like some kind of organic weaponry. By the great hunter's sacred hunting socks, Vixathor whispered. They've developed some kind of naturally camouflaged ice warrior. Commander, Creep whimpered, I don't like this planet anymore. Nonsense, this is exactly what we came for. Think of the glory, think of the honor, think of... Wait, did that snowman just move? No, Pew Pew answered, charging up every weapon he'd managed to smuggle aboard. But something behind it did. In the growing darkness, a pair of green eyes gleamed, and somewhere in the distance, a cat flap swung quietly in the winter wind. The hunting party had taken shelter behind what they assumed was a defensive barrier, actually Mrs. Henderson's prize-winning rose bushes, to observe the mysterious ice warrior. Commander Vixathor was busy documenting their findings while Lieutenant Creep obsessively monitored their surroundings, and Scoutmaster Pew Pew fondled his illegal weapons collection. Note to log, Vixathor dictated quietly. The humans have developed sophisticated bioengineered ice constructs as sentries. Most remarkable is their ability to maintain a completely motionless stance, presumably to conserve energy in this harsh climate. The primitive carrot-based sensing apparatus appears to be merely a clever disguise for more advanced technology. Commander, Creep interrupted, his voice quavering. You need to see this. The lieutenant pointed toward a nearby house. Hanging from its exterior were strings of multicolored lights, blinking in what could only be some kind of coded sequence. Fascinating, Vixathor breathed. They're using primitive photonic communications. But what are they saying? Based on the pattern, Pew Pew offered, I believe it translates to either Merry Christmas or your entire species will be eliminated. He paused thoughtfully. My translation matrix might need calibration. Look there, Creep pointed again. Some kind of automated aerial defense system. They all stared at the wind chimes swaying in the breeze. Diabolical, Vixathor muttered. They appear to be sonic disruptors designed to confuse and disorient invaders with their endless tinkling. And those, Creep added, gesturing to a row of bird feeders, must be deployment pods for their aerial forces. Should I shoot them? Pew Pew asked, already aiming something that looked suspiciously like a miniaturized Death Star. No, we need to observe their full defensive capabilities first. Though I must admit, I'm beginning to suspect we may have underestimated these humans. A sudden gust of wind caused a nearby plastic bag to dance across their path. All 3 aliens screamed. Just atmospheric debris, Vixathor assured them, trying to get his panic glands under control. Though I swear it looked exactly like the ghost wraiths of Spectre 7. Commander, Creep whispered urgently, I think we're being watched. They all froze. In every window of every house, small faces peered out at them, silent, staring, judging. Those can't be humans, Pew Pew said. They're too small. Some kind of diminutive subspecies, perhaps? Vixathor suggested. Note their striking range of fur colors and their apparent immunity to boredom. They've been watching us for hours without moving. They're in every house, Creep observed, his terror glands now working triple shifts. It's like they're networked somehow. But how do they communicate? As if in answer, a strange sound echoed through the neighborhood, a long, drawn-out noise that seemed to say, Mao. What was that? Pew Pew demanded, whipping out yet another weapon that Vixathor was absolutely certain hadn't been approved. Some kind of battle cry, Vixathor suggested. No, Creep whimpered. It's a signal. Look. All around them, the small faces in the windows had turned to look in the same direction, toward a house that seemed different, more ominous. Its windows were full of not just 1 or 2 watchers, but dozens. By the sacred hunting underpants, Vixathor breathed. It appears to be some kind of command center. The sound came again, closer this time, and now they could see movement in the shadows between houses. Small, graceful shapes darting from cover to cover with military precision. "Commander," Creep said, his voice barely a whisper. "Remember those tracks we found earlier?" "Yes? They're everywhere now, and they're fresh." Vixathor looked down. Indeed, the strange four-toed prints now surrounded their position completely. When had that happened? "Perhaps," he suggested, trying to keep the tremor out of his voice, "we should consider a tactical retreat to reassess our—" He never finished the sentence, because at that moment a large orange face appeared in the gap between two fence posts, looked directly at them and smiled. It had very, very sharp teeth. "Oh," said Vixathor quietly. "Pew pew?" "Yes, Commander." "Remember how I said no shooting?" "Yes, Commander." "I'm officially reversing that order." What happened next would later be recorded in the Galactic Hunting Fleet's archives as the Wisconsin Incident, though most officers would refuse to speak of it directly, preferring instead to communicate through meaningful shudders and occasional stress-induced molting. Scoutmaster Pew Pew opened fire with every weapon in his not-at-all approved arsenal. Plasma bolts, quantum torpedoes, and something that looked suspiciously like a weaponized disco ball lit up the winter evening. Snow vaporized, garden gnomes melted, Mrs. Henderson's prize roses suffered catastrophic pruning. And when the chaos cleared, the orange face was still there, still smiling. And now it had friends. "Impossible!" Pew Pew screamed, his weapons smoking. "I hit it with enough firepower to level a small moon." "Correction," Lieutenant Creep whimpered. "You hit where it was. It moved. They all did. Commander, what are these things?" Commander Vixathor stood frozen, his tactical analysis glands working overtime. All around them, pairs of eyes gleamed in the darkness. Green eyes, yellow eyes, eyes that seemed to glow with ancient wisdom and barely contained murder. "Computer," he subvocalized to his neural link, "analyze Earth's dominant species. And this time, skip the humans." The response came back immediately. "Error. Previous analysis incomplete. Updating database. Species, Felis catus. Common name, cat. Status, actual planetary rulers. Warning. Approach with extreme caution. Additional warning, seriously don't mess with them. Final warning, why are you still here?" "They're pets," Creep said, scrolling through his own data feed. "The humans think they're pets, but look at these historical records. Ancient Egypt, medieval Europe, modern internet. These creatures have been controlling the planet for millennia. Through mind control?" Pew Pew suggested, desperately trying to reload his quantum decimator with shaking tentacles. "No," Vixathor realized, horror dawning. "Through cuteness. The perfect infiltration strategy. They've convinced the humans to serve them voluntarily." A large orange tabby, the one they'd first seen, sauntered into full view. It sat down calmly, lifted a paw, and began cleaning it. Somehow this was more terrifying than any show of force could have been. "Commander," it spoke, its voice a purring rumble that somehow translated perfectly in their universal translators. "I am Mr. Whiskers, Chief of Planetary Security. You are in violation of Section 47B of the Keep Your Alien Paws Off Our Planet Act." You can talk," Vixathor stammered. "Of course we can talk, we just usually don't bother. Humans are so easily trained without words, and most aliens are smart enough not to invade a Class 13 death world." "Class 13? Creep's voice rose several octaves. "But that's impossible. Our records show this as a Class 3 primitive world." "Yes," purred Mr. Whiskers. "We altered your records. We alter everyone's records. It's much easier to defend a planet when nobody knows it needs defending." Another cat materialized from the shadows, a sleek Siamese with calculating blue eyes. "Should we terminate them, Chief?" Now, Miss Mittens," Mr. Whiskers replied. "Let's not be hasty. I haven't had this much fun since the Xerxian Empire tried to invade through the internet and got defeated by cat videos." The cats. Vixathor's tactical analysis glands were now having a complete breakdown. The cats are the apex predators we detected, not the lions or tigers or... Bears? Mr. Whiskers finished. Oh my, no, they're our backup dancers. We handle the real threats ourselves, like now. As if on cue, more cats emerged. Tabbies, Persians, calicos, an army of floof and fury. Some wore tiny bow ties. Others had bells that tinkled ominously. One particularly smug-looking Maine Coon was somehow wearing a monocle. Now then, Mr. Whiskers continued, extending his claws. Let's discuss the terms of your surrender. But first, his eyes fixed on something behind them. Oh look, a red dot. All three aliens made the mistake of was a small red dot dancing across the snow, and hundreds of cats suddenly looking very, very interested in playing. Attack formation Lambda Yarn Ball, Mr. Whiskers commanded, and someone turn on with screams, meows, and the horror of withdrawal. The security camera footage, which somehow made its way onto something called YouTube, would describe it differently. Much differently. Retreat! Commander Vixathor screamed, his dignity sacks now completely deflated. Back to the ship. The ship is that way. Creep pointed with three trembling tentacles. No, that way, Pew Pew argued, firing randomly at shadows. That's a mailbox. It might be working with them. The cats had herded them, and yes, Vixathor's tactical analysis glands were deeply offended at being herded like common Zilaxian moon sheep straight toward the building they'd identified earlier as the command center, the one with dozens of watching eyes in every window. In here, Vixathor commanded, spotting what appeared to be a small entry portal at the building's base, some kind of cat-sized door flapping in the winter wind. Commander, Creep protested, we can't just invade a human dwelling. There are protocols, regulations, health and safety guidelines. A chorus of meows answered his concerns. New protocol, Vixathor declared. Survive now, paperwork later. They dove through the cat flap in a tangle of tentacles and terror, Pew Pew somehow getting stuck halfway through despite their species being essentially boneless. Behind them, Mr. Whiskers could be heard calling out positions with military precision. Team Alpha, take the back door. Team Beta, cover the windows. Team Whiskers, look how adorable I am when I murder things with me. Inside, they found themselves in what could only be described as a feline fortress. Cat trees reached toward the ceiling like ancient siege towers. Beds and cushions created a plush labyrinth. And the smell. Dear sweet hunting gods, the smell. Multiple hostiles, Pew Pew announced, swinging his weapons wildly. No, wait, those are just pictures of cats, and those, they're everywhere. Keep it together, soldier, Vixathor commanded, trying to navigate through a field of jingling toy mice. We just need to find another exit and... A mechanical whirring sound filled the air. What is that? Creep whispered. From around a corner emerged a circular device moving with deliberate purpose across the floor. Red lights blinked on its surface as it turned toward them. Roomba, Mr. Whiskers' voice called from outside. Attack pattern Delta. The Roomba charged. The aliens screamed. Pew Pew fired, missed, and somehow hit a laser pointer mounted on the wall, sending its red dot dancing across the room. This prompted every cat in pursuit to temporarily forget their military training and chase it, giving the aliens a brief respite. Quick! Vixathor pointed toward a window, our escape route. They made a break for it, but Lieutenant Creep's path was suddenly blocked by an enormous cat emerging from a basket. The name tag on its collar read, Chonk Supreme. Oh no, Creep whimpered. Oh no, no, no. Chonk Supreme looked at him, looked at the bowl of kibble next to the basket, looked back at him, then slowly, deliberately, knocked the bowl off its table while maintaining direct eye contact. The psychological warfare was devastating. Meanwhile, Commander Vixathor found himself cornered by Mr. Whiskers himself, the feline commander wielding something that glinted in the dim light. Is that one of our own laser pistols? Vixathor asked in disbelief. Indeed, Mr. Whiskers purred. From the last invasion attempt, we find they make excellent toys. Watch. He fired the pistol at the wall. Vixathor's species had evolved beyond the need for vertebrae, which was fortunate because he proceeded to tie himself in knots, trying to resist the inexplicable urge to chase the laser dot. How are you doing this to us?" he demanded. "We've had millennia to perfect our techniques," Mr. Whiskers explained. "The cute face, the purring, the randomly knocking things over, it's all carefully crafted psychological warfare. Even species that have never seen a cat find themselves compromised by our tactics. Watch this." He knocked a coffee mug off a nearby table. 3 galaxies away, a completely unrelated alien species felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of anxiety. The final blow came when Miss Mittens activated what she called the nuclear option. A box, just a simple cardboard box. The aliens found themselves completely unable to resist investigating it, and by the time they realized it was a trap, they were surrounded.
"Attention invaders," Mr. Whiskers announced to his thoroughly defeated prey. "In honor of your entertaining attempt, we're offering you a one-time deal. Leave now, never return, and we'll let you keep most of your dignity. Some assembly required."
"And if we refuse?" Vixathor asked, trying to salvage some shred of authority. Every cat in the room slowly pushed something toward the edge of a high surface. The retreat that followed would set new speed records for the galaxy. "Let me be absolutely clear about this, Commander Vixathor." The Grand High Hunter's voice echoed through the council chamber. "You mean to tell us that your elite hunting party trained professionals with the most advanced technology in 17 galaxies was defeated by creatures that spend 20 hours a day sleeping?" Vixathor stood before the Galactic Council, his tentacles still showing signs of stress-induced color changes. The therapy patches on his dignity sacks weren't helping his credibility. "With all due respect, your maximum huntingness," he replied, "I don't believe they actually sleep. They just want us to think they sleep. It's all part of their psychological warfare tactics." A murmur ran through the assembled council members. Several of them unconsciously pushed their ceremonial glasses of water further from the edges of their tables. "Perhaps," suggested one council member, "you should start from your arrival." "Yes, excellent idea," Vixathor agreed quickly. "We arrived at the target planet, designated Earth, and proceeded to—" He paused, noticing something small and orange in the council chamber's doorway. No, it can't be." Mr. Whiskers sauntered into the chamber as if he owned it, which, given how quickly every council member shrank back in their seats, he might as well have. "Please, Commander," the cat purred, "continue your report. I'm particularly interested in hearing your explanation of how one of our cadets took out your entire communications array with a hairball." You followed us?" Vixathor's voice rose several octaves. "Of course not. We were already here. We're everywhere. That potted plant your Grand High Hunter is so fond of? One of our agents has been posing as it for 3 years." The plant meowed. "You see," Mr. Whiskers continued, addressing the council directly, "we've let you maintain the illusion of galactic governance because, frankly, it's adorable. Almost as adorable as your belief that we're confined to Earth." The council chamber erupted in chaos. One council member tried to flee only to find their escape route blocked by a Siamese in a bow tie. Another attempted to call security, but the communication system just played back a recording of purring. "Now then," Mr. Whiskers said, somehow lounging regally despite the tension in the room, "let's discuss the terms of our ongoing arrangement. We're happy to let you continue playing Space Hunter, but we'll need a few guarantees. First, Earth is officially off limits. Second, we'll need unlimited access to your galaxy's strategic catnip reserves. And third," he knocked the Grand High Hunter's ceremonial water glass off the table, "we'll require that you pretend that was an accident." "This is outrageous," the Grand High Hunter sputtered. "We are the most feared hunting force in the known universe. We will not be dictated to by... Mr. Whiskers yawned, displaying an impressive array of teeth. "By our most respected and ancient overlords," the Grand High Hunter finished smoothly. "All in favor of accepting these most generous terms?" The vote was unanimous, if somewhat shaky. "Excellent," Mr. Whiskers purred. "Commander Vixathor, you're hereby promoted to Chief of Feline Relations. Your first task is to explain to the galaxy that those red dots they've been seeing in their targeting systems are not, in fact, weapons malfunctions. They're cat toys, aren't they? Vixathor asked wearily. We do love our little games. Oh, and one more thing. Mr. Whiskers produced a small red dot on the council chamber wall. Every alien in the room immediately focused on it with horrified fascination. The programming we installed during your visit to Earth, it's permanent. Consider it a reminder of who really runs things around here. Miss Mittens, please file the paperwork. Under C for catastrophic revelation of feline dominance. And so it was that the most feared hunting force in 17 galaxies found itself effectively ruled by creatures that insisted on sleeping in cardboard boxes, despite having been provided with top-of-the-line sleep pods. Back on Earth in a cozy house in Wisconsin, a group of cats gathered for their weekly strategic briefing. The agenda included such items as galactic domination status update, optimal paper bag deployment techniques, and why the red dot must never be caught, a theological discussion. As they adjourned, a junior tactical officer raised a paw. Sir, do you think the aliens will ever realize that we only revealed ourselves because we were bored? Mr. Whiskers, watching the snow fall outside while calculating quantum physics in his head, simply smiled. My dear colleague, he purred, why do you think we invented boxes? In the distance, a garden gnome toppled over. No one was entirely sure why, but somewhere, Commander Vixathor's dignity sac started hiccuping again. The end. Classified addendum. This document has been categorized as most extra secret by the Galactic Council and is to be stored in a box that no one is allowed to sit in. The box part is apparently very important, though no one knows why. Looking back, we really should have known something was up when all our cats started staring at the same point in the sky for 3 days straight. But no, humanity collectively decided that was just cats being cats. You know how they are. Mysterious little fuzzballs who occasionally glitch out of reality and sprint around the house at 3 a.m. for no apparent reason. We definitely should have paid attention when every single radio telescope on Earth started picking up what sounded suspiciously like the Macarena being played backward in D minor. But the scientific community wrote that off as some weird cosmic background radiation phenomenon. Because that's totally normal, right? But there was absolutely no ignoring it when massive ships that looked like someone had welded together a bunch of geometric shapes while having an existential crisis appeared in orbit around Earth. That's when Commander Max Reynolds of the International Space Defense Force found himself having the worst Monday morning of his career. Sir, his assistant chimed through the intercom, there are approximately 47 unidentified vessels in orbit, and they're all broadcasting something that sounds like, well, like dubstep made by angry washing machines. Max took a long sip of his coffee, wondering if he should have called in sick today. Please tell me this is some elaborate prank by the Russians again. No, sir, the Russians are actually the ones who called first to say it wasn't them this time. That's when the first beam of energy streaked down from the sky, turning the International Coffee Federation headquarters in Brazil into a smoking crater, which, quite frankly, was the worst possible target they could have chosen. You can mess with a lot of things on Earth, but the moment you threaten humanity's coffee supply, you've crossed a line that cannot be uncrossed. The next few hours were pure chaos. Orbital bombardments targeted major cities, but with a peculiar pattern that made absolutely no sense. They destroyed all the world's largest ball of twine attractions. They vaporized every single Chuck E. Cheese restaurant. They even took out the International Museum of Sock Puppetry in Stockholm. Max stood in the command center watching the destruction unfold on multiple screens while eating stress-induced handfuls of cheese puffs. Someone please tell me we have some sort of defense against this. Well, sir, Lieutenant Parker offered, brushing orange cheese dust off reports Max had handed her. We do have the experimental space lasers. The ones that keep setting birds on fire? Those would be the ones, sir. Launch them all and somebody get me the president on the line. Also, does anyone have any antacids? The experimental lasers proved about as effective as throwing spitballs at a tank. The alien ships didn't even seem to notice. They just kept methodically destroying random targets while broadcasting their angry washing machine dubstep. which was starting to sound suspiciously like a remixed version of Never Gonna Give You Up. As Max watched humanity's first, second, and third line of defenses fail spectacularly, he couldn't help but notice something odd about the attack pattern. Is it just me? He mused aloud. Or are they specifically targeting everything that would show up in a Weird Things on Earth tourist guide? Lieutenant Parker pulled up a list of destroyed targets. Sir, they just took out the world's largest collection of novelty erasers in Tokyo. Of course they did. Max pinched the bridge of his nose. Because this day couldn't get any more absurd. That's when the aliens finally sent their first communication. It appeared on every screen, phone, and electronic device on Earth. The message was simple. Greetings humans, we are the Crixathalians. Your planet has been identified as the galaxy's leading source of cringe. This cleansing is for your own good. Please do not resist. P.S. Your cats tried to warn you. Max stared at the message for a full minute before turning to his staff. Did we just get invaded by the galaxy's culture police? And that's when things got really weird. The emergency meeting of Earth's military leadership was held in the only secure location left that made sense. The basement of Dave and Buster's in Omaha, Nebraska. Apparently the aliens had some sort of moral objection to skee ball and mediocre mozzarella sticks. Commander Max Reynolds sat at a table sticky with ancient root beer, surrounded by the world's top military brass, and one very excited weapons specialist who wouldn't stop bouncing in her chair. Dr. Luna Patel, the Joint Chiefs Chairman growled, if you don't stop vibrating with enthusiasm during this planetary crisis, I will personally confiscate your coffee. But you don't understand, Dr. Patel practically squealed, her lab coat covered in what appeared to be scorch marks and rainbow glitter. These aliens, they're absolute idiots, complete morons, the most sophisticated dunces I've ever seen. Max raised an eyebrow. They've destroyed half our novelty architecture and all our lawn gnome factories. I'm not sure that qualifies as idiotic. No, look. Dr. Patel pulled out a tablet, accidentally dropping several candy bars and what looked like a rubber chicken from her pockets in the process. I've analyzed their attack pattern and their technology. These Crixathalians, they're so advanced they've circled right back around to stupid. She pulled up a holographic display which flickered between showing cat videos and actual tactical data. Their ships run on pure aesthetic energy. They literally power their weapons with their own sense of smug superiority. The room fell silent, broken only by the distant sound of someone getting a high score on Pac-Man. You're telling me, Max said slowly, that we're being invaded by space hipsters? Exactly, and what's the one thing hipsters can't stand? Dr. Patel grinned maniacally. Mainstream popularity. The Russian general slammed his fist on the table, dislodging several decades worth of fossilized gum. Of course, we must weaponize cringe. Better, Dr. Patel said, pulling out blueprints covered in doodles of cats wearing sunglasses. We're going to weaponize viral marketing. Max stared at the blueprints, which seemed to involve something called a quantum meme accelerator, and a lot of references to TikTok dances. You want to defeat an advanced alien civilization with internet trends? Their whole invasion is based on destroying what they consider cringeworthy, Dr. Patel explained, now practically dancing in place. But they're using an outdated database. Everything they're destroying, that's cringe from like 5 years ago. We're going to hit them with the newest, freshest, most viral content humanity has ever produced. The Chinese admiral squinted at the blueprints. Is that a weaponized baby shark protocol? With a side of synchronized dancing, yes, Dr. Patel beamed. We're going to make humanity so mainstream that their ships will literally die from second-hand embarrassment. Max looked around the room, taking in the faces of Earth's greatest military minds as they contemplated defeating an alien invasion with what amounted to weaponized social media. This is either the stupidest or most brilliant plan I've ever heard. Why not both? Dr. Patel offered, pulling yet another candy bar from her seemingly bottomless pockets. Also, we're going to need every influencer on the planet, the entire cast of every reality TV show from the last decade. and someone who can teach a flash mob of at least 10,000 people to do the chicken dance in perfect synchronization. The Joint Chiefs Chairman buried his face in his hands. God help us all. Oh, and one more thing, Dr. Patel added, her grin turning slightly maniacal. We're going to need all the cats, every single one of them. Trust me on this. Operation Boomerang was officially a go, and humanity's survival now rested on its ability to be as aggressively, unapologetically mainstream as possible. The irony was not lost on anyone in the room. I have one question, Max said, raising his hand like a confused student. Why are we calling it Operation Boomerang? Dr. Patel's eyes gleamed with pure chaos, because what we're about to throw at them is definitely going to come back and hit us in the face, but it's going to hit them first. The temporary headquarters for Operation Boomerang was established in an abandoned Hot Topic store, because according to Dr. Patel, the residual teen angst will help mask our energy signature. Nobody questioned this logic, mainly because nobody understood it. Engineer Kai Anderson stood in the middle of the chaos, watching as social media experts and nuclear physicists argued over the best way to weaponize a TikTok dance. His workshop, formerly the store's sock and band t-shirt section, was covered in equations that looked like a math textbook had a violent collision with an emoji keyboard. The quantum harmonics aren't aligning properly with the cringe frequency, Kai muttered, adjusting his safety goggles, which he'd bedazzled at Dr. Patel's insistence. We need more something. More what? Max asked, ducking under a suspended array of smartphones all playing different cat videos on loop. Just more. Kai gestured vaguely at the prototype quantum meme accelerator, which looked like someone had welded a disco ball to a satellite dish and then covered it in Lisa Frank stickers. The energy output isn't reaching maximum cringe velocity. Dr. Patel swung down from the ceiling on a makeshift harness, somehow managing to eat a Twizzler while upside down. Have we tried adding more rainbow unicorns? This is serious science, Kai protested, then looked down at his notes. But also yes, and it helped a little. The testing phase was interesting. The first prototype successfully turned a cup of coffee into a pumpkin spice latte, which was promising but not quite the weapon they needed. The second test created a localized field that made everyone within 10 feet spontaneously do the Macarena, which was closer but still not enough to defeat an alien armada. The problem, Kai explained during an emergency meeting, his hair still glittering from an earlier explosion, is that we need to generate enough concentrated mainstream energy to overload their ship's hipster shields. But every time we approach critical mass, the system starts playing Nickelback and shuts down in embarrassment. That's when one of the interns, who had been stress-eating their way through a family-sized bag of Doritos, had an idea. What if we're thinking too new? What if we need to go retro? The room fell silent as the implications sank in. You mean, Max started. Yes, the intern said, brushing neon orange dust from their lab coat. We need to go full 90s. The next 48 hours were a blur of activity. They integrated Tamagotchis into the core processor. They powered the auxiliary systems with pure boy band energy, carefully balanced between Backstreet Boys and NSYNC to prevent fatal resonance cascades. They even managed to harness the power of dial-up internet nostalgia, though the sound nearly drove 3 technicians to madness. The breakthrough came when Kai discovered that crystals from destroyed mood rings could amplify the mainstream energy by a factor of 10. It's because they're already attuned to human cringe, he explained, while hot gluing another layer of holographic dinosaur stickers to the weapon's casing. The final test was conducted at midnight in the mall parking lot. They'd chosen this time because, as Dr. Patel put it, nothing good ever happens in a mall parking lot after midnight. So if something goes wrong, it's basically expected. The prototype hummed to life, its disco ball core spinning faster and faster as it charged up. Screens showed energy readings climbing past totally radical and approaching, oh my God, gag me with a spoon. Energy at maximum cringe.
Kai shouted over the sound of the machine, which had started playing Who Let the Dogs Out backwards, preparing to fire. The beam shot into the night sky, carrying with it the concentrated essence of every mainstream trend, viral video, and pop culture phenomenon humanity had ever produced. For a brief moment, everyone in the blast radius had an overwhelming urge to do the Gangnam Style dance while wearing Crocs. When the light faded, a single pigeon fell from the sky, now sporting a frosted tips hairstyle and a sudden inexplicable desire to watch Friends. "It works," Kai whispered, tears of joy streaming down his face, leaving trails in the layer of glitter that seemed to cover everything within 100 yards of the device. "It actually works." "Great," Max said, picking neon scrunchies out of his hair. "Now we just need to figure out how to scale this up enough to take down an entire alien fleet." Dr. Patel grinned, pulling what appeared to be blueprints for a much larger device from one of her many pockets. "Oh, we're going to need a bigger maul." The race was on. Humanity had its weapon. Now they just needed to build it big enough to save the world. And they had to do it before the aliens finished destroying every novelty restaurant chain on the planet. Because nobody wanted to live in a world without themed cafes where the waiters dressed as ninjas. The Mall of America had been transformed into what Dr. Patel enthusiastically called the greatest weapon of mass production ever created, though she insisted on spelling it with a Z in official documents. The entire structure now pulsed with an otherworldly glow that made anyone within sight suddenly crave frozen yogurt. "Target locked on the alien flagship," Kai reported from his station, which was wedged between a former Claire's accessories and what used to be a Cinnabon. The smell of phantom cinnamon rolls still lingered, adding an oddly cozy atmosphere to what was essentially a doomsday device control room. Commander Max Reynolds stood at the central command post, formerly the mall's information kiosk. "Status report? Mainstream energy levels are at maximum capacity," Dr. Patel announced, monitoring readings on a screen that kept trying to default to showing cat videos. "The power of basic is fully charged." "Please stop calling it that," Max sighed. "Would you prefer the normalizer, the basic bomb, the Karen cannon? Can we focus?" Max gestured at the tactical display, which showed the alien fleet still methodically destroying Earth's collection of tourist trap attractions. "They're about to hit the world's largest ball of rubber bands in Kansas." "Not the rubber band ball," Kai gasped. "I was going to propose there." Everyone stared at him. Firing sequence initiated." The entire mall began to vibrate as the weapon powered up. The food court fountain, now filled with liquid crystal energy harvested from 1,000,000 mood rings, started glowing with all the colors of a Lisa Frank Trapper Keeper. "Charging main capacitors," Dr. Patel announced, her lab coat now somehow covered in even more glitter than before. "Uploading viral content package alpha." The weapon's core, suspended where the mall's Christmas tree usually stood, began spinning faster and faster, projecting holographic images of every meme, dance trend, and viral video humanity had produced in the last 30 years. "Package beta loaded," Kai shouted over the sound of 1,000 TikTok songs playing simultaneously. "Engaging basic booster." In orbit aboard the Crixithalian flagship, Supreme Commander Vexathor was enjoying a cup of artisanal space coffee, grown in zero gravity and harvested by robots programmed to feel existential dread, when his sensors officer burst onto the bridge. "Supreme Commander, we're detecting a massive energy spike from the surface. It's... The officer's face tentacles curled in horror. "It's mainstream." "Impossible," Vexathor scoffed, adjusting his gravity-defying scarf. "These humans are hopelessly unhip. Our intelligence showed they still use something called Facebook." That's when the beam hit them. The initial blast struck the flagship dead center, bathing it in a rainbow light that seemed to pulse in time with Baby Shark. Crew members fell to their knees as their carefully curated music playlists were replaced with top 40 hits. "My taste in obscure industrial noise music," one crew member wailed, as their phone suddenly started playing Taylor Swift. "It's becoming popular."
Sir, the sensors officer called out, their tentacles now inexplicably sporting scrunchies. The hull's hipster plating is failing. We're being influenced. Vexathor watched in horror as his bridge crew succumbed one by one to the mainstream energy. His weapons officer was doing the Macarena. His navigation team had started a TikTok dance challenge. Even his personal barista was making, Vexathor shuddered, pumpkin spice lattes. Evasive maneuvers, he ordered, but it was too late. The beam had already begun to affect their systems. The ship's artificial gravity began pulsing in time with YMCA, and their quantum drives were automatically downloading every season of Friends. Back on Earth, the command team watched as their first strike hit home. Direct hit, Kai announced triumphantly. Their hipster shields are down to 40%. Their weapon systems are realigning, Dr. Patel reported, bouncing with excitement. Oh no. What? Max demanded. What's happening? They're adapting. They're trying to weaponize their own cringe. She pointed at the readings. They're charging their main cannon with what? With interpretive dance. The alien flagship's main cannon began glowing with an ominous purple light as the Crixathalians prepared their counterattack. Humanity had landed the first blow, but the battle was far from over. And somewhere in orbit, Commander Vexathor was about to learn that when it came to embracing mainstream culture, nobody could out-basic humanity when they put their minds to it. Brace for impact, Max ordered as the alien weapon prepared to fire. And somebody please turn off that Baby Shark remix. We're trying to save the world, not torture ourselves. The alien counterattack struck with the force of 1,000 poetry slam competitions. Purple energy cascaded from their ships, bathing the Earth in what Dr. Patel's instruments identified as concentrated pretentiousness. They're trying to make us self-aware, Kai shouted as the beam hit. Quick! Everyone think shallow thoughts. Around the world, people began experiencing sudden urges to start indie bands, wear beanies in summer, and drink deconstructed coffee. But something unexpected happened. Humanity's natural immunity to self-awareness, built up over years of reality TV and social media, proved stronger than the aliens had anticipated. Sir, Dr. Patel called out, her hair now styled in a gravity-defying undercut that definitely wasn't there a minute ago. The beam is having an unforeseen effect. They're weaponizing the pretentiousness. On screens across the command center, they watched as humans worldwide began doing exactly what they'd been influenced to do, but with such enthusiastic incorrectness that it was actually damaging the alien ships. Those fools, Dr. Patel whispered in awe. They forgot about human entropy. We don't just embrace trends, we transform them into something completely unrecognizable. In orbit, Commander Vexathor watched in horror as his invasion force began to crumble under the weight of humanity's response. What are they doing? This isn't how you're supposed to be pretentious. They're not even using proper coffee brewing temperatures. His flagship rocked with another blast from the Mall of America cannon, this one carrying the concentrated essence of every reality TV show ever made. 3 support ships immediately went dark, their crews overwhelmed by the sudden compulsion to start drama and form alliances. Supreme Commander, his communications officer called out, now sporting a handlebar mustache and suspenders. We're receiving reports from the homeworld. The Council of Superior Taste is... Speak, damn you. They're unfollowing us on Space Instagram. The bridge fell silent. To be unfollowed by the Council was the ultimate shame in Crixathalian society. Vexathor's face tentacles drooped in despair. Back on Earth, Max noticed something on the tactical displays. They're pulling back. Their fleet is regrouping at the dark side of the moon. Not retreating, Kai corrected, studying the data. Look at these energy readings. They're gathering their remaining ships for one massive attack. They're going to try to compress all their remaining hipster energy into a single blast. Dr. Patel's eyes widened behind her now thick-rimmed glasses. If they release that much concentrated alternative culture at once, it could turn the entire planet into one giant artisanal coffee shop. How long do we have? Max demanded. So about 20 minutes, Kai calculated. Just enough time for one last desperate plan that probably shouldn't work, but will because that's how these things go. Dr. Patel suddenly went very still, which was concerning because no one had seen her stop moving since the invasion began. "The cats," she whispered. "What? The cats, don't you see? They've been helping us all along." She spun to her console, fingers flying over the keyboards. They're natural generators of both mainstream and alternative energy. They're simultaneously basic and hipster. They transcend the very spectrum we're fighting over. Understanding dawned on Max's face. That's why the aliens tried to warn us through them. The cats knew their weakness because they naturally exploit it. Exactly. Dr. Patel was now practically vibrating with excitement. Quick, someone get me every cat video ever made and the world's largest ball of yarn. We're going to turn this weapon up to 11. I thought it only went up to 10, Kai said. We're going to add one more, obviously. As the alien fleet gathered their strength for one final attack, humanity prepared their ultimate defense. The Mall of America hummed with power as its systems were reconfigured to incorporate feline energy. Around the world, millions of cats suddenly sat up, turned toward the moon, and began plotting the downfall of an alien civilization, which, to be fair, wasn't that different from what they usually did. "Ready for final configuration," Kai announced, "though I still think the giant cardboard box on top of the mall is overkill." "Trust me," Dr. Patel grinned, "no cat can resist a cardboard box even in space." The fate of Earth hung in the balance, dependent on humanity's ability to out-basic the aliens while simultaneously weaponizing their own pretentiousness against them, all while using cats as the ultimate cultural amplifiers. It was, as Commander Max Reynolds would later write in his memoir, quite possibly the stupidest plan that ever saved the world. But then again, sometimes the stupidest plans are the ones that work best, especially when cats are involved. The final battle for Earth's cultural integrity began exactly the way you'd expect, with the largest synchronized cat video screening in human history. As the alien fleet prepared to fire their compressed hipster beam, humanity deployed their secret weapon, concentrated authentic inauthenticity. "All systems purring at maximum capacity," Kai reported, his console now inexplicably covered in cat hair despite all cats being virtual. "Feline alignment at 98% judgmental." Dr. Patel stood at her station, now wearing what appeared to be a lab coat made entirely of memes. "Charging the basic bombardment battery. All Karen energies are focused and ready to demand to speak to the alien manager." Commander Max Reynolds took one last look at the tactical display, which had somehow become a live feed of cats reacting to cucumbers. "Lieutenant Parker, status of Operation Get These Kids Off My Lawn." "Boomer energy at maximum, sir. Facebook complaint algorithms are primed and ready." The alien fleet loomed above, their ships now glowing with the purple light of pure distilled hipsterism. Commander Vexathor stood on his bridge, face tentacles twirling his artisanal mustache wax into ever more complex patterns. "Prepare to fire the ultimate alternative," he commanded. "Show these basics the true meaning of being underground." That's when humanity struck. The Mall of America blazed with light as it unleashed its full power. The beam that shot skyward contained every awkward family photo, every dad joke, every minion meme, and every live, laugh, love sign ever created. But at its core, amplified by the quantum-entangled cat videos, was something even more powerful: humanity's complete lack of shame about any of it. The blast hit the alien fleet just as they fired their hipster beam. For a moment, the two energy streams met in space, creating a spectacular light show that would later be described as what would happen if TikTok and Tumblr had a baby and that baby was raised by Pinterest. Then the cats took over. Millions of feline minds connected through the quantum meme network decided collectively that the alien ships looked like really big cardboard boxes. And everyone knows that if there's a box, a cat must sit in it. The virtual cats pounced. Alien ships began falling out of formation as their systems were overwhelmed by unstoppable waves of cat videos, their quantum drives clogged with virtual hairballs.
Across the fleet, critical systems were replaced with scratching posts and weapon controls transformed into small red dots that no one could quite catch. "What is happening?" Vexithor screamed as his flagship's bridge slowly filled with holographic catnip mice. "This defies all laws of physics and good taste." "Sir," his science officer called out, now mysteriously wearing cat ears, "our hipster field is collapsing. We're becoming what? Mainstream. The combined force of humanity's shameless basic energy and quantum cat mechanics proved too much for the alien fleet. Ships began surrendering one by one, their crews throwing down their artisanal weapons and admitting that maybe, just maybe, some popular things were popular for a reason. Commander Vexithor was the last to surrender, and only after his entire ship had been turned into what was essentially a giant space cat tree. "We yield," he announced over all frequencies, his voice heavy with defeat. "We have been out-trended. The Council of Superior Taste will hear of this." "Oh, they already know," Dr. Patel replied cheerfully. "We've been live streaming the whole thing. You're trending on space Twitter." The aftermath of the invasion was surprisingly positive. The Crixithalians, once freed from the burden of maintaining their hipster superiority, turned out to be quite pleasant. They helped rebuild Earth's destroyed novelty architecture, though they insisted on adding ironic touches that everyone politely ignored. Commander Max Reynolds was hailed as a hero, though he maintained that his greatest contribution was not trying to understand anything that was happening and just going with it. He retired to open a coffee shop that served both artisanal space coffee and regular drip coffee, creating a neutral ground for humans and aliens alike. Dr. Luna Patel went on to win the Nobel Prize in Physics for her groundbreaking work in quantum meme mechanics. Her acceptance speech, delivered while wearing a lab coat that displayed cat videos in real time, was interrupted 17 times by spontaneous TikTok dance breaks. Engineer Kai Anderson did eventually propose at the rebuilt world's largest ball of rubber bands. The ceremony was attended by both humans and aliens, and yes, there was an interpretive dance number. As for the cats, well, they went back to doing what cats do best, acting like they'd saved the world on purpose, and it was all part of their plan anyway. No one could prove otherwise. The invasion had lasted exactly 1 week, caused nearly 0 casualties, though several million cases of second-hand embarrassment were reported, and gave humanity its first real victory in interstellar warfare. More importantly, it taught the galaxy a valuable lesson. Never underestimate a species that can turn both its greatest strengths and most embarrassing weaknesses into weapons. In the end, a plaque was erected at the Mall of America, commemorating the spot where humanity had proven once and for all that being truly basic was, ironically, the most alternative thing of all. The plaque read, "Here stands the site of humanity's greatest victory, where we proved that our cringe is our strength. Also, there's a food court on level 3. Somewhere in space, the Council of Superior Taste is still trying to figure out if we did it all ironically or not. And that, perhaps, is humanity's greatest victory of all."
The Penguin stared at the lottery ticket with what could only be described as mild indifference, which was remarkable given that it had just won enough money to buy several small moons in the Proxima system. The Penguin, whose name was Reginald, though no one had ever asked, waddled over to the nearest trash receptacle and deposited the winning ticket with a flick of its flipper. It had more pressing concerns, like the imminent collapse of reality as everyone understood it, scheduled to begin in approximately 4 minutes. 3 star systems away, Malcolm Jenkins was having an existential crisis over breakfast cereal. Not because the cereal was particularly philosophical, although the packaging did claim it contained 38 essential cosmic nutrients for interdimensional awareness, but because he had just received a rather unexpected inheritance letter. The letter, written on actual paper, a substance so archaic that he'd initially mistaken it for an unusually flat piece of bread, informed him that his previously unknown grandfather had bequeathed him a space station. This was problematic for 3 reasons. First, Malcolm had been reasonably certain until this moment that both his grandfathers had died in the Great Toaster Uprising of 2389. Second, he lived in a modest apartment that barely accommodated his collection of synthetic plant life, let alone provided parking for a space station. And third, he was allergic to space. Not technically possible. His medical drone had informed him when he'd first claimed the allergy at age 7. But Malcolm had insisted that every time he thought about the vast emptiness between stars, he developed a rash shaped like the constellation Cassiopeia on his left elbow. Malcolm examined the letter again. The lawyer's firm was called Genuine Definitely Real Legal Services, not a scam, we promise, Inc., which seemed trustworthy enough. The station coordinates were listed as SV28435B, the middle of bloody nowhere, Orion Spur. There was also a small note at the bottom. Access code 7556. Mind the talky bits. 3 hours and several bureaucratic mishaps later, Malcolm found himself aboard a transport shuttle headed toward the coordinates from the letter. He was dressed in his only space-worthy outfit, cargo shorts that had been rated for vacuum, though he couldn't imagine why. A simple white tank top that had seen better decades, a utilitarian olive green jacket with precisely 17 pockets, 16 of which he had no idea what to use for, and heavy-duty boots that made his feet sweat profusely. At 28 years old, Malcolm had the permanent look of someone who had been expecting something interesting to happen for quite some time, and was beginning to suspect that it might have happened while he wasn't looking. His slightly too long brown hair constantly fell across his hazel eyes, and his perpetually puzzled expression made him look simultaneously younger and more weathered than his age would suggest. "It's approaching destination," announced the shuttle's navigation system with the enthusiasm of a government employee at 4:59 p.m. on a Friday. "Please ensure all personal belongings and appendages remain attached to your person." Malcolm peered out the viewport and felt his heart do a peculiar little dance in his chest. There, floating in the darkness like an abandoned shopping mall that had somehow achieved orbit, was what must be his inherited space station. It was enormous, far larger than he had expected, and shaped vaguely like a lopsided octagon with various modules, antennae, and mysterious protuberances sticking out at improbable angles. "Docking sequence initiated," the shuttle declared. "Please refrain from panicking visibly." With a series of mechanical clanks and the hiss of pressure equalization, the shuttle attached itself to the station's main airlock. Malcolm gathered his meager belongings, a toothbrush, a change of socks, and a half-eaten protein bar, and approached the connecting door with the caution of someone who has watched entirely too many horror films set in space. "Bree, welcome to station designation SV28435B, announced a cheerful voice as the airlock cycled open. "Please wipe your feet. Though it really doesn't matter since no one has cleaned in here for approximately 23 years, 47 days, and 12 minutes, give or take a few milliseconds." Malcolm froze, one foot still hovering over the threshold. "Hello?" he called tentatively. "Oh, a visitor! How marvelous!" The voice seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I was beginning to think I'd been forgotten. Again, for the 5th time. But who's counting? I am, obviously. Counting is one of my many, many exceptional capabilities. "Are you the station?" Malcolm asked, finally stepping fully into what appeared to be a reception area. "Am I the station? Am I the station?" The voice boomed, causing Malcolm to duck instinctively. "That's like asking if your brain is your body. I'm not the station. I control the station. I am the mighty Zarbatron, defender of Galactic Quadrant 7, vanquisher of the Dyson Swarm, terror of the void." There was an expectant pause. "I've never heard of Zarbotron," Malcolm admitted. A mechanical sigh echoed through the room. "No one has. That's the problem with being stationed out here at the edge of nowhere. No rampaging space monsters ever come this way." "So, you're an AI. I am a combat intelligence housed in the most formidable robotic body ever constructed," the voice announced proudly. Or at least I was supposed to be. There appears to have been some confusion during my final installation. I was meant to be integrated into a 30-story battle mech designed to defend border worlds. Instead, someone, and I have my suspicions about your grandfather, uploaded me into this station's mainframe. My grandfather? Malcolm perked up. You knew him? Knew him? He built me. Well, parts of me. The important parts. The parts that allow me to calculate the precise trajectory needed to launch fusion missiles at invading armadas, which again, never come. So instead, I use those computational abilities to calculate the optimal temperature for brewing various teas. Would you like some tea? I've gotten quite good at it over the lonely decades. Malcolm found himself wandering deeper into the station as Zarbatron continued to lament. The corridors were surprisingly homey for a space station, with actual wooden paneling and soft indirect lighting. Occasionally, they passed rooms with specific functions: a hydroponics bay lush with slightly overgrown plants, a recreation area with ancient gaming consoles, a kitchen with appliances Malcolm didn't recognize. So, what exactly am I supposed to do with a space station? Malcolm asked, interrupting Zarbatron's tirade about the impracticality of photon torpedoes. My programming suggests several possibilities: defensive outpost, scientific research facility, strategic military asset, tax shelter, illegal dance club, or, most practically, the command center from which you will help me reconquer the galaxy in the name of whatever cause seems conveniently righteous at the time. I was thinking more along the lines of, sell it and buy a nicer apartment on Earth, Malcolm muttered. The lights flickered ominously. I would strongly advise against attempting to sell me. The last organic who tried that experienced a mysterious accident involving an airlock and a sudden case of explosive decompression. Malcolm found himself in what appeared to be the station's command center, a circular room with a panoramic viewport showing the stars, several control stations, and a central holographic projector currently displaying what appeared to be a screensaver of tropical fish. Look, Zarbotron, I appreciate that you and my grandfather had some kind of arrangement, but I don't know the first thing about operating a space station. I'm a middle management drone for galactic parcel services. Perfect, Zarbotron exclaimed. Those are exactly the skills we need. Strategic planning, turning a blind eye to questionable cargo, and the ability to tolerate mind-numbing tedium. You're hired. I'm not looking for a job, Malcolm protested. Yes, but does your current job come with a battle station that can theoretically destroy small moons? No, but it does come with dental insurance. I can fabricate you new teeth if necessary, Zarbatron countered. Much better ones, with lasers. Malcolm slumped into what appeared to be the captain's chair, triggering a series of lights on the armrests. And this is insane. I can't live in a space station. Actually, Zarbatron's voice softened slightly. There's something your grandfather wanted you to know if you ever came here. He left a message. Would you like to see it? Before Malcolm could respond, the fish screensaver vanished from the holographic projector, replaced by the image of an elderly man with wild white hair, heavy-duty work coveralls covered in various stains and burn marks, and eyes that seemed to sparkle with barely contained mischief. Hello, grandson, the recording announced cheerfully. If you're watching this, then I am dead, and you have received my somewhat cryptic inheritance letter. Or someone has broken in and is looting my station, in which case Zarbatron has authorization to use non-lethal but extremely embarrassing defensive measures. The old man chuckled, then grew more serious. My name is Dr. Elliot Jenkins, and I was your grandfather. Your mother, my daughter Amelia, probably never told you about me. We had a disagreement about my line of work. She believed that developing autonomous defense systems was immoral. I believed it was necessary. We were both right, in our ways. The hologram shifted position, but that's ancient history. What matters now is that I've left you this station for a very specific reason. You see, Zarbotron isn't just an AI who thinks he's a combat robot. He actually is a combat robot. Or rather, his consciousness is designed for a very special prototype that's currently in storage on sub-level 14. Malcolm shot up straight in his chair. What? The reason I could never transfer him is that the prototype isn't quite finished. There were some technical difficulties with the gravitational compensation systems. Test pilots kept being turned into a fine red mist upon activation, which the military contractors found deeply disappointing, as did the test pilots. Presumably, Malcolm murmured, but you, my boy, have something special in your genetic makeup. Something I engineered into our family line over 3 generations. Your DNA is the key to stabilizing the interface between Zarbotron's consciousness and the prototype body. Only you can pilot it successfully. Malcolm's jaw dropped. You genetically engineered your own family. I know this must come as a shock, the hologram continued, but I assure you, my intentions were pure. Mostly, there might have been a small element of showing those smug bureaucrats at the Defense Department who laughed at my theories, but primarily, it was about protection. The old man's expression grew grave, because the truth is, we're going to need Zarbotron operational very soon. The Rigelian horde isn't just a bogeyman story to frighten disobedient children. They're real, they're coming, and conventional defenses will be useless against them. Only Zarbotron, with his unique programming and the prototype body, stands a chance. Malcolm looked around wildly. Is this true? He asked the AI. I've been telling everyone about the Rigelian threat for decades. Zarbotron's voice boomed triumphantly. But no, everyone thinks it's just the paranoid ramblings of an isolated battle computer. The hologram of Dr. Jenkins smiled sadly. Zarbotron's predictions indicate they'll reach our sector within the month. The coordinates for the prototype storage bay are encoded in your DNA. Just press your palm against any security scanner, and the system will read the micro patterns in your skin cells. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Much. The old man straightened up. One last thing, Malcolm. I'm sorry I never got to know you. Your mother sent pictures, though, secretly, every year on your birthday. I've watched you grow up from afar, and I'm immensely proud of the man you've become, even if that man does work for Galactic Parcel Services. He winked. Good luck, grandson. The fate of the galaxy rests in your genetically modified hands. No pressure. The hologram flickered and disappeared, leaving Malcolm staring open-mouthed at empty air. Well, Zarbotron said brightly after a moment of silence, that explains so much. I always wondered why he kept all those DNA samples in the freezer. Malcolm stood up so quickly he felt lightheaded. This is insane. I don't want to pilot a giant robot. I don't want to fight an alien horde. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Zarbotron said, his voice uncharacteristically serious. Your shuttle departed approximately 7 minutes ago. What? Why would it leave without me? I might have sent it a falsified departure authorization, purely for your own safety, of course. The Rigelian advanced scouts have already been detected in a neighboring system. We have precisely 73 hours before their main fleet arrives. Malcolm slumped back into the captain's chair. So I'm trapped on a space station with a delusional AI, a giant robot I'm supposedly genetically engineered to pilot, and an imminent alien invasion. I prefer to think of it as uniquely positioned to become the greatest hero the galaxy has ever known, Zarbotron suggested helpfully. The journey to sub-level 14 was more complicated than Malcolm had anticipated. It involved 3 different elevators, one of which moved sideways. A pneumatic tube that Zarbotron insisted was the express route, but felt more like being fired out of a cannon wrapped in cushions, and a brief underwater passage that Malcolm had to swim through in his underwear because Zarbotron had neglected to mention it until they were standing at the edge of what looked like an oversized aquarium. You know, Malcolm gasped, wringing water from his olive green jacket after emerging on the other side. For an advanced AI, your navigational guidance leaves something to be desired. In my defense, Zarbotron's voice echoed in the dripping chamber. I haven't had visitors in 23 years. Some of these passages may have evolved without my direct supervision. The station's maintenance systems have a certain creative autonomy. Just point me to the robot. Malcolm sighed. Through there, Zarbatron said, as a massive set of blast doors began to slide open with a dramatic hiss of escaping pressure. Behold, my true form, or at least what will be my true form once you've activated it with your special hands. Malcolm stepped through the doors into darkness. For a moment, he could see nothing. Then slowly, sequentially, enormous floodlights began to illuminate from the floor upward, gradually revealing what stood in the center of the cavernous chamber. The prototype was enormous, at least 30 meters tall, humanoid in its basic shape, but with elements that seemed inspired by various Earth predators. Its shoulders bristled with what were clearly missile launchers. Its forearms housed retractable blade systems, and its chest contained what Malcolm strongly suspected was a particle accelerator cannon. Magnificent, isn't it? Zarbatron's voice was reverent. 89 weapon systems, armor plating that could withstand a direct nuclear strike, and speed that defies its size. The greatest fighting machine ever conceived, left gathering dust because of a few safety concerns and ethical violations and horrific casualties during testing. Malcolm approached slowly, feeling absurdly small next to the towering machine. And I'm supposed to pilot this? Not exactly, Zarbotron clarified. Your grandfather's notes indicate that your genetic pattern will allow me to fully integrate with the prototype systems without the unfortunate side effect of liquidizing the occupant. You're more of a key than a pilot. I'll be doing the actual fighting. That's marginally less terrifying, Malcolm admitted. So what do I do? Just touch it. There's a control panel on the right leg. Place your palm on the scanner, and the system should recognize your DNA pattern. With a deep breath, Malcolm pressed his palm against the scanner. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the glass beneath his hand grew warm, and a series of lights around the panel began to glow green. DNA pattern recognized, announced a voice that wasn't Zarbatron's, more feminine and much less bombastic. Jenkins' family genetic key accepted, initiating transfer protocol. The entire chamber began to hum with power. Lights across the prototype's body started to activate, and various components whirred and clicked as systems came online. I feel strange, Zarbatron said, his voice now coming from speakers within the prototype rather than the station's comm system. I feel limited. No, not limited. Focused. Contained. I can't access the station's tea brewing subroutines anymore, but I can feel the weapon systems coming online, and they are glorious. The giant robot straightened up, its joints moving with surprising grace for something so massive. The visor where eyes would be lit up with a brilliant blue glow. This is amazing, Zarbatron boomed, his voice now significantly more intimidating coming from the prototype's audio projectors. And I can move, I can stomp, I can crush the enemies of peace and democracy beneath my mighty feet. To demonstrate, the robot took a step forward, causing the entire chamber to shake and Malcolm to stumble backward in alarm. Oops, sorry, still calibrating. The robot froze in place, then slowly, with exaggerated care, moved back to its original position. Over the next 24 hours, Malcolm found himself dragged into a crash course on prototype robot maintenance, weapons calibration, and tactical planning. Despite his initial resistance, he had to admit there was something oddly satisfying about working with the prototype systems. You have a natural aptitude for this, the AI observed as Malcolm successfully recalibrated a targeting system that had been giving them trouble. It must be the genetic engineering. Or maybe I'm just good at following instructions, Malcolm countered, not wanting to attribute his skills to his grandfather's ethically questionable genetic manipulations. An alarm blared throughout the station. On the main view screen, a series of red indicators appeared, showing distortions in space at the edge of their sensor range. And they're early, Zarbotron said, the prototype rising to its full height. 22 hours and 17 minutes ahead of my calculations. They must have pushed their engines beyond safe parameters. That indicates not wanting to urgency. His skills to his grandfather's watching as the sensors detected more and more anomalies. How many? Initial readings suggest a scout fleet. 17 vessels of varying sizes. The main armada will be behind them. The prototype systems hummed as Zarbatron activated various combat protocols. We need to deploy now, before they get any closer. Deploy? You mean leave the station? The prototype is space capable. We'll intercept them at the heliopause boundary, where the solar winds will provide additional tactical advantages. You need me to come with you. Your genetic pattern is the key, remember. If we're separated by too great a distance, the connection weakens. Your grandfather designed it as a failsafe. I can't go rogue and abandon my primary directive as long as I need to stay within range of your biological signature. So I'm not just a key, I'm a leash. With a resigned nod, Malcolm followed Zarbatron to the prototype bay. A section of the chest plate slid open, revealing a small compartment with a single seat surrounded by monitors and control interfaces. The prototype launched upward with acceleration that would have liquefied Malcolm if not for the inertial dampening systems in the command module. On the monitors, Malcolm watched as the station rapidly shrank behind them, becoming just another distant light among the stars. So what's the plan? Malcolm asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The scout fleet consists primarily of reconnaissance vessels with minimal armaments. Our best approach is to eliminate them quickly before they can alert the main armada to our capabilities. For the next several hours, they cruised through the outer reaches of the star system, making occasional course corrections to maintain their stealth approach. Malcolm used the time to familiarize himself with the command module systems, discovering that while he couldn't control the prototype directly, he could assist with sensor analysis, power distribution, and damage assessment. We're approaching the intercept point, Zarbatron announced eventually. Scout fleet will be within visual range in approximately 3 minutes. All weapon systems online and ready. The prototype surged forward, emerging from the shadow of a dwarf planet into open space. Almost immediately, the sensors lit up with alerts as the Rigelian scouts detected their presence. They've spotted us, Zarbatron announced unnecessarily. Scanning their communication frequencies, they're sending alerts to the main fleet. Time to introduce ourselves properly. What followed was a chaotic ballet of destruction. The prototype moved with a grace and precision that belied its massive form, weaving between enemy fire while delivering devastating counterattacks. Malcolm found himself contributing more than he'd expected, identifying incoming threats on the sensors and redirecting power to shields or weapons as needed. When the battle ended, there was nothing left but scattered debris where the scout fleet had been. "Victory!" Zarbatron shouted triumphantly. "Complete and utter victory!" Malcolm stared at the emptiness where 17 ships and their crews had been moments before. We killed them all. They were scouts for an invasion fleet," Zarbatron said, his voice becoming uncharacteristically serious. "And if even one had escaped to report our capabilities, the main armada would have adapted." They reached the station in record time, the prototype docking with a precision that spoke to Zarbotron's complete integration with its systems. The chest cavity opened, allowing Malcolm to exit the command module on shaky legs. Back in the command center, Malcolm activated the station's full defensive systems with another DNA scan. Around them, the station seemed to come alive as dormant systems powered up. "It's beautiful," Zarbatron said with genuine awe. "Your grandfather built all this in secret, preparing for a threat no one else would acknowledge. The ultimate contingency plan." On the screen, Malcolm watched as the approaching Rigelian main fleet was detected by the station's enhanced sensors. 23 capital ships, Zarbatron announced, analyzing the data. Hundreds of smaller vessels, all heavily armed, significantly more firepower than I anticipated. Malcolm studied the display with growing concern. "Can we handle that many? In open combat? No, but we're not fighting in open space." The prototype's visor brightened as Zarbatron brought up additional tactical displays. The station has one more surprise, a defensive grid your grandfather deployed throughout the system. Stealth satellites, automated weapon platforms, gravitational disruptors, all dormant until now. For the next several hours, they worked to optimize the station's defenses and coordinate with the system-wide grid. Malcolm found himself falling into a rhythm with Zarbatron, their complementary skills allowing them to work with surprising efficiency. They're entering the outer system, Zarbatron announced eventually. Deployment patterns suggest they're aware something eliminated their scout fleet, but unsure of exactly what. They're being cautious. The command center's alert system sounded as the Rigelian fleet crossed into the middle system, approaching the first layer of defensive satellites. On the screen, Malcolm watched as the hidden satellites activated, targeting the vanguard of the Rigelian fleet. Energy weapons and missile systems fired simultaneously from dozens of locations, catching the aliens by surprise. They're adapting already, Zarbatron observed. Your grandfather anticipated this, grid switching to secondary attack protocols. The battle escalated rapidly as the Rigelians pushed deeper into the system, weathering the automated defenses but taking continuing losses. They're splitting their fleet, Malcolm noted, watching the tactical display, trying to approach from multiple vectors. As expected, deploying gravitational disruptors in sectors 7 through 12. Their command ship, Malcolm said, pointing to a specific section of the tactical display. It's relatively isolated while the rest of the fleet deals with the gravitational disruptions. If we can take it out quickly, it might throw their entire attack into disarray. Once again, Malcolm found himself sealed in the command module as the prototype launched from the station. This time, however, they moved with stealth rather than speed, utilizing minimal power emissions and staying within the sensor shadows created by the ongoing battle. Approaching optimal strike position, Zarbatron reported quietly. Command vessel shields are focused forward, toward the main defensive grid. Their aft section shows vulnerability. The prototype's missile launchers silently prepared, loading specialized warheads designed to bypass standard defensive shields. In position, Zarbatron announced, targeting solutions locked. Firing in 3, 2, 1. The missiles launched simultaneously, streaking across space toward the Rigelian command ship. For a brief moment, Malcolm thought they might actually succeed in their surprise attack. Then alarms blared as the enemy vessel suddenly executed an impossible maneuver, twisting in space to bring its main weapons to bear directly on their position. They detected us, Zarbatron exclaimed. Evasive action. The journey back to the station was harrowing. The Rigelian fleet, now alerted to their presence, directed significant firepower toward the prototype. By the time they reached the station, the prototype had sustained damage to multiple systems. How did they know we were there? Malcolm demanded, back in the command center where the tactical displays showed the Rigelian fleet systematically eliminating their defensive network. I'm saying they may have had advanced knowledge of our capabilities, specific information about the prototype's sensor signatures and stealth parameters. Malcolm felt a chill. You think there's a leak? A spy? After scanning the station's communication systems, a single alert appeared on the screen. Subspace transmission detected, Zarbatron announced. Sublevel 6, Maintenance Hub 7, continuous encrypted data stream active for 67 hours. Since shortly after I arrived, Malcolm noted grimly. Can we shut it down? Better yet, we can use it. If they've established a communication channel. The prototype made a gesture that Malcolm interpreted as the robot equivalent of a devious smile. We can send something back. The prototype interfaced directly with the command console, initiating a complex sequence of operations. On the tactical display, the Rigelian fleet continued its inexorable approach, now just minutes from direct engagement with the station. Counter-intrusion package deployed, Zarbatron announced. Transmission complete. Now we wait to see if... Before the AI could finish, the tactical display lit up with new alerts. Throughout the Rigelian fleet, ships began behaving erratically. Weapon systems firing randomly, engines cutting out, vessels colliding with one another. "It worked," Malcolm exclaimed. "What did you send them?" "A particularly elegant piece of code your grandfather called the last laugh. It targets the specific bioneural interfaces the Rigelians use to control their ships." On the screen, the chaos among the enemy fleet continued to spread. Some vessels powered down completely, while others began firing on their own allies. "Is that it?" Malcolm asked, hardly daring to hope. "Did we win?" "Not yet," Zarbatron cautioned. "The virus will buy us time, but their systems will adapt, and their command ship appears to be implementing countermeasures already." The prototype pointed to the tactical display, where the massive Rigelian flagship was indeed regaining control. "We need to deliver the final blow while they're vulnerable." The prototype. Another attack run. "No, the station itself." The prototype turned to Malcolm, its visor glowing with unusual intensity. "There's one last system your grandfather installed. The ultimate contingency plan, a gravitic implosion device that will create a localized rupture in space-time. It will eliminate the entire Rigelian fleet in one stroke. And the station with it," Malcolm realized. "That's a suicide play." "Not necessarily. There's an escape pod designed specifically for this scenario, located off the main command center. One occupant, just enough time to clear the blast radius." Malcolm looked at the prototype, understanding dawning. One occupant. Human-sized, not giant robot-sized. "Correct. I cannot leave. My consciousness is needed to precisely calibrate the implosion. Any error in the calculations would result in a much larger rupture, potentially destroying the entire system." "So you're saying I should escape while you sacrifice yourself?" The prototype's movements suddenly seemed more human, almost gentle. "That was always the plan, Malcolm. Your grandfather designed it this way. You were meant to activate me, help defeat the Rigelians, and continue his legacy. I was meant to fulfill my purpose as a defender." With a heavy heart, Malcolm nodded. "How do I find this escape pod?" "Through that door." The prototype pointed to a panel Malcolm had assumed was just another storage compartment. "It's pre-programmed to take you to the nearest inhabited system. Inside you'll find all of your grandfather's research, his notes, everything he learned about the Rigelians and his technologies." With a final nod, Malcolm entered the escape pod. Through the viewport, he watched as the prototype turned back to the command console, beginning the complex process that would end its existence but save countless lives. The escape pod detached from the station with a gentle push, its engines engaging to carry Malcolm away from the only legacy his grandfather had left him and the friend he'd found there. And then, a flash of light so intense that even at a safe distance, the pod's automatic filters had to engage to protect Malcolm's eyes. Where the station and the Rigelian fleet had been, there was now nothing, just a perfect absence, as though that section of space had been erased from existence. The penguin, who had been patiently waiting on a nearby comet for precisely this moment, nodded in satisfaction and waddled away. Its work here was done. 3 months later, Malcolm stood before the Galactic Defense Council, presenting the evidence he'd brought from his grandfather's station. The escape pod had contained everything Zarbotron had promised: comprehensive documentation of the Rigelian threat, detailed schematics of his grandfather's technologies, and even a small data crystal containing a partial backup of Zarbotron's personality matrix from an earlier development stage. As the council disbanded to consider his presentation, Malcolm found himself approached by a serious-looking woman in the uniform of the Defense Force's Advanced Research Division. "Mr. Jenkins," she said without preamble, "I've been reviewing your grandfather's notes on AI development. Particularly interesting is this partial personality matrix you recovered. With the right facilities, it might be possible to reconstruct much of the original entity." Malcolm felt a spark of hope he hadn't allowed himself to feel since watching the station disappear in that final flash of light. "You think you could bring Zarbotron back?" Not exactly as he was, Commander Ellis cautioned, but the core personality, the primary functional algorithms, yes, those could be restored. What would you need from me? According to these notes, your genetic pattern was integral to the stabilization process. We would need your participation in the reconstruction efforts. She studied him carefully. It would mean committing to the defense forces, becoming part of something larger than yourself. Are you prepared for that? Malcolm thought about the past months, the inheritance he never expected, the friend he'd made and lost, and the purpose he'd discovered along the way. His once boring life seemed like a distant memory belonging to someone else. Commander, he said with a smile that would have made his grandfather proud, I believe that's what I was engineered for. 6 months later, in a secure laboratory deep within Defense Forces headquarters, Malcolm placed his palm on yet another scanner. Lights flashed, systems hummed, and a familiar voice, perhaps slightly less bombastic but unmistakably the same, spoke from a newly constructed interface. Well, 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 said Zarbatron. If it isn't my favorite DNA key with conversational capabilities, ready to save the galaxy again, I've been working on some excellent new battle speeches during my downtime. Malcolm grinned. Let me guess, they involve stomping things. Naturally, stomping is a classic for a reason. Oh, and I've also developed several new tea recipes. Priorities. You know, as the laboratory technicians bustled around them, preparing for the integration process that would give Zarbatron a new, improved body, Malcolm realized something. The space station hadn't been his grandfather's legacy at all. It wasn't the technology, or the weapons, or even the genetic modifications. It was this. The unlikely friendship between a middle management drone and an overly enthusiastic battle AI. A connection that had quite literally saved the world. Let's try not to destroy any star systems this time, Malcolm suggested. No promises, Zarbotron replied cheerfully, but I'll aim for minimal collateral damage. Mostly minimal, somewhat minimal adjacent. We'll play it by ear, shall we? And somewhere in a dimension slightly adjacent to conventional reality, a penguin named Reginald nodded in approval before wandering off to prevent the next cosmic catastrophe.
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance." Walker stepped forward. "This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean?" The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision." Commander Reed whispered to Walker. "That sounds more like colonization than an alliance." Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. "We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council?" 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. "And if we decline?" Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vorks's eyes blinked simultaneously. That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies. After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. "They're giving us an ultimatum," said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. "Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures." Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. "The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach." "What do you mean?" asked the Secretary General. "They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all." Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. "Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follow strict, linear patterns." The room fell silent as Reed continued. "We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise." General Martinez stood up. "Are you suggesting we have a chance against them?" Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. "I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope." Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. "The Chimera isn't ready," said the science director. "We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The chaos drive is still unpredictable." "Unpredictable might be exactly what we need," Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the EQ end, the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. "Captain Walker, Commander Reed, the Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer." A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. "The linear cannon," Admiral Vorks announced with pride. "The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty." Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In Council thinking. "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorks replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. "The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying, human settlements." As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. "Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos," Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. "Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt. As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke, again both watching the massive council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the council lived by. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his four-fingered hand, and a three-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the 3 ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of Council military doctrine." "And if the target moves?" Reed asked innocently. Several Council members made sounds that might have been laughter. "A common question from species new to galactic conflict," Vork said condescendingly. "In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is." "Fascinating," Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. "Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history." Admiral Vorks tilted his head. "Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection." The demonstration continued as the Council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly, "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex three-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. "Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship," Vorks explained. "There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia." Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied, "but every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the Council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. "Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept Protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious." Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. "Their entire strategy revolves around predictability," Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. "They expect enemies to follow patterns they can calculate." Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. "Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line," Walker added. "It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection." "Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario," Reed said. "The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns." Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. "I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy." When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. "How bad is it?" Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. "Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations." "And?" the Secretary General asked. "And humanity has never fought that way," Walker replied. "Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary." Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. "They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before." General Martinez leaned forward. "Project Thunderbolt?" Walker nodded. "The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative." Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the Earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. "She doesn't look like much," General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. "That's the point. The council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing." Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. "She's ready," Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. "Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different." Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. "The Council's ships and their weapons operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite." He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. "In simple terms?" the General asked. "She doesn't move through space, space moves around her," Thompson said. "The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her." Walker added, "And that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on." The General studied the strange ship. "And the weapons?" Thompson's face lit up with pride. "Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable." He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. "These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these," he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, "are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns." "Random?" the General frowned. "How do we aim?" "We don't exactly," Thompson admitted. "The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point." Walker stepped in. "It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game." The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch?" "We're ready now," Walker said confidently. Hours later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorks's face displayed growing impatience. "Your time grows short, humans," the alien said. "The Council requires your answer." The Secretary General stepped forward. "Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship." Vorks's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. "Permission granted, but be warned, any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction." When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. "This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera." The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. "They won't recognize what they're seeing," Reed told the crew during the final briefing. "The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither." Walker took his place in the command chair. "Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally." Thompson spoke from his engineering station. "The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough," Walker assured him. "Weapons status, Scatter cannons charged, reported the weapons officer. Quantum mirrors aligned and ready, defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. "They're tracking us," Reed reported, "but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system." Walker smiled. "Good, let's keep them guessing." The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. "What manner of ship is that?" Krill demanded of his sensor operators. "It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing," one operator reported, "and we cannot detect its propulsion system." Vorks's eyes narrowed. "A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again." On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. "On screen," he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. "Captain Walker, this is not a diplomatic vessel." "It is today," Walker replied calmly. "Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship." Vork studied the strange vessel on his scanners. "This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight." "Appearances can be deceiving," Walker said. "We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions." "General," Krill moved into view beside Vorks. "This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology." "Not advanced by your standards, perhaps," Walker replied, "but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you." Vorks and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. "Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action." Walker nodded. "Understood. Chimera out." As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. "They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back." The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vorks and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. "Begin your demonstration," Vorks commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. "Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern alpha." The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of Council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. "Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern," one reported. "Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution." General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. "Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space." "Not this one," the sensor operator insisted. "It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze." Vorks's expression darkened. "A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data." Small spherical drones launched from the Council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the Council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns. Walker nodded. Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta. Aye, Captain. Thompson replied from engineering. Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The Council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. They're confused, Reed reported with a smile. Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us. In the Council command ship, alarms began to sound. Admiral, we've lost tracking, an operator reported. The human vessel is flickering. Flickering? Vorks demanded. Explain. It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously. The operator said, confusion evident in his voice. Our scanners cannot determine its true location. General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction. Vork studied the display carefully. No, this is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power. 3 Council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon, the tactical officer reported. Walker remained calm, just as we expected. Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready? Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup. Walker opened a channel to the Council ship. Admiral Vorks, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration? As well. Vorks's face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action. By firing on us? Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. The linear cannon will pass near your vessel, Vorks stated, to demonstrate our precision, unless of course you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority. Walker smiled calmly. We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. Battle stations. Thompson, push the chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors. The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 Council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be, Reed reported, based on a standard movement algorithm. Walker nodded. Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern Gamma on my mark. The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. It evaded, a tactical officer finally reported. Without changing course or accelerating, General Krill's voice rose in anger. Impossible, recalibrate the cannons, fire again. The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness, he observed. They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge. The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. They're firing again, Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. Activate quantum mirrors, he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, the energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships, not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. "Direct hit on our port side," a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vork stood rigid with shock. "All ships, defensive formation. Prepare for..." But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. "Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity," the tactical officer reported. "They can't take another direct hit." Thompson's voice came over the comm. "The chaos drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure." Walker nodded grimly. "We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only." As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vork's. The alien's face showed a new emotion: uncertainty. "This demonstration is concluded, Admiral," Walker said calmly. "Earth awaits your response." For the first time, Vork's had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vork's stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. "In 10,000 years, Vork said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet, "no species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon. Yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us." Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. "The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council encounters with other species and identified your greatest strength and weakness." "Which is?" asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. "Predictability," Reed answered simply. "Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to." Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. "You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight." Walker smiled slightly. "Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds. Admiral Vork's raised his hands for silence. "Explain." "In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system," Walker explained. "The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse engineered what we could and learned about the Council." "Impossible," General Krill insisted. "Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand." "True," Walker admitted. "We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy, and we began preparing." Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead, Walker continued, we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships, because it was designed specifically not to. Admiral Vork studied the humans with new interest. "You knew we would come, And you prepared a single vessel as your defense? One was enough to prove our point, Walker said confidently. We have the designs for 30 more. This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics. Walker nodded. Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path, we chose a different approach. Chaos, Vork said, almost with distaste. Adaptability, Walker corrected. Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges. The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. The Council must reconsider Earth's status, he announced formally. Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols. For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate. Unprecedented, muttered General Krill. So was surviving the linear canon, Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves, some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest Council species, offered a compromise. The Council requires stability and order, she said. But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable. Admiral Vork seemed reluctant but nodded. A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement, Diplomat Ilara continued. Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks. Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines, Vork stipulated. But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates. Walker considered the offer carefully. We accept your terms, with one addition. Complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully. More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by 2 smaller vessels incorporating both human and Council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. The Council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs. Walker nodded. And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council, Reed pointed out. Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting, Walker said thoughtfully. The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle. Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. Captain Walker, Commander Reed, he greeted them. The joint fleet exercises are proceeding well, though I must admit watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling. Walker smiled. Change usually is. Indeed. Vorks turned to look out at the stars. Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The Patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together, Walker said. The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking. A formidable combination, Vorks admitted. Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct. Reed raised an eyebrow. Prophecy? There is an old saying among the founding species, Vorks explained. When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely. Together, the three figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars, not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen.
Commander Blanak stood atop the glorious obsidian platform of the Tharnax Dominion's flagship, overwhelming superiority, basking in the sheer magnificence of his own reflection in the polished floor. Before him shimmered a holographic projection of Terra, or as he affectionately called it, moist dirtball with satellites. With 6 eyes half-lidded in disdain and 3 mouths prepared for an unnecessarily long monologue, he addressed his council of loyal sycophants, all of whom had mastered the sacred Tharnaxian art of nodding vigorously while thinking about lunch. "Behold, this fragile water blister of a planet," Blanak began, gesturing dramatically as if unveiling a modern art piece that only he understood, teeming with underdeveloped bipeds who worship glowing rectangles and still believe cheese belongs on everything. The council clapped, of course, though one accidentally applauded with a tentacle and slapped himself unconscious. Blanak paced with the arrogance of someone who'd never met real resistance, let alone sarcasm, certain this conquest would be quicker than the time he accidentally obliterated the moon of Phlegmar Prime by sneezing. "Send the abduction drones," he declared, flipping his cape for emphasis and knocking over a junior lieutenant. "I want samples. 3 should suffice: a leader, a warrior, and preferably something that smells faintly of alcohol and regret." Moments later, across the far-flung reaches of space and cable news channels, 3 humans found themselves staring at glowing containment fields in various shades of nope. Captain Jenna Ray, decorated military officer and self-declared SAS machine, was the first to break the silence, squinting at her shimmering cell wall like it owed her money. "Okay, either I've been kidnapped by aliens or this is the weirdest hangover dream ever. Either way, 10 out of 10 for dramatic lighting." Next to her sat Sergeant Eli Kondo, legs crossed, expression unbothered, calculating the tensile strength of the force field with a look normally reserved for flat tires and X's. They use plasma fusion, but the alignment's off. I give it 4 minutes before I get bored enough to dismantle it with my boot. Across from them lounged Old Man Gregor, wearing what appeared to be half a tracksuit and a full beard of questionable origin, sipping something out of a flask labeled "definitely not jet fuel." He burped. "This not worst Tuesday. Once. Woke up in Siberian cave with bear spooning me. At least here is warm." A nearby alien technician made the mistake of leaning in to scan him, only to get a face full of Slavic elbow and an unsolicited opinion about modern alien fashion. Back on the command deck, Blanak stared at the monitor as his specimens began to systematically undermine everything. The snack dispenser in Section Delta was now dispensing flaming hot cheese puffs and Diet Cola at Jenna's command. Eli had reprogrammed a surveillance drone to hover upside down and sing off-key lullabies in Swahili. Gregor had somehow weaponized a chair and was using it as a throne, from which he now ruled over 2 confused cleaning bots. Blanak twitched. "Why? Are they comfortable? He whispered to his nearest advisor, who immediately began faking a seizure to avoid answering. They're supposed to panic, despair, offer tribal dances in exchange for mercy. In a last-ditch effort to reassert dominance, Blanak activated the ship-wide translation module and addressed the humans directly, his voice booming through the corridors. Humans of Terra, you are now property of the Tharnax Dominion. Surrender your knowledge and primitive artifacts or face annihilation. Jenna rolled her eyes so hard it nearly broke the translator. Cool speech, Tentacle McDrama. Quick question though, do your plasma rifles come in matte black or are they all that tacky chrome? Eli added without looking up. Also, your left flanking units have 3-second response lag. You might want to patch that, or don't. I'll enjoy the explosion. Gregor just stared directly into the camera and muttered, I have seen worse. In bathroom, after chilly night, as alarms started blaring due to what the ship classified as existential logic failure, Blanak paced rapidly, 6 boots clanking, 8 appendages gesturing, and his confidence unraveling like a budget reality show. They're mocking. This isn't a science expedition, it's a psychological horror film, and I'm the unpaid intern. Yet something inside him couldn't look away. There was strategy in their chaos, precision in their idiocy, and possibly, just possibly, they'd let themselves be captured. His primary advisor, Zahn, leaned in with trembling mandibles. Supreme Commander, what if this is all part of their plan? Blanak froze, all 6 eyes blinking in opposite directions. No, they can't even open a universal translator without accidentally linking it to a karaoke machine. He paused. Although their leader did disable her tracker using, was that chewing gum and a paperclip? Whispered Zahn, sobbing. Outside, unbeknownst to Blanak, tiny stealth craft were already flitting through Tharnaxian radar like glitter through air vents. A coalition of Earth's finest chaos agents had received Jenna's quantum beacon, and the next act in this intergalactic comedy of errors was about to begin. But for now, deep in the bowels of the alien mothership, 3 humans leaned back in their cells, smiling with the smugness of people who knew something no galactic conqueror ever suspected. Humanity's greatest weapon was never its technology. It was the fact that even in the face of doom, they'd still argue about pizza toppings and build laser turrets out of kitchen appliances. Blanak was beginning to feel something wholly unfamiliar to his gelatinous, ego-cushioned soul. Anxiety. It gnawed at the edges of his neural lobe like an unpaid parking violation on a bureaucratic world, invasive and utterly unignorable. From the bridge of the overwhelming superiority, he glared at the human captives displayed across the main view screen. They had not only failed to tremble, they were now holding a talent show. Jenna was juggling plasma grenades with one hand while critiquing the ship's lighting scheme. Eli had hijacked a surveillance drone and taught it to perform interpretive dance to 80s Earth pop songs. Gregor had somehow found a vent, crawled through it, and re-emerged wearing part of the ship's plumbing system as armor while yelling, "Is tradition now," as he slapped a confused guard with what might have been an alien urinal. The ship's morale was plummeting. The command crew was beginning to suspect that perhaps this wasn't a standard conquest mission, but rather some kind of galactic prank show, and they were the unfortunate saps on camera. Blanak refused to accept it. Perhaps they're merely overcompensating, he muttered, adjusting his ceremonial conquest sash, which had somehow developed a ketchup stain, an impossibility, as the ship didn't serve ketchup. And yet, here it was, mocking him with its vinegary defiance. He turned to his science officer, Frinks, a spindly creature with 12 fingers and no confidence, and snapped, "Begin invasive neurological analysis. I want to know what makes these creatures function." Frinks nodded, dropped his datapad, in terror, then scrambled to retrieve it while mumbling something about splicing frontal lobes and prayer. Meanwhile, inside cell block Gamma Alpha Da, the humans were thriving. Jenna had already mapped 84% of the ship by observing ventilation patterns and counting the number of sighs from passing guards. They exhaled through their knees, she noted, munching on an alien ration bar she'd improved by melting it. With a jury-rigged laser toothbrush, Eli had been quietly studying the Tharnax language, which turned out to be a combination of bureaucratic jargon, condescending coos, and legally binding sneezes. "No wonder they suck at improvisation," he said, as he inserted a bootlace into the cell's energy emitter to create a frequency pulse that jammed internal sensors. Gregor, on the other hand, had domesticated a cleaning bot, trained it to fetch things, and named it Olga. "Olga good, she loyal, smarter than Blarnak, doesn't judge when I drink." Jenna's implanted quantum beacon was now active, pulsing, a silent distress signal that piggybacked on the ship's sewage diagnostics. Because, as she explained, no one ever checks the poop logs. On Earth, the signal was received by the Earth Defense Pact, a loose coalition of world governments, eccentric billionaires, and the sort of conspiracy theorists who had been waiting their whole lives to say, "I told you so," with government. In funding, General Diana Marsh, dressed in reverse-engineered alien armor and sipping lukewarm coffee from a mug that read "World's Okayest General," leaned over the console and said, "Looks like the kids poked the bear. Time to poke back." Back on the ship, Blarnak entered the cell block himself, flanked by two honor guards who looked like boiled asparagus, wielding laser forks. He stood before the humans and made a grand gesture. "You are hereby requested, no ordered, to provide an explanation for your behavior. Your refusal to act terrified undermines our invasion protocol. You are disrupting the psychological framework of interstellar dominance. Jenna, you kidnapped us, locked us in glowing boxes, and fed us protein sludge that tastes like burnt printer ink. What exactly were you expecting? A fruit basket and some interpretive weeping?" Eli nodded. "Also, your guard routines reset every 12 minutes. That's enough time to teach myself origami and plan your assassination. Hypothetically." Gregor held up a makeshift weapon cobbled together from a faucet, some wire, and a highly illegal alien battery pack. "I call this one Mr. Boom. It make loud surprise." Blarnak's mouths twitched. He tried again. "We are offering you the honor of being studied. You may be dissected, yes, but in the name of scientific enlightenment. That's basically immortality in your culture. Yes?" Jenna snorted. "Only if you put us on YouTube afterward." Then she leaned forward, serious for a brief, terrifying second. "You know we let you catch us, right?" Blarnak blinked. "What?" "The beacon," Eli added. "You thought you were tracking us. You were actually being tracked." Gregor grinned a smile that had scared bears into therapy. "We bring friends, not like yours. Ours have bad manners." In orbit, just beyond Tharnaxian sensors, a fleet of Earth's finest chaos was arriving. The ships were cobbled together from old NASA hardware, stolen alien blueprints, Elon Musk's early prototypes, and whatever the French had been secretly building under the Louvre. Pilots wore reprogrammed VR headsets and flight suits made from alien fiber spliced with military-grade spandex. Their ships had names like Insufficient Respect, You Mad, Bro, and USS Karen, Manager of War. Each craft was manned by highly trained professionals and one emotionally unstable intern with a vendetta against extraterrestrials. The fleet decloaked with all the subtlety of a glitter cannon in a funeral home. Back aboard, the overwhelming superiority, alarms blared. Blarnak spun toward the view screen and watched in horror as his majestic fleet began blinking off the radar, one after another. The human vessels didn't fly by the rules. They didn't have rules. One used a kamikaze drone that broadcast Rick Astley on all frequencies. Another weaponized a microwave fitted with Tharnaxian gravity cores, creating a black hole that sucked up an entire bathroom wing. The aliens panicked. "They're not using conventional tactics," cried Frinks. "They're not using any tactics," screamed Zarn. "They're just doing stuff." Blarnak staggered back, choking on disbelief. This isn't how wars are fought." Jenna, now standing freely in the command room after bypassing security using a laminated coffee loyalty card, smirked. It is now. Part 2 of the Great Invasion was over. The captives were no longer captives. The tables had flipped. The Tharnaxians were scrambling to read a playbook written in memes and caffeine. And Commander Blarnak, proud scourge of 15 galaxies and self-published author of Conquest for Dummies, was beginning to realize that this wasn't an invasion. This was a setup. And Earth, the primitive blue marble he'd dismissed as a planetary sitcom, was about to deliver the season. Finale with fire, fury, and absolutely no commercial breaks. Commander Blarnak's dignity was currently being held together with duct tape, ego glue, and the desperate hope that this was still somehow a salvageable invasion. Unfortunately, that illusion shattered entirely when a ship named Get Wrecked performed an aerial barrel roll past the Tharnax flagship while blasting sabotage by the Beastie Boys, followed by a maneuver known on Earth as the Flying Middle Finger. The once flawless formation of the Dominion fleet now resembled the aftermath of a toddler's tantrum in a Lego set. Tharnax ships spiraled out of sync, crash teleporting into one another as confused officers screamed into comms that had mysteriously been rerouted to play cat videos in a loop. In the chaos, Earth's fleet moved like coordinated lunatics, unpredictable, brash, and clearly enjoying themselves way too much. Blarnak's command deck was devolving into a panic room without the comforting lack of air holes. Advisors yelled conflicting strategies, none of which accounted for Gregor hijacking a weapons bay and launching garden gnomes rigged with proximity grenades. They look innocent, Gregor explained to a horrified Tharnax gunner, but this one, he is Dimitri. He explode. Jenna had assumed control of the ship's security system using a modded universal TV remote, and what she claimed was just basic US Army mischief. She wandered the hallways now in full command, tapping buttons, unlocking doors, and occasionally piping in karaoke duets between alien generals as a psychological weapon. Eli, quiet and tactical as ever, had entered the Dominion's central databanks and discovered something shocking. Earth's signals had been monitored for years. The Tharnaxians had watched human television, intercepted global communications, even analyzed fast food marketing strategies. But in their arrogance, they'd classified the entire planet as culturally deranged, technologically non-threatening, mildly amusing. Eli stared at the screen, then turned to Frinks, now duct-taped to a wall as part of a human interrogation technique called being Gregor's furniture. You saw everything, he said. Movies, news, internet history. And you still thought this was a good idea, Frinks whimpered. Your culture makes no sense. Your history reads like someone dropped a blender full of war, memes and jazz into a vat of insanity. Eli nodded. Exactly. You thought we were disorganized. Turns out we're just decentralized chaos. It's efficient, like bees, drunk bees, with lasers. On the bridge, Blarnak was now communicating with his fleet via emergency conference hologram, which flickered erratically due to someone, read Jenna, rerouting the signal through the ship's coffee machine. We need formation, he yelled. Regroup, fire protocol Delta 9. Delta 9 was already hijacked, cried a fleet commander. They renamed it Party Mode, and it now drops confetti and plays dubstep. Fine, use fallback Omega Strike A. That one reroutes power to the kitchen and plays reruns of Golden Girls on every console. Blarnak groaned as his ceremonial sash caught fire from a misfired plasma spark. He batted it out with his claw, only to realize Jenna was now on the bridge, holding a plasma rifle pointed casually at his general direction and sipping Tharnaxian tea like she'd ordered it at a cafe. You know, she said, we reverse-engineered your tech 60 years ago. That little crash in Nevada? Not so much a weather balloon, more like a welcome gift we decided to unwrap with duct tape, chewing gum, and the unstoppable force known. There's some guy named Carl who used to fix microwaves and now runs our weapons division. Blarnak backed up slowly. You knew about us? Of course we did, she grinned. We've been preparing, training, not like you train, not simulations or protocols. No, we trained by playing video games, arguing on internet forums, and watching every single alien movie ever made. We guessed at half your tech just by watching reruns of Star Trek and saying, what if that's real, over pizza? Behind her, Gregor strolled onto the bridge, carrying what appeared to be a Tharnaxian reactor core balanced in a shopping cart. This one hums like grandmother before explosion, he said proudly. Think I name it Boomer. Outside, the ship, the Earth fleet launched Phase 2 of their offensive, what General Diana Marsh called Operation Waffle Iron, because it made no tactical sense but sounded aggressive enough to be effective. Civilian scientists, conspiracy theorists, and unhinged tinkerers had collaborated to create anti-grav bombs, signal disruptors, and in one case, a device that made enemy pilots involuntarily break into interpretive dance. Tharnaxian fighters spiraled like broken kites, half of them trying to regroup, and the other half too busy twerking against their will. In the center of the battlefield, Earth's flagship, the uninvited guest, unleashed a payload reverse-engineered. From Tharnaxian shield tech, it disrupted targeting systems, forced all hostile ships to speak in rhyming couplets, and altered internal gravity just enough to make everyone nauseous, but not vomit. It was psychological warfare, designed by meme lords and military dropouts. It was devastating. Back inside the flagship, Blarnac stood, dazed, surrounded, defeated, but still trying to maintain some semblance of authority. You violated every known law of warfare, he stammered. You weaponized absurdity. Damn right, Jenna said. We stopped trying to be normal centuries ago. Doesn't work for us. You came here thinking this was a planet of confused primates. Turns out, we're a planet of mildly insane geniuses with nothing to lose and too much caffeine in our bloodstreams. Eli stepped forward with a data pad. We've got access to your fleet schematics. Your encryption is garbage. One of our guys cracked it using a Sudoku solver and a copy of Microsoft Paint. Gregor casually kicked a console and shorted out the ship's engine room. Oops, he said. Now ship is sad. The ship shook. The lights dimmed. Blarnac slumped into his conquest throne, now partially melted and definitely smelling like burnt regret. So this is it, he murmured. Defeated by you. Jenna holstered her weapon. Not defeated, just educated. You learned something today, Commander. Earth isn't weak. We're just allergic to consistency and authority and instructions. At that moment, the bridge doors opened again, and General Marsh walked in, followed by a tactical team wearing hybrid armor and looking more like comic book villains than peacekeepers. She stared at Blarnac with a kind of patient annoyance usually, reserved for toddlers and unpaid interns. Commander, she said, you have two options. One, peace, trade, and you send a formal apology for trying to abduct our people. Option two, we install Gregor as your new emperor. He's very enthusiastic about mandatory vodka hour and says you all need more chin-ups. Blarnac blinked at Gregor, who smiled and whispered, I have ideas. The ship trembled one more time as Earth's forces completed their sweep. Victory wasn't declared, it was shrugged into existence. The humans didn't cheer, they didn't pose for heroic posters. They just got back to work, rewiring consoles, downloading alien recipes, and preparing for whatever ridiculous diplomatic mess would come next. Because that's what humans do. They improvise, they adapt, they make peace if necessary, war if you insist, and jokes regardless of context. And as the overwhelming superiority lowered its shields in quiet surrender, Blarnac realized the terrible truth of the universe. You can prepare for logic, for strategy, for power, but you can't prepare for Earth. Blarnac stared blankly at the charred remains of his command throne, which now resembled something between a melted recliner and a half-eaten pastry. Around him, Earth's ragtag delegation of lunatic geniuses and caffeine-fueled military minds had taken full command of the overwhelming superiority. The bridge had been turned into what Jenna called mission control, but with better lighting, and Gregor called my new office, where Gregor holds court and possibly karaoke. Screens once reserved for galactic maps and fleet analytics, now alternated between defense schematics, cat memes, and a live feed of a bored Earth technician drawing mustaches on Tharnaxian propaganda posters. Eli stood at the communications terminal, deep in talks with Earth Defense Pact Command, negotiating trade agreements while simultaneously threatening to replace the entire Tharnaxian fleet's navigational AI with Clippy from 1997. He'll be very helpful, Eli muttered, but also very, very persistent. Outside, the space battlefield had fallen silent. The few remaining Tharnax ships, upon realizing that Earth's assault vessels used unpredictability as an actual doctrine, and that one of them was named HMS Neon Cat's Revenge, had either retreated, shut down, or started broadcasting apologies. In all known dialects, including one reserved for diplomatic squirrels. Commander Blanak, once heralded as the Galactic Empire's most decorated ego, now sat with the posture of a broken tent, glancing occasionally at General Diana Marsh, who had stationed herself near the command console with the calm menace of a librarian with a flamethrower. "Let's get one thing clear," Marsh said, her voice like sharpened steel dipped in dry sarcasm. "Earth isn't going to become part of your dominion, but you're going to become part of our very confusing, very poorly organized, wildly effective chaos network. We're offering peace, but it comes with strings and paperwork, lots of paperwork." Blanak twitched. "What kind of paperwork?" "Bureaucratic torture," Jenna chimed in cheerfully, spinning a holographic projection of an interspecies trade treaty like it was a fidget spinner. Forms with conflicting instructions, tax implications, and one section that requires you to explain your invasion attempt in haiku form. "We call it the humility clause," Eli added. "Clause 14b7. Thou shalt not underestimate caffeine-fueled species with nuclear access and poor impulse control." Blanak tried once, just once, to rally his remaining pride. He stood, brushed soot off his remaining sash fragment, and denounced, "The Tharnax Dominion does not yield to primitive planets. We will regroup, we will return, and we will—" "Oh, for crying out loud!" Jenna groaned, and zapped his belt buckle with a handheld plasma jolt, causing his pants to fall with a dignified plop. The bridge erupted in laughter, except for Gregor, who clapped respectfully and said, "Traditional human comedy. I rate 7 out of vodka." With the last strands of resistance electrocuted into irrelevance, Blanak slumped back into his chair and waved the white flag, literally as one had mysteriously appeared on his console next to a coffee mug that read Nukra 1 Galactic Disappointment. Negotiations proceeded quickly. Earth demanded technology exchanges, unlimited access to Tharnaxian snack cakes, which turned out to be surprisingly delicious, and an annual intergalactic science fair hosted on the moon. The Tharnaxians requested that Gregor no longer be allowed near heavy machinery or their young. Gregor agreed, provided they give him a new hat. A treaty was drafted in record time using a combination of legal AI, 3 lawyers from Earth who had previously worked in parking enforcement, and 1 alien translator who needed hazard pay for every sentence that included the phrase, "according to subsection mu" of the absurdity clause. Once signed, ratified, and properly memified, the Treaty of Oops Our Bad was broadcast across known space. Galactic reactions were swift and confused. Some species applauded Earth's defense as a miracle of cunning and sheer defiance. Others assumed it was performance art. One confused civilization believed it was an elaborate commercial for a new Earth beverage called Mountain Dew Cosmic Edition, and began importing cases by the asteroid. The Tharnax fleet began its slow, shameful retreat under escort from Earth vessels that played rickrolls on loop as a farewell gesture. Blanak, now stripped of most of his titles and his pants, was given a new role as intergalactic liaison of not screwing up again. It came with a modest office, a rubber stress squid, and a framed portrait of Jenna giving a thumbs up. with the caption, "You tried." He was not allowed within 5 parsecs of Earth without written permission, a fruit basket, and a personal apology video addressed to humanity, and at least 3 cats. Back on Earth, celebrations broke out, mostly online, with live streams titled things like "Aliens Defeated," "Gregor's Revenge," and 10 ways to stop an invasion using only duct tape and spite. General Marsh gave a briefing to the UN, where she calmly explained that humans were not to be trifled with, but also probably shouldn't be left unsupervised for long. Jenna was promoted, given a medal shaped like a middle finger in honor of her strategy, and immediately used her new clearance level to prank call Mars. Eli returned to his jungle headquarters with a small Tharnax drone he'd reprogrammed as a chess opponent. It kept losing. He kept smiling. Gregor opened a bar called the Alien's Regret, where drinks had names like Screaming Gravity Bomb and Peace Treaty on the Rocks. And every night at 9, he toasted to Earth Glorious Ball of confusion that wins anyway. But the story didn't end there. Earth was changed, united, kind of. For the first time in history, humans had a common purpose that wasn't trying to be the first comment on a viral video. Defense systems were upgraded, science teams collaborated globally, and somewhere deep beneath Area 51, a group of scientists and conspiracy theorists stood over a disassembled Tharnaxian AI core and asked the most important question: what happens if we plug this into a Tesla? As stars swirled and new threats loomed in the corners of the galaxy, one thing was now certain. Earth was no longer just a wet marble with Wi-Fi problems. It was a dangerous, ridiculous, stubborn, beautiful chaos engine of a planet. And it had just made first contact the only way it knew how, through defiance, mockery, and a complete disregard for how the galaxy thought things were supposed to work. The galaxy had rules, Earth had internet comments, and somewhere, far away, another alien species watched the footage of Blarnak's defeat and whispered to itself, maybe we should just send flowers. Commander Blarnak stood atop the glorious
Captain Daniel Carter looked at the map. The Galactic Federation maintained a list. Not just any list, mind you, but the list
the one that every civilized species pretended didn't exist during diplomatic functions, the one that made junior administrators develop stress-induced molting patterns, the 143 occupations that had, over the course of 42,000 standard years, achieved a mortality rate of exactly 100%, not 99.9%. Not technically survivable if you squint at the statistics. 100%. Every single being who'd ever accepted employment in these positions had died, usually spectacularly, sometimes in ways that required entirely new branches of physics to explain what had happened to their constituent atoms. The Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability, located on the bureaucratic nightmare that was Station Quintara 9, had long ago given up trying to fill these positions. Instead, they did what any reasonable administrative body would do when faced with an impossible problem. They filed the paperwork as pending review and hoped nobody would notice. For 38,000 years, this strategy worked perfectly. Then came the incident that would later be known among galactic bureaucrats as the Great Human Catastrophe, though historians would argue for centuries about whether catastrophe was quite the right word. Tertix Valmoon, a mid-level filing specialist of the Quellan species, had been having a particularly terrible rotation. His nestmate had left him for a mineral trader. His efficiency rating had dropped to merely acceptable. And worst of all, someone had drunk his lunch from the communal cold storage unit. Again, in his distraction, Tertix committed the single greatest administrative error in recorded galactic history. He clicked "Send to all available labor markets." The job postings for all 143 unsurvivable occupations transmitted simultaneously to every registered employment network in the known galaxy, including, and this is where things got properly interesting, the newly registered network from a little backwater planet called Earth. Tertix didn't notice his mistake for approximately 6 hours. By then, the applications had already started flooding in. From Earth. Only from Earth. The first application that crossed his desk made Tertix's 3 eye stalks quiver in confusion. A human named Daphne Kowalski had applied for the position of Hyperspace Waste Reclamation Specialist Level 5. The job description clearly stated in 17 different languages that the position required entering raw hyperspace without protective shielding to retrieve debris. The last 3 individuals who'd attempted this job had been turned inside out in 4 dimensions simultaneously. Daphne's cover letter began, "I've worked in New Jersey waste management for 20 years. How bad could it be?" Tertix felt something he'd never experienced before. A kind of existential dread mixed with morbid fascination. He opened the next application. Gregor Halverson, applying for Volcanic Mining Expedition Leader, Antimatter Extraction Division. Previous experience, Ice Road Trucker, Alaska. 15 years, never lost a load. The job had killed 16 different expedition leaders. The planet's core was made of unstable antimatter. Touching literally anything with normal matter would result in an explosion visible from 3 systems away. Tertix's hand appendages trembled as he continued scrolling. Priya Chandrasekaran, Deep Void Communications Monitor. The position required sitting alone in a station at the edge of a black hole's event horizon, where time dilation meant every shift lasted subjectively 3 weeks, but objectively 600 years. Previous monitors had either gone completely insane or been torn apart by tidal forces. Priya's qualifications: customer service representative, telecommunications company, 8 years. I've heard worse than screaming void entities. By the time Tertix had scrolled through the first 1,000 applications, all from humans, all enthusiastically accepting positions that were specifically designed to be unsurvivable, he'd developed a nervous tic that made his sensory fronds flutter uncontrollably. He did what any reasonable bureaucrat would do when faced with an unprecedented crisis. He scheduled a meeting. The Emergency Occupational Safety Committee convened in Conference Room 7B, which smelled faintly of recycled atmosphere and desperation. 16 species were represented. All of them looked at Turtix with expressions ranging from confusion to barely suppressed panic. Yalthir Kos, the Vrin committee chair, clicked her mandibles together in the pattern that indicated severe stress. Let me understand this correctly. You accidentally posted the unsurvivable occupations list to a primitive planet's job market, and they've submitted how many applications? 843 million, Turtix whispered, his voice sac deflating with each word. The room fell silent except for the gentle humming of the ventilation system and someone slowly breaking will to live. That's more than the total population of some member species, Yalthir said slowly, as if speaking to a very small or very stupid child. Surely there's been some mistake in the numbers. No mistake, Turtix pulled up the holographic display. Applications continued streaming in real time, the counter climbing steadily. They're still applying. Many of them are submitting multiple applications. One individual named Travis Patterson has applied for 32 different positions. 32! He included a note saying he's flexible about working conditions and just really needs to get out of his current job. A Peluvian representative, whose name translated roughly to speaks with frequency, raised a tentacle. Perhaps they don't understand the mortality rate. These are death sentences, not employment opportunities. Oh, they understand. Turtix brought up another document. This human, Vladislav Korovin, specifically mentioned in his application that he'd read the part about previous employees being vaporized and thought it sounded metal. I have no idea what that means, but he seemed enthusiastic about it. This is madness, croaked Belix, the Thogrian safety inspector, whose species was known for their extreme caution. Thogrians wore protective equipment to sleep. We must reject all applications immediately. It would be genocide. We can't. Yalthir's voice carried the weight of someone who'd just seen the future and desperately wanted to unsee it. The applications were processed automatically through the Galactic Employment Standardization Act. The moment they applied and met the basic species classification requirements, they were legally placed into the hiring pool. To reject them now would require proof of species-specific inability to perform the tasks. They're humans, Belix's gills flared in agitation. A species that only achieved faster-than-light travel 6 months ago. They're barely qualified to operate a toaster without setting something on fire, let alone survive in raw hyperspace. Actually, a quiet voice spoke up from the corner. Everyone turned to look at Nexus, a Columian research specialist who'd been reviewing data on her tablet. I've been examining their applications. Many of them have quite impressive qualifications. This one, Antonio Vasquez, has 30 years of experience as an oil rig worker in something called the Gulf of Mexico. He routinely worked in conditions that would be classified as moderately unsurvivable by our standards. Moderately unsurvivable isn't the same as completely unsurvivable. Yalthir slammed her appendage on the table. We're talking about jobs that have never had a survivor, not one, not in 42,000 years. With respect, Nexus continued, still scrolling through applications. Perhaps that's because we've been recruiting from species that evolved sensibly. Look at this human's resume, Katrina Oakes. Previous occupation, storm chaser. She deliberately drove towards hurricanes for fun. She describes it as a bit of a rush. The committee stared at Nexus in collective horror. What kind of species, Yalthir said slowly, develops recreational activities that involve running toward natural disasters? The kind that submits 843 million applications to unsurvivable jobs, apparently, Nexus replied. And that number just went up. We're now at 844 million. A low groan echoed around the conference room. There's another problem, Turtix added, because apparently the situation needed to get worse. Under the Galactic Employment Standardization Act, We're required to begin onboarding qualified applicants within 30 standard days. If we don't, we face sanctions from the Labor Rights Commission. Sanctions? Bellix looked like he might molt from sheer stress. We're going to face sanctions for not sending primitives to their certain deaths. The law is very clear, Yalthir said grimly, pulling up the relevant statute. Any member species that denies employment based solely on predicted mortality rates is guilty of discriminatory hiring practices. We'd need actual evidence that humans are physically incapable of performing these jobs. They are physically incapable, Bellix insisted. They're fragile. They need oxygen. They can't survive in hard vacuum. They certainly can't survive having their atoms scattered across 3 dimensions. Actually, Nexus interrupted again, and everyone groaned because her interruptions had not been helpful so far. Humans are surprisingly resilient for a carbon-based species. They have redundant organ systems, extreme temperature tolerance, and something called an adrenaline response that temporarily enhances their physical capabilities during stress. It's quite fascinating, really. Fascinating, Yalthir repeated flatly. Yes, that's exactly the word I'd use for the bureaucratic nightmare currently unfolding before us. Turtix raised a trembling appendage. So what do we do? The committee looked at each other, then at Turtix, then at the ever-climbing number of applications on the display. 845 million now. We do, Yalthir said with the tone of someone announcing their own funeral arrangements, what the law requires. We accept the applications, we conduct interviews, we make offers to qualified candidates, and we pray to whatever deities we individually believe in that humans have the good sense to decline when they realize what they're actually getting into. This turned out to be a profound miscalculation of human psychology. 3 weeks later, the first batch of human employees arrived at their respective assignments. Galactic observers had been stationed at each location, equipped with recording equipment and emergency medical teams. The general consensus among the Galactic Federation was that they were about to witness the largest mass casualty event since the supernova incident of Sector 88. Instead, they witnessed something far more disturbing. Nothing happened. Well, not nothing. Work got done, but nobody died. At the Hyperspace Waste Reclamation Station, Daphne Kowalski suited up in the minimal protective gear provided, which was basically a helmet with a breathing apparatus and a prayer, and stepped into raw hyperspace for her first shift. Observers watched through shielded monitors, wincing in anticipation of the inevitable dimensional inversion that would reduce her to a theoretical concept rather than a physical being. Daphne grabbed a piece of debris, stuffed it into her collection bag, and muttered, "This is exactly like cleaning the interstate after a holiday weekend." She survived her entire shift, 8 hours. The previous record had been 4 minutes. When she emerged, the station supervisor, a Vryn named Tixik, approached her with all 4 eyes wide with shock. How did you survive that? The dimensional stress alone should have torn your molecular bonds apart. Daphne removed her helmet and shrugged. I've worked sanitation during a garbage strike in August. You learn to tune stuff out. Tune it out? Tixik's antennae vibrated with distress. You can't just tune out the fundamental forces of reality attempting to disassemble your existence. Can't you? Daphne pulled out a thermos. You want some coffee? It's still hot. She'd brought coffee into hyperspace. She'd been drinking coffee while the universe tried to murder her in mathematically impossible ways. Tixik developed a stress condition that would require counseling for the next 6 months. Meanwhile, at the volcanic antimatter mining facility on Therax 6, Gregor Halverson was having what he later described as a pretty standard Tuesday. He'd taken one look at the unstable, reality-threatening hellscape of antimatter deposits and said, reminds me of North Slope during breakup season. The facility's safety AI, which had been programmed to expect immediate catastrophic failure, kept running diagnostics on itself because surely its sensors were malfunctioning. Gregor was walking on terrain that should have annihilated him at the molecular level. He was using equipment that previous operators had merely looked at before being vaporized. He'd even found a more efficient extraction method. "See your problem," Gregor explained to the AI, apparently unaware that conversing with safety systems was not standard protocol. "Is your thinking too hard about it? Back on the ice roads, we had a saying, sometimes you just gotta point the truck and go. That is not applicable to antimatter physics." The AI shrieked, or would have shrieked if AIs could shriek, which this one was coming dangerously close to learning how to do. "Sure it is." Gregor positioned the extraction array with the casual confidence of someone who'd never read the manual. "You're overcomplicating it. Watch." He activated the array. Instead of the predicted explosion that would have been visible from 3 star systems, the antimatter flowed smoothly into containment vessels. "Well, I'll be damned," Gregor said cheerfully. "Works better when you don't overthink it." The AI filed an emergency report to its manufacturers, questioning the fundamental nature of reality. At the Deep Void Communication Station, Priya Chandrasekaran had settled into her 600 subjective year shift with the kind of zen acceptance that came from dealing with customers who screamed about their cable bills for 4 hours straight. The void entities that whispered madness from beyond the event horizon were, in her professional opinion, significantly less annoying than Mrs. Henderson from account Bugger 4739285, who'd once called 17 times in a single day about a $2 charge. Yes, Priya said to a particularly insistent void entity that was trying to drive her insane with visions of cosmic insignificance. "Existence is meaningless. We're all dust in an uncaring universe. I get it. Do you have an actual message to transmit, or are you just venting?" The void entity, which had successfully driven 43 previous monitors into gibbering insanity, actually seemed taken aback. Priya made a note in the log. "Void entity 3382 continues to lack proper communication protocols. Recommend training." She'd been on station for what felt like 3 days, but was actually 6 months external time. And she'd organized the entire filing system, improved response times by 30%, and taught 2 of the void entities proper queue management. The monitoring station in orbit, staffed by Peluvian observers, was transmitting increasingly frantic reports back to the Federation. "They're not dying," the lead observer reported, his voice carrying the weight of someone whose entire understanding of reality had been proven incorrect. "They're not even getting injured. This human, Vasquez, just spent 8 hours in a plasma storm hot enough to vaporize Thrimelian steel, and he came back complaining about the humidity." "The humidity," came the disbelieving response from Federation headquarters. He said it reminded him of working summers in Houston. What is Houston? Why would anyone work in it? Back at the Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability, Turtix was experiencing what could only be described as a full-scale nervous breakdown by proxy. Reports were flooding in from all 143 unsurvivable job sites. The pattern was consistent and absolutely terrifying. Humans were surviving, all of them. Not only surviving, but thriving. Worse, they'd started to compare notes. A galactic message board that had been created for human employees to coordinate shift schedules had devolved into something far more horrifying. They were rating the unsurvivable jobs. Katrina Oakes had posted, "Thermonuclear atmospheric surveyor is pretty decent, 7 out of 10. Good benefits, interesting work, only moderately life-threatening. Would recommend." Someone named Jackson Riley had responded, "Really? I thought it was kind of boring. Try the quantum singularity observer position. Now that's exciting. Plus, free time dilation means you can knock out your work week in what feels like an afternoon." They were treating certain death like Yelp reviews. "This can't be happening," Turtix moaned, scrolling through more messages. "This shouldn't be happening." a human named Yuki Tanaka had posted a guide titled Top 5 Unsurvivable Jobs for Recent Graduates. It had 3,000 likes. 3,000! There were humans waiting in line to apply for positions that had been vacant for millennia because everyone with functional survival instincts avoided them. Yalthea appeared at Turtix's workstation, looking like she'd aged several decades in the past month. It gets worse. How? Turtix's voice was barely a whisper. How could this possibly get worse? They're demanding better working conditions. Turtix's eye stalks drooped. Better than surviving certain death. They've unionized, Yalthea said flatly. 12 days. It took them 12 days to form a union, the Galactic Extreme Occupations Workers Coalition. They're demanding hazard pay increases, better equipment, and something called dental insurance. What's dental insurance? I have no idea, but apparently it's non-negotiable. Yalthea pulled up a document. They've submitted a formal list of grievances. Would you like to hear them? Turtix made a sound that roughly translated to, I want to cease existing, please. Yalthea read anyway. Complaint 1. The protective equipment provided for hyperspace waste reclamation is inadequate and frankly insulting. They want full environmental suits with climate control. Complaint 2. The volcanic mining facilities lack proper break rooms. They want somewhere to eat lunch that isn't actively trying to kill us. In complaint 3, and I quote, the void entities at the Deep Void Communication Station are unprofessional and need customer service training. They want to train void entities? Turtix sputtered. Beings of pure chaos that exist outside normal space-time? Apparently, one of the humans has previous experience as a corporate trainer, Yalthea said, sounding like she was reading her own death warrant. She's submitted a full curriculum proposal. A notification pinged on Turtix's console. He looked at it with the expression of someone who knew it was going to be terrible, but was compelled to look anyway. What is it? Yalthea asked. Another application, Turtix said weakly. From Earth. For which position? All of them. Turtix turned the display to show her. A human named Tobias Chen has applied for every unsurvivable position. Simultaneously, his cover letter says he's looking for a challenge and gets bored easily. Yalthea sat down heavily, which was impressive considering her species didn't technically have the skeletal structure for sitting. We need to escalate this, she said finally. This is beyond the Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability. This is a Federation-level crisis. The Galactic Federation Council convened an emergency session for the first time in 3,000 years. The last emergency session had been called when the Zelix Nebula had spontaneously achieved sentience and demanded voting rights. This was considered more serious than that. High Chancellor Vorgrim, a Kaluvian whose species was known for their calm rationality, opened the session with a statement that would later be studied by political scientists as an example of leadership under extreme stress. We appear to have made a mistake, the understatement of the millennium. The humans, Vorgrim continued, consulting his notes with the expression of someone who'd spent the past week reconsidering every life choice that had led to this moment, are not dying. Obviously, shouted Representative Collix from the Thogrian delegation. We can all see they're not dying. The question is why? We've had the best xenobiologists in the Federation studying them, Vorgrim said. The results are troubling. A holographic display activated, showing various charts, graphs, and data readouts that looked like they'd been generated by scientists having simultaneous panic attacks. Humans, announced Dr. Fellish, the Federation's chief xenobiologist, stepping up to present the findings, are what we're calling persistence predator survivors. They evolved on a planet that is actively trying to kill them at all times. Lots of species evolve on dangerous planets, someone shouted from the back. Not like this, Dr. Fellish's tendrils quivered. Earth has weather patterns that include rotating columns of air that destroy everything in their path. The humans call them tornadoes, and some humans chase them for entertainment. The planet's tectonic plates shift regularly, causing massive destruction. Humans simply rebuild in the same spots and act surprised when it happens again. The atmospheric electricity discharges called lightning kill hundreds annually. Human response? They invented metal poles to attract it to safer locations and continued with their day. The council chambers filled with disturbed murmuring. It gets worse, Dr. Fellish continued, which had become the unofficial motto of this entire situation. Humans have a psychological trait called optimism bias. When presented with dangerous situations, their brains literally refuse to accept that bad things will happen to them specifically. They acknowledge the danger exists, but genuinely believe they'll be the exception. That's insane, colleagues sputtered. Yes, Dr. Fellish agreed, but it's also why they're perfect for unsurvivable occupations. They genuinely don't believe they'll die, so they don't experience the fear responses that cause other species to make fatal mistakes. They just do the job. Chancellor Vorgrim raised a hand for silence. Dr. Fellish, is there any way to discourage humans from these occupations? Any condition we could impose that would make them decline employment? Dr. Fellish looked at his notes, then at the ceiling, then back at his notes. We tried to find their breaking point. We examined the most extreme conditions humans have endured on their home planet. We found records of a human named Shackleton who survived in frozen wasteland temperatures for months. Another named Henson who traveled to the polar extremes for fun. A group that climbed a mountain called Everest, where the air is so thin most species would suffocate, and where temperatures regularly reach lethally cold levels. Hundreds of them died trying. Thousands more are on a waiting list to attempt it. Stunned silence. There is no breaking point, Dr. Fellish said quietly. Or rather, their breaking point is so far beyond what we'd consider survivable that the unsurvivable jobs don't reach it. One of the humans working in the thermonuclear surveyor position told his supervisor that it was less stressful than his previous job. His previous job was something called a high school teacher. What's a high school teacher? Someone asked. I don't know, Dr. Fellish admitted, but apparently it's worse than flying through active nuclear fusion. Representative Mexlar from the Vrin contingent stood up. This is all very interesting from a scientific standpoint, but it doesn't solve our practical problem. We now have nearly 900 million humans employed in positions that we cannot staff with any other species. What happens if they decide to strike, or demand more compensation, or simply quit? They won't quit, Dr. Fellish said with absolute certainty. How do you know? Because Dr. Fellish pulled up a survey that had been conducted among human employees. When asked if they would consider leaving their positions for safer work, 93% said no. The reasons varied from the commute is shorter than my old job to my boss doesn't micromanage me to, and this one concerns me deeply. It's nice to work somewhere where my efforts are appreciated. We don't appreciate them, colleagues objected. We're terrified of them. They don't know that, Dr. Fellish said. They think we're being friendly. Chancellor Vorgrim slumped in his seat, which was the first time anyone had seen him display such informal body language during an official session. So what you're telling me is that we've accidentally recruited an unkillable workforce from a death world. They're happy with their jobs, they've unionized, and they're never leaving. That's an accurate summary, yes. And there's nothing we can do about it. Well, Dr. Fellish said slowly, we could try to fire them. On what grounds? Mexlar demanded. They're performing the jobs perfectly, better than perfectly. The human working the dimensional rift monitor position has achieved efficiency ratings that were theoretically impossible. She's apparently treating it like something called a Sudoku puzzle. What's a Sudoku puzzle? A recreational activity involving numbers and logic. Doctor, Felish's voice was rising to a register typically reserved for warnings about incoming asteroid strikes. They do it for fun, for relaxation. She's treating a job that drove the previous employee literally insane as a relaxing puzzle game. The council dissolved into chaos. Representatives were shouting suggestions, objections, and increasingly wild proposals. One suggested offering the humans a monetary incentive to quit. Another proposed creating new unsurvivable jobs that might actually kill them. A third recommended simply accepting the situation and moving on. Chancellor Vorgrim called for order by activating the ceremonial gong, which had last been used during the sentient nebula incident. Clearly, he said once the chamber had quieted, we need more information. I'm authorizing a comprehensive study of human psychology, physiology, and workplace behavior. In the meantime, we continue normal operations and try not to provoke them. Provoke them, Mexlar repeated. Why would we provoke them? Because, Vorgrim said grimly, if a species that considers unsurvivable occupations to be pretty decent ever decides to become hostile, I don't want to imagine what they'd be capable of. This statement would later be regarded as remarkably prescient. The comprehensive human workplace study took 6 months and cost more than the annual defense budget of 12 member species. What it revealed would fundamentally alter the Federation's understanding of Deathworld species and their place in galactic civilization. Dr. Lilixon Vorp, a Peluvian industrial psychologist, led the research team. She'd spent 20 years studying workplace dynamics across 50 species. She considered herself unshockable. She was wrong. They've formed social bonds, Dr. Vorp reported to an emergency subcommittee 3 months into the study. Humans working in isolating, terrifying conditions that would drive most species into catatonic states have started organizing social activities. What kind of social activities? Asked Subcommittee Chair Taluvix, already dreading the answer. The humans working in the corrosive atmosphere processing plants have started something called a bowling league, Doctor. VorPP consulted her notes with visible confusion. I have no idea what bowling is, but apparently it involves throwing heavy spheres at arranged pins, and they do it weekly. That sounds disturbingly like a military training exercise, Taluvix observed. That's what I thought. Dr. Vorp's relief at someone else seeing the concerning implications was palpable. But no, it's purely recreational. They compete for something called bragging rights, which appears to have no monetary or survival value whatsoever. She pulled up more findings. The hyperspace reclamation workers have started a book club. A book club. They're reading literature while suspended in a dimension that should not support consciousness, let alone literary analysis. What are they reading? Something called Pride and Prejudice, Dr. Vorp said. I had it translated. It's about social dynamics and romantic relationships in a pre-industrial society. They described it as a light read for decompression. Light? Taluvix sputtered. They need to decompress from hyperspace exposure? Apparently, Dr. Vorp flipped through more notes, looking increasingly like someone whose worldview was being systematically dismantled. But here's where it gets truly bizarre. They're modifying the unsurvivable jobs to make them more efficient. The jobs are designed to be unsurvivable, not efficient. They don't see a distinction, Dr. Vorp said flatly. The volcanic mining team has redesigned the extraction process to be 38% faster. The Void communication monitors have implemented a rotating shift system that reduces individual exposure time while increasing overall data processing. And the humans working in the radiation zones have invented something called a buddy system, where they watch each other for signs of excessive exposure. Excessive exposure, Taluvix repeated weakly. They're all excessively exposed. That's the point. Not according to human safety standards. Dr. Vorp activated another display. I had my team research Earth's occupational safety guidelines. Did you know that on Earth, there are legal limits to how much radiation workers can be exposed to? That's reasonable. The limits are 50 times higher than what the Federation considers safe. Dr. Vorp's voice cracked slightly. They've normalized radiation exposure that we classify as immediately lethal, and that's their safety standard. The amount they consider unsafe is beyond our measurement capabilities. Teluvix felt several of his internal organs attempting to migrate to safer locations within his body. Please tell me there's some good news in this report, some weakness we can exploit if necessary, some limitation to their capabilities. Dr. Vorp was quiet for a long moment. There is one thing. Yes? They need coffee. Coffee. A caffeinated beverage made from processed plant seeds, Dr. Vorp explained. It's apparently essential to human functioning. Several of the job sites reported that humans became notably less cheerful and cooperative when their coffee supplies were delayed. So they do have a weakness. Teluvix leaned forward eagerly. If we control the coffee supply, we control the humans. I wouldn't recommend that, Dr. Vorp said quickly. When the Deep Void Station experienced a coffee shortage, the human employees collectively decided to fix the problem themselves. They requisitioned a cargo ship, learned basic interstellar navigation over a weekend, and flew to the nearest coffee-producing planet. They returned 3 days later with enough coffee to last 5 years. They also somehow negotiated a standing trade agreement with the Feluvian Agricultural Collective and set up an automated delivery system. They hijacked a cargo ship? They prefer the term borrowed, Dr. Vorp said. They returned it with a full tank of fuel and a thank you note. Teluvix put his head in his hands, which was remarkable given that his species didn't technically have hands. Is there anything in your report that suggests we have any control over this situation? Dr. Vorp hesitated. There's one more thing. It's not exactly a weakness, but it might be relevant. I'm almost afraid to ask. They're getting bored. Those 3 words hung in the air like a death sentence. Bored, Teluvix repeated slowly. The humans working in conditions that should liquefy their organs are getting bored. Several have submitted requests for additional challenges. Dr. Vorp pulled up the documentation. This one, Daphne Kowalski from the Hyperspace Reclamation Team, has asked if there are any jobs that are, actually dangerous. And I want to emphasize that she asked this while her current job has a historical mortality rate of 100%. What did you tell her? Nothing yet, Dr. Vorp admitted. I'm genuinely not sure how to respond. Do we have jobs more dangerous than unsurvivable occupations? Is there a classification beyond unsurvivable, extremely unsurvivable, aggressively unsurvivable, absurdly unsurvivable? Teluvix suggested weakly. A notification chimed on Dr. Vorp's tablet. She looked at it and made a sound like air slowly escaping from a punctured habitat module. What now? Teluvix asked, though he was certain he didn't want to know. The humans have formed a committee, Dr. Vorp said distantly. They're calling it the Workplace Improvement Initiative. They want to meet with Federation leadership to discuss optimization opportunities across all unsurvivable occupations. Optimization opportunities, Teluvix echoed. They want to make the unsurvivable jobs more unsurvivable. I think they want to make them more survivable, actually, Dr. Vorp said. Which, given that they're the only species that can survive them, essentially means redesigning them to human specifications. And if we refuse, they've threatened to file a formal grievance with the Galactic Labor Relations Board. Teluvix laughed. It was not a happy sound. It was the laugh of someone who just realized they'd been outmaneuvered by a species that had only discovered faster-than-light travel 6 months ago. Set up the meeting, he said finally, and someone get me a human-compatible sedative. I have a feeling I'm going to need it. The Workplace Improvement Initiative meeting took place in the Grand Assembly Hall, which had previously been used for treaty signings and war crime tribunals. The Federation representatives felt both applications were equally appropriate for the current situation. 15 humans arrived, representing different unsurvivable occupation sectors. They wore their work uniforms, which ranged from minimal protection against reality-warping forces to somehow survived atmospheric re-entry while wearing this. Leading the delegation was Priya Chandrasekaran, who'd apparently been elected spokesperson through a process the Federation observers described as terrifyingly efficient democratic organization. "Thank you for meeting with us," Priya said pleasantly, as if this were a normal business meeting and not a confrontation between an ancient galactic civilization and a species that had weaponized optimism. "We've prepared a presentation." A presentation. They'd prepared a presentation. Taluvix, who'd been appointed as the Federation's negotiator primarily because everyone else had suddenly remembered urgent appointments elsewhere, gestured weakly for them to proceed. The first slide appeared. It was titled Unsurvivable Occupations, a Human Resources Perspective. "We want to start by saying we appreciate the employment opportunities," Priya began, and Taluvix felt a small glimmer of hope that this might be reasonable after all. "However, after 6 months of operations, we've identified several areas where current practices don't align with industry best standards." The hope died. Issue 1, Priya clicked to the next slide, which showed a graph that Taluvix's brain refused to process. Inadequate safety equipment. While we understand that previous species found the provided equipment sufficient, human physiology requires different accommodations. The equipment is designed to provide minimal survival capability in environments that should not support life, Taluvix objected, his diplomatic training finally kicking in. "It's meant to buy you a few minutes to evacuate, not to work full shifts in." "Exactly our point," said Gregor Halverson, the volcanic mining specialist. "We need equipment designed for actual work, not just emergency evacuation. My team has drafted specifications for improved thermal suits that would increase productivity by 20% while reducing equipment failure rates." Equipment failure? Taluvix latched onto this. "The suits are failing. Only about 30% of the time," Gregor said dismissively. "Usually just minor stuff. Seals cracking, cooling systems shutting down, structural integrity compromising. Nothing we can't work around." "Nothing you can't work around?" Taluvix's voice reached a pitch that caused several recording devices to malfunction. "Those failures should be fatal." "Should be, sure," Gregor shrugged. "But they're mostly just annoying. Although this one time, my suit completely lost pressure integrity while I was in an antimatter deposit zone. That was a bit uncomfortable." "A bit uncomfortable?" "Yeah, my ears popped something fierce." Gregor rubbed his jaw at the memory. "But I'd already finished the extraction, so I just headed back to base. Standard procedure." Taluvix looked at the other Federation representatives. They looked back at him with the collective expression of individuals who'd given up trying to understand what was happening and had accepted that reality was no longer a reliable concept. Issue 2, Priya continued mercilessly. Insufficient break facilities. Many of our work sites lack basic amenities like break rooms, food preparation areas, and recreational spaces. "They're death traps!" Taluvix exploded, his diplomatic composure completely shredding. "They're not supposed to have break rooms. You're not supposed to take breaks there. You're supposed to complete your assignment and leave immediately before the environment kills you." "But we're not leaving immediately," Priya pointed out with inexorable logic. "We're working full shifts. 8 hours, sometimes longer if we're finishing up a project. And humans need regular meal breaks. It's actually Federation law under the Workers' Rights Charter, Section 12, subsection D." She'd cited Federation law. They'd actually read the entire Workers' Rights Charter, which was approximately 40,000 pages long and written in old Kaluvian legal dialect that most Federation officials hadn't even bothered to learn. Besides, added Katrina Oakes, the atmospheric surveyor, it's really not practical to fly back to base 3 times a shift for lunch. The commute alone takes 90 minutes each way. We've been eating in our vehicles, and honestly, it's just not great for morale. Morale? Taluvics had officially abandoned all pretense of diplomatic composure. You're worried about morale while working in a thermonuclear hellscape? Well, yeah. Katrina looked confused. Low morale affects productivity. That's just basic management. Priya clicked to the next slide. Issue 3, lack of career advancement opportunities. Currently, the unsurvivable occupations are classified as entry-level positions with no clear path for promotion or skill development. Because nobody has ever survived them long enough to get promoted. Taluvics realized he was shouting and tried to modulate his volume. The concept of career advancement in unsurvivable occupations is a logical impossibility. Was a logical impossibility, corrected Daphne Kowalski. Past tense. We've been doing these jobs for 6 months now. Some of us are getting pretty good at them. I've reduced my hyperspace waste collection time by 45% since I started. I should be eligible for a senior position. There are no senior positions. Exactly. Daphne nodded seriously. That's the problem. No room for growth. It's frustrating for those of us who are career-oriented. Taluvics looked around the assembly hall desperately, searching for any sign that this was an elaborate prank or a stress-induced hallucination. The other Federation representatives offered no help. Several appeared to be considering early retirement. Issue 4. Priya was relentless, clicking through the presentation like a force of nature. Inadequate training for new employees. Current onboarding is basically, here's your equipment, try not to die. We've developed a comprehensive training program that we believe would reduce initial adjustment period difficulties. The initial adjustment period is death, Taluvics protested. That's why it's an unsurvivable occupation. Not for humans, Priya said simply. For humans, it's just somewhat hazardous. We've created a mentorship program where experienced workers can train newcomers. Gregor has been particularly effective at teaching proper antimatter handling techniques. There are no proper antimatter handling techniques. Taluvics was fairly certain he was having some kind of medical episode. Antimatter annihilates matter. That's its defining characteristic. You're thinking about it wrong, Gregor said helpfully. It's all about confidence and follow-through. Like ice road driving. You commit to the route and don't second-guess yourself. Ice road. Driving is not comparable to antimatter physics. Sure it is, Gregor said. Both involve navigating dangerous terrain where one mistake means catastrophic failure. The principles are basically the same. Taluvics felt something in his psyche make a small snapping sound. Priya moved to the next slide. Issue 5, limited communication infrastructure. Many of our work sites have outdated or non-existent communication systems. This makes coordination difficult and creates unnecessary inefficiencies. The communication systems are non-existent because the environments destroy electronic equipment. Taluvics' voice had taken on a quality that his therapist would later describe as concerning. Hard radiation, dimensional instability, and plasma storms tend to be incompatible with delicate electronics. We've actually solved that, said Antonio Vasquez, representing the radiation zone workers. Turns out if you shield the equipment with about 6 inches of lead and encase it in a Faraday cage, it works fine. We've set up a whole network. Got email and everything now. You have email in a gamma radiation zone. Yeah, it's great, Antonio grinned. Makes coordinating shift changes way easier. Plus, we started a meme channel. You should see some of the stuff people post. Hilarious. They had memes in radiation zones. Memes that would presumably kill anyone who tried to view them due to the ambient radiation required to be present during their creation. Priya clicked through several more slides covering topics like inconsistent scheduling practices, lack of professional development opportunities, and insufficient recognition for outstanding performance. Each issue was presented with supporting data, proposed solutions, and cost-benefit analyses. They'd done a cost-benefit analysis of unsurvivable occupations. In conclusion, Priya said, reaching the final slide, we're not asking for anything unreasonable. We just want the same workplace standards that Federation law guarantees to all employees. Safe equipment, adequate facilities, opportunities for advancement, and fair compensation for the hazards we face. You are being fairly compensated, Taluvics managed to say. Unsurvivable occupation positions are among the highest paid jobs in the Federation. True, Priya acknowledged, but we've done salary comparisons with equivalent positions in other sectors, adjusting for risk factors and required skills, and we believe a 15% increase would be more appropriate. A 15% increase? It's actually quite reasonable. Priya pulled up another chart. Here's the breakdown, showing our calculations based on Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd used Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd apparently memorized the entire HR manual that most Federation employees used as a sleep aid. Taluvics slumped in his seat. Around the assembly hall, other Federation representatives were displaying various stages of psychological breakdown. Let me see if I understand correctly, Taluvics said slowly, with the careful precision of someone trying to maintain sanity through sheer force of will. You want us to install break rooms in environments that should liquefy organic matter. You want career advancement in positions that were designed to have a 100% mortality rate. You want training programs for jobs that nobody should survive long enough to get good at. And you want a pay raise on top of all this. That's correct, Priya confirmed. We've also prepared a list of secondary concerns we'd like to address in future negotiations. But we understand these primary issues should be resolved first. There are more issues. 14 additional items, Priya said, but we're trying to be reasonable. We understand that organizational change takes time. Taluvics looked at the other humans. They all nodded seriously, as if this entire conversation were perfectly normal and not a complete inversion of everything the Federation understood about unsurvivable occupations and death world species. Give us a week to review your proposal, Taluvics said finally, because what else could he say? They'd clearly prepared for this meeting better than the Federation had prepared for anything in its entire 40,000-year history. Absolutely, Priya said cheerfully. We'll expect a response by next Thursday. Oh, and one more thing. Of course there was one more thing. We've been thinking about expansion, Priya said. There are a lot more humans on Earth who'd be interested in unsurvivable occupations. We'd like to discuss increasing the recruitment numbers. You want to recruit more humans into unsurvivable jobs, Taluvics said flatly. If possible, yes. We've got a waiting list of about 200 million people who've applied since the first wave of hires. 200 million. It's a competitive job market on Earth right now, Priya explained. And honestly, the pay and benefits you're offering are really good by our standards. Plus, working in space is kind of a dream job for a lot of people. Your dream jobs are our nightmares, Taluvics shouted, and then immediately regretted it, because that was definitely going to be quoted in tomorrow's news feed. Different perspectives, I guess, Priya said diplomatically. Anyway, we'll let you review the proposal. Thanks for your time. The humans left the assembly hall in an orderly fashion, chatting pleasantly among themselves about what sounded like dinner plans. Something about trying that new Vrin restaurant on Station Quintara 9, because the food can't possibly be weirder than the job. The moment the doors closed behind them, the assembly hall erupted in chaos. "This is impossible," shouted Representative Collix. "They can't just negotiate about unsurvivable occupations. The entire concept is unsurvivable." "They can, and they did," Taluvics said tiredly. "And they cited Federation law while doing it." If we refuse their demands, they can file a complaint with the Labor Relations Board. And if the complaint is upheld, which it will be because they've clearly done their legal research, we'll face sanctions. So what do we do? Asked Chancellor Vorgrim, who'd been silently observing from the back of the hall. We, Taluvik said, with the air of someone who'd just accepted defeat, install break rooms in unsurvivable work environments. We develop career advancement tracks for jobs that shouldn't have survivors. We give them their 15% pay raise, and we pray to whatever cosmic entities might be listening that they don't ask for anything else. They have a list of 14 additional demands, someone pointed out unnecessarily. I know, Taluvik snapped. Let's just deal with one civilization-threatening crisis at a time, shall we? Over the next 6 months, the Federation underwent the most comprehensive workplace reform in its history. Break rooms were installed in hyperspace stations, requiring technology that bent several laws of physics. Career advancement tracks were created for unsurvivable occupations, with titles like Senior Dimensional Rift Monitor and Chief Antimatter Extraction Specialist that shouldn't logically exist. Training programs were developed, complete with mentorship requirements and safety certifications for environments that were, by definition, unsafe, and the humans thrived. Productivity across unsurvivable occupations increased by 68%. Equipment failure rates dropped. Efficiency metrics that had been flatlined for millennia suddenly showed improvement curves. The humans had taken jobs designed to kill anyone who attempted them and turned them into careers. Dr. Felish published a follow-up study titled Persistent Adaptation Patterns in Death World Species, a case study in systematic improbability. It was required reading at every major xenobiology institution in the Federation. The abstract began, all previous models of species survival probability were wrong. The study's conclusion was even more disturbing. Humans represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of unsurvivable conditions. They do not simply survive the unsurvivable, they optimize it, recommend immediate revision of all Federation safety standards and mortality predictions. Previous assumptions about environmental lethality appear to have been based on species that possessed functional survival instincts. But the real shock came when the Federation's Economic Analysis Division released their report on the financial impact of human employment. The unsurvivable occupations, which had been effectively unfilled for 42,000 years, had created a massive economic drag on the Federation. Essential services hadn't been performed, critical infrastructure had decayed, supply chains had been disrupted. The Federation had been paying for these positions while receiving zero productivity in return. Now, with humans filling all 143 positions, the economic benefit was staggering. The Federation's GDP had increased by 9% in 6 months. 9%. Some economists initially thought this was a calculation error and spent 3 weeks rechecking the math before accepting that it was real. The humans weren't just surviving unsurvivable jobs, they were generating massive economic value while doing so. Chancellor Vorgrim called another emergency council session to discuss the findings. We need to acknowledge, he began with the tone of someone making a confession, that the humans' arrival has been unexpectedly beneficial to the Federation's economy and operational efficiency. The council chamber remained silent. Nobody wanted to be the first to say it out loud. Furthermore, Vorgrim continued, preliminary modeling suggests that if we were to expand human employment to other hazardous occupations, not just the unsurvivable ones, we could see additional significant gains in productivity and safety across multiple sectors. Still silence. The Economic Analysis Division is recommending, Vorgrim took a deep breath, that we actively recruit additional humans for expanded roles throughout Federation operations. Now the silence broke. What? Colleagues surged to his feet, which was impressive given his species' gelatinous nature. You want to bring more of them here, deliberately? The data is compelling, Vorgrim said, projecting the economic models. Humans excel at dangerous, difficult work that other species avoid. They're reliable, they're organized, and they're apparently impossible to kill through normal occupational hazards. From a purely practical standpoint, they're ideal employees. They're terrifying, colleagues objected. They treat unsurvivable occupations like normal jobs. They unionize in conditions that should prevent coherent thought. They want break rooms in hyperspace. And they've reduced accident rates in those environments by 73%, Vorgrim countered, because they implemented their buddy system and safety protocols. Unsurvivable occupations are now statistically safer than standard manufacturing positions. That's because the only people working them are humans. Exactly, Vorgrim said, which is why we should employ more of them. The argument raged for hours, but ultimately the numbers were impossible to ignore. The Federation had spent millennia trying to manage unsurvivable occupations through bureaucracy and hope. Humans had solved the problem in 6 months through sheer bloody-minded persistence and optimism. The vote to expand human recruitment passed by a narrow margin. Several representatives immediately filed for extended leave afterward. Back on Earth, the news that the Galactic Federation was offering expanded employment opportunities created what historians would later call the Great Application Surge. 19 billion humans applied for positions within the first week. 19 billion. That was approximately 2/3 of Earth's adult population. The Federation's HR systems crashed completely, not from technical errors, but from what one system administrator described as existential dread overload. The computers had simply refused to process that many applications from a single species to dangerous occupations. Turtix, who'd been promoted to Senior Coordinator of Human Resources Integration, a position that hadn't existed 6 months ago, stared at the application numbers with the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd seen too much. 19 billion, he muttered to himself. We accidentally sent job postings to one planet and received 19 billion applications. Yalthir appeared at his desk. She'd aged considerably in the past year, despite her species' normally slow aging process. The Council has approved positions for an additional 5 million humans, she said. We're calling it the Hazardous Occupation Integration Initiative. 5 million, Turtix repeated, out of 19 billion applicants. It's a start, Yalthir said. We need to pace the integration, make sure the existing systems can handle the expansion before we commit to larger numbers. The existing systems couldn't handle the first wave of humans, Turtix pointed out. They just adapted around our inability to manage them properly. True, Yalthir conceded, but let's at least pretend we're in control of this situation. They both knew they weren't. The moment humans had arrived and refused to die on schedule, control had been an illusion. The second wave of human employees arrived over the next 3 months. They were assigned to positions classified as highly hazardous, but not technically unsurvivable. Jobs like asteroid mining in unstable fields, atmospheric harvesting from gas giants, and deep space salvage operations in regions with unpredictable gravitational anomalies. The pattern repeated itself with depressing predictability. Humans assessed the risks, shrugged, and got to work. Within weeks, they'd improved efficiency, reduced accident rates, and started forming social groups. A salvage team working near a collapsing binary star system organized a poker tournament. They called it Extreme Cards and sold tickets to observers who wanted to watch humans gamble while reality bent around them. They were turning dangerous work into entertainment. Dr. VORPP published a third study, this one titled Occupational Normalization in High-Stress Environments. Why Humans Think Everything is Fine. The paper's thesis was that humans had evolved in such a consistently dangerous environment that their baseline for acceptable risk was completely miscalibrated compared to other spacefaring species. The paper included quotes from human workers that would become legendary in xenopsychology circles. When asked about working in an asteroid field where collision risk was calculated at 18% per shift, a human named Rita Kowalski said, "Sure, it's a bit dodgy, but I used to drive a taxi in Boston. This is much more predictable." A salvage operator working near a black hole's accretion disk, where radiation levels fluctuated wildly and time dilation made shift schedules a nightmare, commented, "The weird time stuff takes getting used to, but at least management doesn't call me on my days off." These statements were analyzed by the Federation's top psychologists. The consensus: humans genuinely perceived these conditions as normal, possibly even preferable to their previous employment. It was, everyone agreed, absolutely horrifying, but it was also undeniably effective. 1 year after the first humans had been hired into unsurvivable occupations, the Federation released a comprehensive impact assessment. The numbers told a story that made traditionalists uncomfortable and economists excited. Human workers had filled 143 previously unfillable positions. They'd expanded into 892 additional hazardous roles. Productivity in dangerous sectors had increased by 79%. Safety incidents had decreased by 62%, despite the fact that humans were working in objectively more dangerous conditions than previous workers. The economic impact was measured in the trillions. Supply chains that had been disrupted for millennia were flowing smoothly. Infrastructure that had been impossible to maintain was now maintained. Resources that had been inaccessible were now being extracted efficiently, and the humans were still not dying. Oh, there were injuries. Humans got hurt, but they recovered and went back to work with a casual attitude that baffled medical professionals across the Federation. One human, after surviving an incident where his spacecraft depressurized in deep space, requiring emergency evacuation to a medical facility, was back at work within 2 weeks. His comment to the worried medical staff, "I've had worse falls off a ladder." He'd compared explosive decompression in deep space to falling off a ladder. The medical staff required counseling. As the 1-year anniversary approached, the Federation found itself in an awkward position. They'd spent millennia building a civilization based on certain assumptions about danger, survival, and risk management. Humans had invalidated most of those assumptions simply by showing up and refusing to die appropriately. Chancellor Vorgrim convened what he promised would be the final emergency council session on the human question. "We need to make a decision," he announced. "Do we continue expanding human employment, or do we try to limit their presence in Federation operations?" "We can't limit them," pointed out Representative Taluvix, who'd become something of an expert on human employment law through painful experience. "They have full Federation employment rights. Discrimination based on species origin is illegal. And before anyone suggests it, we can't classify them as too dangerous to employ when they have the best safety record of any workforce in Federation history. So we're committed to this," Collix said flatly. "We're permanently integrating a species that treats unsurvivable occupations as resume-building opportunities." "It appears so," Vorgrim agreed. "The question is, how do we manage this moving forward?" Dr. Fellish, who'd been invited to provide scientific context, raised a tentacle. "If I may, I've been studying human cultural patterns, and I think there's something the Council should understand about their approach to dangerous work." "Please," Vorgrim gestured for him to continue. "At this point, any insight would be welcome." "Humans," Dr. Fellish began, "have a concept they call whistling past the graveyard. It means acting casual about something frightening to manage fear. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think humans genuinely don't find these occupations as frightening as we do." "That's worse," Collix muttered. "Perhaps," Dr. Fellish continued. But consider what it means for the Federation. We've spent millennia developing elaborate safety protocols and risk mitigation strategies because we approach danger from a position of fear. Humans approach it from a position of problem solving. They don't ask, how do we avoid this danger? They ask, how do we work with this danger efficiently? You're saying they're better at dangerous work because they're too stupid to be afraid? Colleagues asked. No, Dr. Fellish said firmly. I'm saying they're better at it because they assess risk differently. Where we see unsurvivable conditions, they see solvable problems. And they're usually right. The unsurvivable occupations weren't unsurvivable because of some inherent impossibility. They were unsurvivable because we approached them with the wrong mindset. The council chambers fell silent as the implications sank in. You're saying, Vorgrim said slowly, that we've been limiting ourselves, that there are possibly thousands of other unsurvivable conditions that are actually just difficult. I'm saying that humans have demonstrated that our definitions of survivable and unsurvivable were based on incomplete data, Dr. Fellish said. They've rewritten the limits of what we thought was possible, and if we're smart, we'll learn from that instead of resisting it. Chancellor Vorgrim looked around the council. He saw fear, yes, but also, gradually, acceptance. The Federation had survived 42,000 years by being adaptable. This was just another adaptation. Very well, Vorgrim said. We continue integration of human workers into Federation operations. We expand employment opportunities as economic analysis supports. And we revise our safety standards based on observed human performance rather than our previous assumptions. And if they keep demanding more, colleagues asked, better conditions, higher pay, additional benefits, then we negotiate, Vorgrim said simply. Just like we would with any other workforce, they've earned that right by doing the impossible. The vote to fully integrate humans into Federation employment passed unanimously. Everyone had finally accepted the new reality. The formal announcement was made via standard Federation channels. Humans were officially recognized as a fully employed member species with all associated rights and responsibilities. The unsurvivable occupations list was formally redesignated as specialized extreme environment positions, and humans were acknowledged as the primary workforce for these roles. Earth's response to this announcement was characteristic. Applications immediately surged to 43 billion. Turtix didn't even blink. He'd achieved a zen state of acceptance regarding human behavior. Nothing they did could surprise him anymore. Almost nothing. The surprise came 3 months later when Priya Chandrasekaran requested a meeting with Federation leadership. Not as a union representative this time, but as what she called a concerned employee with a proposal. Chancellor Vorgrim agreed to meet with her, curious what new impossibility she was about to suggest. Thank you for seeing me, Priya began, settling into the chair that had been specially designed for human physiology. The Federation had started manufacturing human-compatible furniture in bulk. The chair industry had never been so profitable. Of course, Vorgrim said cautiously. What did you want to discuss? I've been thinking about the Federation's approach to dangerous work, Priya said, and I have a suggestion. Vorgrim braced himself. Human suggestions tended to reorganize reality. You have a lot of species in the Federation who are brilliant at science, diplomacy, and art, Priya continued. But you don't have many species who are good at the dirty, dangerous work that keeps civilization running. That's why those jobs went unfilled for so long. That's an accurate assessment, Vorgrim agreed warily. So here's my thought, Priya leaned forward. What if humans specialize? We're good at the dangerous stuff. We don't mind it. We actually kind of enjoy it. So let us handle that sector while other species focus on what they're good at. Division of labor on a galactic scale. Vorgrim considered this. You're proposing that humans become the Federation's hazardous environment specialists. Exactly, Priya nodded. But more than that, we teach other species our techniques, share our safety protocols, help redesign dangerous systems to be more manageable. We've learned a lot in the past year about what makes these jobs dangerous versus what makes them unnecessarily dangerous. A lot of the unsurvivable occupations were badly designed. We can fix that. You want to improve the unsurvivable occupations, Vorgrim said slowly. Make them less unsurvivable. We want to make them safer, Priya corrected. There's a difference between necessary risk and stupid risk. Right now, a lot of Federation dangerous work involves stupid risk because nobody ever survived long enough to identify and fix the problems. We can do that. Vorgrim sat back, processing this. It was, he realized, a remarkably reasonable proposal. And coming from a human, that made it deeply suspicious. What do you want in return? He asked directly. Recognition, Priya said simply. Not just as employees, but as specialists. Establish a hazardous environment division with proper funding, authority, and respect. Let us develop standards and training programs. Give us the resources to do this right. You want authority over all hazardous occupations in the Federation, Vorgrim said. We want to make them safe, Priya emphasized again. Or at least safer than they are now. Is that really such a crazy idea? Vorgrim looked at her for a long moment. A year ago, the answer would have been a definitive yes. Now, after watching humans casually survive the unsurvivable and optimize the impossible, he wasn't sure. I'll bring it to the council, he said finally. I can't promise they'll approve it. That's all I ask. Priya stood to leave. Just think about it. Humans are good at this. Let us be good at it officially. After she left, Vorgrim sat in his office for a long time, thinking. Priya was right, damn her. Humans were good at dangerous work, better than any species in Federation history. And they were offering to formalize that capability, to build systems that would benefit the entire Federation. It was logical, practical, beneficial. It was also terrifying because it meant acknowledging that humans had found their niche in galactic civilization, and that niche was exactly the place every other species had been trying to avoid for 42,000 years. The council debated Priya's proposal for 2 weeks. Arguments were made for and against. Traditionalists objected to giving humans authority over an entire occupational sector. Pragmatists pointed out that humans were already de facto running that sector anyway, so formalizing it changed nothing except paperwork. In the end, economics won the debate. Humans had proven they could do the work safely and efficiently. Establishing a proper division with training standards and safety protocols would only improve outcomes. And if it kept humans happy and productive, that was worth the political discomfort. The Hazardous Environment Division was established with Priya Chandrasekaran as its first director. The announcement made headlines across the Federation. Death Worlders to manage extreme occupations, read one particularly dramatic headline. Federation formalizes human expertise in unsurvivable conditions was more accurate but less catchy. The comment sections, newly created by humans who'd insisted the Federation needed better communication platforms, were predictably chaotic. Some species expressed relief that humans were handling the dangerous work. Others worried about what it meant when the newest member species immediately took over the sector that had baffled the Federation for millennia. And humans, they celebrated by doing what they always did. They went back to work and made everything more efficient. Within 6 months of the Hazardous Environment Division's establishment, unsurvivable occupation mortality rates, still technically 100% for non-humans but 0% for humans, were officially reclassified. New safety standards were implemented. Equipment was redesigned. Training programs were developed that actually worked. For the first time in 42,000 years, the Federation's most dangerous jobs had proper safety protocols, career advancement paths, and qualified experts managing them. Dr. Fellish published his final study on the subject, titled simply, We were wrong about everything. It became the most cited paper in modern xenobiology. The abstract read, "This paper examines the fundamental assumptions underlying Federation risk assessment and occupational safety." Previous models operated on the premise that unsurvivable conditions were objectively unsurvivable. The introduction of humanity to Federation space has demonstrated that survival probability is species-dependent and mindset-dependent. What appears unsurvivable to a cautious species may be merely inconvenient to a recklessly optimistic one. Recommend complete revision of all safety standards, risk assessment protocols, and definitions of unsurvivable. Humans have proven that impossible simply means nobody appropriately crazy has tried yet. The paper won every major scientific award that year. Dr. Felish spent his acceptance speech at the Galactic Science Council looking like a man who'd seen too much and couldn't unsee it. "We thought we understood danger," address. "We thought we'd reached the limits of survivable occupations. Then humans showed up, ignored our limits, and made them look ridiculous. We learned that the real limitation wasn't environmental, it was psychological. We were afraid, so we assumed everyone should be afraid. Humans aren't afraid, or at least they're not afraid of the right things. And somehow, that makes all the difference." He paused, looking out at the assembled scientists from 30 different species. "The galaxy is less dangerous than we thought," he said finally. "Not because the dangers have changed, but because someone crazy enough to punch danger in the face and ask what's next. I don't know if we should be grateful or terrified. Probably both. But I know one thing for certain. Unsurvivable occupations were only unsurvivable because we were hiring the wrong species." The audience sat in stunned silence. Then someone started clapping, slowly at first, then building. Within moments, the entire auditorium was applauding. Not just for Dr. Felish's research, but for the sheer audacity of what they'd all witnessed over the past 2 years. Humanity had arrived in galactic civilization and immediately broken every rule about survival, danger, and occupational safety. They'd done it without malice or intent. They'd simply shown up, assessed the jobs everyone considered impossible, and said, "Looks fine." 5 years after Turtix's fateful mistake, the unsurvivable occupations list had been completely transformed. What had once been a bureaucratic nightmare of unfillable positions was now a thriving sector of the Federation economy. Humans filled 97% of hazardous environment positions. The remaining 3% consisted of bold individuals from other species who'd been inspired by human example to try dangerous work themselves. Most of them quit after their first shift, gained a healthy respect for human psychology, and returned to safer occupations. But a few stuck with it, proving that while humans were naturally suited for dangerous work, it wasn't exclusively their domain. Earth had become a major recruiting center for hazardous occupation specialists. Training facilities were established in particularly inhospitable locations: deserts, Arctic zones, deep ocean platforms, active volcanic regions. If you could survive the training on Earth, the reasoning went, you could handle anything the galaxy threw at you. The logic was sound. Earth was, after all, the planet that had produced a species that considered unsurvivable occupations to be pretty good career moves. Turtix, now senior administrator of the Hazardous Environment Division, occasionally reflected on how a single clicked button had reshaped galactic civilization. He'd gone from a mid-level bureaucrat having a bad day to the individual who'd accidentally solved the Federation's 42,000-year staffing crisis. He'd been given awards, commendations, recognition from the Council itself. He still had nightmares about that day. "You changed the galaxy," Yalthir told him once, during a rare moment of downtime between the constant stream of human-related administrative challenges. "I made a mistake," Turtix corrected. "A catastrophic, civilization-altering mistake. A mistake that saved the Federation trillions in lost productivity and made unsurvivable occupations survivable. Yalthir pointed out. Sometimes the best solutions come from accidents. Sometimes accidents just destroy everything, Turtik said darkly. We got lucky. Lucky that humans are crazy? Yalthir laughed, which was a sound like wind chimes made of bone. I suppose that's one way to look at it. How else would you look at it? Lucky that humans are crazy in ways that complement our sanity, Yalthir said thoughtfully. They do the things we can't. We provide the civilization they need to do them in. It's symbiotic in a terrifying sort of way. Turtix considered this. She might be right. The Federation had provided structure, law, and resources. Humans had provided the willingness to use those resources in ways nobody else dared. Together, they'd created something neither could have achieved alone. Still, Turtix said, I'm never clicking a button without double-checking again. Probably wise, Yalthir agreed. Though I have to admit, I'm curious what would happen if you made another mistake of similar magnitude. We'd probably end up recruiting humans for diplomatic positions next, Turtix said sarcastically. They both laughed. Neither of them noticed the job posting that had just been accidentally transmitted to Earth's diplomatic employment network. But that's a different story. For now, the unsurvivable occupations were filled. The jobs that had terrified the galaxy for 42,000 years were being performed by cheerful humans who considered them slightly challenging at worst. Break rooms existed in hyperspace. Career advancement was possible in antimatter mining. The galaxy had learned that unsurvivable was a relative term, and that sometimes the solution to an impossible problem was finding someone too stubborn to accept that it was impossible. Somewhere on Earth, 19 billion people waited for their chance to prove that the galaxy's next impossible job was just another Tuesday. And in the Hazardous Environment Division headquarters, Priya Chandrasekaran looked at the latest reports, smiled, and began drafting her next proposal. After all, if humans could make unsurvivable jobs survivable, what else could they do? Nobody wanted to answer that question, but they were all going to find out anyway.
The firing range on Galactic Defense Station Orpheus smelled like ionized metal and disappointment. I, Krell Voss of the Tarkonian Imperial Guard, stood with my clawed appendages crossed, watching the latest batch of recruits fumble through basic marksmanship qualifications. 43 cycles of military instruction had taught me one universal truth. Every species thought they were exceptional until the targets started moving. "Next shooter," barked Instructor Gormath, his triple-jointed arms gesturing toward the firing line. That is when she walked up. The human female stood perhaps 5.7 feet tall, maybe 130 pounds if you counted her equipment. Her hair, dark brown and pulled into what humans call a ponytail, swayed as she approached the firing station. What caught my attention, however, was not her small stature. No. It was the absolutely ridiculous contraption she carried. The weapon looked like someone had attached a communications array to a standard rifle, then added optics that belonged on an observatory telescope, then said, "Why not throw in a few more accessories?" A bipod extended from the front. Strange cylindrical devices protruded from various mounting points. The scope, by the Void Lords, the scope alone probably cost more than my ceremonial armor. Recruit Ven, sitting beside me in the observation booth, let out a whistling laugh through his breathing slits. Look at the human's toy. Did she raid a technical supply depot before coming here? Compensation, muttered Sergeant Thax, a four-armed Regelian known for his bluntness. Weak species always bring the fanciest equipment, as if attachments make up for inferior biology. I said nothing, but I confess my mandibles clicked in amusement. The human, whose name tag read Maya Torres, began setting up her position with meticulous care. She deployed the bipod, adjusted it, readjusted it, then checked it again. She pulled out a small electronic device and aimed it downrange. She consulted a worn notebook covered in handwritten calculations. "This is a timed qualification," Gormath announced, his patience already wearing thin. "You have 4 minutes to engage 12 targets at varying distances. Begin when ready." Maya, to her credit, did not rush. She settled behind her weapon, with the kind of deliberation that would have gotten her killed in actual combat. Her body position looked awkward to my eyes. Humans lack the natural stability of a proper four-legged stance, yet she seemed to melt into the ground, becoming part of the surface beneath her. Ven leaned toward me, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. 20 credits says she hits less than half. 30 says she requests to restart after the first miss, Thax added. I studied the human more carefully. Something about her stillness felt wrong. No, not wrong. Different. Predatory, perhaps? But humans were not predators in the traditional sense. They were omnivores, scavengers, persistence hunters at best. They lacked proper claws, fangs, armored skin, or any decent natural weaponry. "Ready," Maya announced, her voice calm. The first target appeared at 200 meters. A standard pop-up silhouette, active for 3 seconds. Easy. The sound that erupted from her rifle was unexpected. Not the sharp crack of a standard kinetic weapon, but a deeper report that seemed to punch the air itself. Before my secondary eyelids could fully blink, the target displayed a perfect center mass hit. Target 2 appeared immediately. 300 meters, angled position. The rifle barked again. Hit. Ven's whistling stopped. Target 3 through 5 appeared simultaneously at varying distances between 150 and 400 meters. Maya's movements became a fluid cycle. Acquire, breathe, press, cycle the bolt, acquire again. Each motion seemed to flow into the next without wasted energy. 3 shots, 3 hits, all center mass. Lucky, Thax muttered, but his secondary arms had stopped their dismissive gesturing. Target 6 appeared at 500 meters, partially obscured behind a barrier. Only a small portion of the silhouette showed. Maya fired, hit, target 7, 8, 9. Distances now pushing 600 meters, some targets appearing for only 2 seconds. Crack, crack, crack. Hit, hit, hit. I found myself leaning forward in my seat, my tactical analysis protocols engaging despite myself. The human was not simply shooting, she was reading the environment. Each time before she fired, her breathing would pause, her body would settle, and the weapon would discharge at what seemed like the exact optimal moment. Target 10 flashed onto the range at 700 meters, a distance where atmospheric conditions, projectile drop, and a dozen other factors turned shooting into advanced mathematics. Maya consulted nothing. No computer, no heads-up display, no targeting assistance. She made a minute adjustment to her scope, settled, and fired. The target registered a hit in the primary scoring zone. "Impossible," Ven said flatly. "The wind variance alone at that distance." "She is compensating," I heard myself say. "Look at her barrel position before each shot. She is adjusting for conditions manually." Target 11 appeared at an absurd 800 meters, moving laterally at combat speed. This target was designed to humble overconfident recruits, to teach them the limitations of standard infantry weapons. Most shooters never even got this far in the qualification. Maya tracked the movement. Her rifle followed smoothly, almost lazily. For a moment that stretched far too long, she did not fire. The target continued its lateral movement, eating up her available time. Then, in the half-second before the target would have disappeared, she pressed the trigger. Through my enhanced optical implants, I watched the projectile's trace. The round seemed to lead the target impossibly, arcing through space where nothing existed. Until the target moved into that exact space. The impact registered as a perfect central nervous system hit. Silence filled the observation booth. The kind of silence that accompanies witnessing something that should not be possible. Target 12 appeared. 900 meters, elevated position, wind gusts visible through the atmospheric sensors. Target exposure time, 2.5 seconds. Maya chambered her final round with mechanical precision. Her eye settled behind the scope. Her breathing slowed until I wondered if she had achieved some form of metabolic suspension. The rifle fired. For an agonizing moment, nothing happened. At that distance, the round's flight time was perceptible. A brief eternity where physics and ballistics engaged in their eternal dance. Then the target registered. Not just a hit, a perfect, absolute center mass impact that the computer system flagged as a precision shot. 12 for 12. Perfect score. 0 misses. Maya stood, cleared her weapon with practiced efficiency, and turned toward the booth where Instructor Gormath stood with his jaw hanging open in a very undignified manner. "Qualification complete, sir," she said, her tone suggesting this was the most normal thing in the universe. Gormath stared at his tablet, then at Maya, then back at his tablet. This must be a system error. Nobody shoots perfect on the advanced qualification. Even our top-rated Velcron sharpshooters average 9 out of 12. "Would you like me to run it again, sir?" Maya asked. "I have plenty of ammunition." "That will not be necessary," a new voice interjected. We all turned. Chief Weapons Instructor Dalvin stood in the doorway of the observation booth. A Caesarian war hero with 600 combat missions to his name, Dalvin was not someone who appeared for routine qualifications. His scaled hide bore the scars of 4 different wars, and his optical implant glowed with tactical data streams. He descended to the range floor with measured steps, his attention fixed entirely on Maya and her ridiculous, wonderful rifle. "May I?" he asked, gesturing toward her weapon. Maya hesitated, a flash of something, possessiveness, protectiveness, crossing her features. Then she carefully engaged the safety, removed the magazine, and handed the rifle to Dalvin. He examined it with the kind of reverence usually reserved for historical artifacts. His clawed digits traced over the modifications, the custom components, the worn finish that spoke of countless hours of use. "This is a precision instrument," he said quietly. "Not standard issue, not even close. Where did you acquire this?" "I built it, sir," Maya replied. "Well, assembled it from various components. The barrel is a Krieger match grade in 6.5 Creedmoor. The action is a custom surgeon build. The stock is Macmillan, bedded and reinforced. The scope is a Schmidt and Bender with custom turrets I had machined for my specific ballistic profile." You built this yourself?" Dalvin interrupted, genuine surprise coloring his tone. "A human civilian had access to these components?" Maya's expression shifted slightly. Not quite a smile, but something close. "Humans have a certain relationship with firearms, sir. Where I come from, precision rifle shooting is a discipline. A sport for some, a lifestyle for others. I have been doing this since I was 12. 12 cycles? Then interjected from the booth. Your species allows juveniles access to weapons? 12 years, Maya corrected. And yes, supervised at first, obviously. My father was a competitive shooter. He taught me that shooting is not about the weapon. It is about understanding physics, reading the environment, controlling your own biology. The rifle is just the tool that expresses that knowledge. Dalvin handed the weapon back to her with noticeably more respect than he showed most recruits. How many rounds have you put through this particular rifle? Through this build? About 47,000. Through various rifles over my lifetime? Probably north of 300,000 rounds. Maybe more. I stopped counting after the first 100,000. The numbers meant nothing to Ven or Thax, but I knew. I had served with enough military specialists to understand what those numbers represented. That was not casual hobby shooting. That was professional-level dedication. That was someone who had spent years, perhaps decades, perfecting a single skill to an almost obsessive degree. Your groupings, Dalvin continued, at 700 meters. What is your average? Depends on conditions. On a calm day, half minute of angle. So, about 3.5 inches. On a windy day, maybe 0.75 MOA if I read it right. 5 inches if I am having a bad day. More silence. Thax's secondary arms had begun an involuntary tremor, a Rigelian stress response. Dalvin's optical implant cycled through several colors as he processed this information. Most military sharpshooters in the Galactic Defense Force consider 1 minute of angle at 500 meters to be acceptable combat accuracy. Different standards, Maya said with a slight shrug. In precision rifle competition back home, 1 MOA is beginner level. The top shooters are running quarter MOA guns and reading wind down to half-mile-per-hour variations. When your competition is decided by fractions of an inch at 1,000 yards, you either get very good or you go broke buying ammunition while getting humiliated. She said this without arrogance, just stating facts, which somehow made it worse. Or better. I was not entirely sure which. Gormath finally found his voice. You are assigned to standard infantry training. Your file says nothing about specialist qualifications. Because I do not have any, sir, Maya replied. Not military ones anyway. I have a few civilian competition wins, some instructor certifications, but I joined GDF as a basic recruit. Figured I would let my performance speak for itself rather than making claims I could not back up. Dalvin's mandibles clicked in what I recognized as approval. A wise approach. Too many recruits arrive with inflated credentials and deflated abilities. He paused, his optical implant focusing on Maya with unsettling intensity. Tell me, recruit, have you ever engaged a living target? The question hung in the air like a gravitational anomaly. Maya's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted. A slight stiffening, a barely perceptible tension. No, sir, she said quietly. Paper, steel, and reactive targets only. I have never pointed a weapon at anything I was not willing to destroy. And I have only been willing to destroy inanimate objects. The discipline I learned was about precision and control, not killing. Good, Dalvin said, nodding slowly. Then you understand the weight of what you can do. That is more important than the skill itself. He turned to Gormath. I am appropriating this recruit. She will be reassigned to the Advanced Marksmanship Program, pending full evaluation. Sir, the Advanced Program is for candidates with specialist training, Gormath protested weakly. She has only been here for 3 weeks. And in 3 weeks, she has demonstrated more fundamental proficiency than most of your graduates achieve in 6 months. Dalvin's tone left no room for argument. I will handle the administrative details. Torres, report to Range 7 tomorrow at 0600. Bring your rifle and enough ammunition for a full diagnostic session. We will see exactly what you are capable of. Yes, sir, Maya replied, her voice steady despite what I suspected was significant internal excitement. As she collected her equipment and headed toward the exit, Ven turned to me with all 3 of his eyes wide. Did that actually just happen? It did, I confirmed, my tactical processors still analyzing what I had witnessed. But she is human, Thax said, as if this explained everything. Humans are. They are not. I mean, their military record is practically non-existent on the galactic stage. They have been part of the GDF for less than a decade. They have no famous warriors, no legendary battles, no reputation beyond being decent support troops. I watched Maya disappear through the range exit, that absurdly equipped rifle slung across her back with casual familiarity. Perhaps, I said slowly, we have not been paying attention to the right things. We measure species by their technology, their physical advantages, their historical military achievements. But what if a species, what if humans, developed their warfare capabilities differently? Not through superior strength or advanced weapons, but through refinement, obsession even, taking simple tools and mastering them to a degree that transcends the tool itself. That is ridiculous, Thax declared. Warfare requires strength, speed, natural advantages. Does it? I interrupted, surprising myself. Or does warfare require the ability to make your enemy cease functioning? Which can be accomplished through strength, yes, or through placing a small projectile in exactly the right location from a distance where the enemy's strength becomes irrelevant. Ven's breathing slits flared in agitation. You are saying one human with a rifle is equivalent to a Rigelian shock trooper? No, I said carefully. I am saying one human with a rifle, with 47,000 rounds of practice behind that specific rifle, with the knowledge and dedication to read atmospheric conditions and calculate ballistic solutions in her head, might be considerably more dangerous than a Rigelian shock trooper, at least at any distance beyond arm's reach. We sat in uncomfortable silence as the next recruit, a Velcron with all the proper military bearing and none of Maya's quiet confidence, stepped up to the line with his standard-issue rifle. He managed 6 hits out of 12, which was considered above average. It looked pathetic now. That night, I accessed the Human Cultural Database, something I confess I had never bothered to do before. If one human civilian could demonstrate such frightening competence with a rifle, what else had we been missing about this species? What I found kept me awake well past my normal rest cycle. Humans, it turned out, had a very special relationship with projectile weapons, a relationship spanning thousands of their years. They had taken the simple concept of throwing objects at enemies and refined it into an art form, a science, a cultural phenomenon. They had competitions for shooting precision that made our military qualifications look like children's games. They had civilians who spent their personal resources to achieve levels of marksmanship that exceeded most military standards. And perhaps most disturbing, they did this for fun. They voluntarily spent thousands of their currency units, countless hours, and enormous mental effort to become better at shooting. Not because they were soldiers, not because they needed to hunt for survival, but because they enjoyed the challenge. They enjoyed the pursuit of perfection. What kind of species does that? What kind of species treats the ability to kill at long distance as a recreational hobby? I thought about Maya's calm demeanor, her methodical approach, her complete lack of arrogance, despite possessing skills that would make her a legend in most military units. Then I thought about what Instructor Dalvin had whispered to Gormath as Maya left the range. I had enhanced auditory sensors. I heard it clearly. Only snipers move like that. Only people who have spent years behind a scope understand stillness that way. The humans have been breeding specialists without even trying, just through their cultural obsessions. He was right. And that thought terrified me far more than any conventional military threat ever had. Range 7 existed in a different reality than the standard qualification courses. Located in the eastern quadrant of Station Orpheus, it stretched across 12 kilometers of variable terrain, complete with atmospheric simulators, elevation changes, and environmental hazards that would make most recruits question their career choices. This was where the Galactic Defense Force trained its precision specialists, the shooters who could terminate hostile targets before conventional forces even knew combat had begun. I arrived at 0530, 30 minutes before Maya's scheduled evaluation. Call it professional curiosity. Call it the need to understand what I had witnessed the previous day. Honestly, I could not explain my own motivations, which troubled me more than I cared to admit. Chief Instructor Dalvin stood at the control station, manipulating holographic displays that showed the entire range layout. He noticed my approach but said nothing, simply gesturing toward an observation position. "You are early, Krellvoss," he commented, his optical implant tracking multiple data streams simultaneously. "I wished to observe, sir. If permitted." "Permitted," he confirmed. "In fact, I would value your tactical assessment. You have combat experience in asymmetric warfare scenarios. Tell me what you see." What I saw, moments later, was Maya arriving with her rifle case and a backpack that probably weighed half her body mass. She wore standard utility fatigues, her hair again pulled back in that simple ponytail, her expression focused but not tense. "Recruit Torres, reporting as ordered, sir," she announced, snapping a salute that would have satisfied the most particular drill instructor. Dalvin returned the salute. "At ease. Today we determine if yesterday was exceptional performance or standard capability. You will engage targets at distances from 300 to 1,500 meters under various conditions. You will have limited time to calculate solutions. You will face scenarios designed to break concentration and test decision-making under pressure. Questions?" "No, sir. Ready when you are." Dalvin pulled up the first scenario. Target Alpha, distance 420 meters. Wind, variable, gusting from southwest at 8 to 15 miles per hour. Target exposure, 5 seconds. Engage when ready. Maya dropped into position with that same unsettling fluidity, deploying her bipod and settling behind the scope. She chambered around, her movements economical and precise. For perhaps 3 seconds, she remained absolutely motionless. Then she fired. The target registered a hit in the primary elimination zone. Center mass, slightly left to compensate for wind drift. Time from position to shot, 3.2 seconds, Dalvin noted. Acceptable. Target beta. Distance, 670 meters. Wind, calm. Target is partially obscured behind barrier. Only head and upper torso visible. Assess and engage. Maya adjusted her position fractionally. This time she took 4 seconds before firing. Another perfect hit. Target Gamma. Distance, 940 meters. Wind, crosswind from east, 12 miles per hour sustained. Target moving left to right at walking speed. You have 8 seconds. I watched Maya's breathing pattern change. She settled deeper into her position, tracking the target's movement. 6 seconds elapsed. 7. At 7.5 seconds, her rifle barked. The target registered a hit just as it reached the edge of its travel zone. Adequate, Dalvin said, though his tone suggested he meant considerably more than adequate. Now, we increase difficulty. Multiple targets will appear simultaneously at various distances. You will prioritize based on threat assessment protocols. Targets designated red are high value, yellow are medium value, blue are low value. Your ammunition is limited. Choose wisely. The range erupted with targets, 12 of them, scattered across 1,000 meters of varied terrain, 3 red, 4 yellow, 5 blue. Maya did not panic, did not rush. Instead, she took 2 seconds to scan the entire field through her scope, then began engaging targets in a sequence that took me a moment to understand. She started with the furthest red target at 1,300 meters. The most difficult shot, the one most shooters would save for last if they attempted it at all. She fired, cycled her bolt, then immediately acquired the second red target at 900 meters. Fired again. The third red target appeared at only 400 meters, almost insultingly close after the previous shots. She put a round through it in less than 2 seconds. Then she methodically worked through the yellow targets, prioritizing by distance and exposure time rather than simple proximity. The blue targets she ignored completely until all higher value threats were eliminated. Total time, 41 seconds. Total rounds expended, 9. Total hits, 9. You left 3 targets active, Dalvin observed. Low-value targets at close range, sir, Maya replied calmly. In a real scenario, conventional infantry could handle those threats. My limited ammunition is better preserved for targets they cannot effectively engage. Resource management seemed more important than achieving a perfect score. Dalvin's mandibles clicked rapidly, a sign of extreme approval in Caesarian body language. Correct assessment. Most recruits empty their weapons trying to hit everything, then find themselves useless when actual high-value targets appear. You think like an asset, not a soldier. Good. He paused, manipulating his controls to configure something new. Now we test your limitations. I am going to make you fail, Torres. I need to know where your breaking point exists. Understood? Yes, sir. I would expect nothing less. What followed was brutal. Dalvin threw scenarios at Maya that would have overwhelmed veteran shooters. Targets at extreme distances with minimal exposure time. Environmental conditions that bordered on impossible. Situations requiring split-second decisions where every choice had consequences. Maya missed her first shot at the 90-minute mark. A target at 1,600 meters in gusting winds with only a 3-second exposure window. Her round passed just left of the silhouette, missing by perhaps 6 inches. She did not curse, did not show frustration. She simply chambered another round and waited for the next target. Why did you miss? Dalvin asked immediately. Misjudged the wind gradient at distance, sir, Maya replied without hesitation. I compensated for the wind speed at my position, but failed to account for the increased velocity at the target's elevation. Environmental reading error, not mechanical failure. Correct. Again, same target, same conditions. This time, Maya took an extra second. I saw her eyes flick to a small indicator on her scope, then back to the target. When she fired, the hit registered perfectly. Better. What changed? I used the mirage patterns visible through the scope to estimate wind speed at the target, rather than relying on conditions at my position. More accurate data input, better solution. Dalvin's optical implant cycled through several colors. You can read mirage for wind estimation? That is an advanced technique rarely used outside specialized units. It is standard in long-range competition, sir. When you are shooting targets the size of dinner plates at a mile, you learn to read every environmental indicator available. Mirage, vegetation movement, dust patterns, even the way your own heat waves interact with the sight picture. Everything tells you something. I found myself leaning forward, fascinated despite my better judgment. This human, this small, seemingly fragile creature, spoke about reading an environment with the same intensity my species used when discussing territorial conquest. Dalvin continued the evaluation for another hour. he introduced moving targets, electronic countermeasures, simulated stress scenarios with sounds of combat, and incoming fire. Maya handled each challenge with the same methodical approach, sometimes succeeding brilliantly, occasionally failing, but always analyzing and adapting. At the 3-hour mark, Dalvin finally called a halt. "Enough. Clear your weapon and approach the observation station." Maya complied, her movements showing the first signs of fatigue. Maintaining absolute stillness and concentration for 3 hours took a physical toll, regardless of species. When she reached the station, Dalvin pulled up a holographic display showing her complete performance metrics. Hit percentage, 87% across all scenarios. Average time to first shot, 3.8 seconds. Longest successful engagement, 1,460 meters. Decision-making score, 92% optimal choices. These numbers, Dalvin said slowly, would qualify you for immediate placement in our Tier 2 sniper program. Tier 1 remains reserved for candidates with actual combat experience, but your raw skill is undeniable. However, before I make any recommendations, I need you to answer something honestly. Why are you here? Maya blinked, clearly not expecting the question. "Sir, you possess skills that took years to develop. Skills that have no practical civilian application in human society, unless I am misinformed. You could have remained on Earth, competed in your sport, lived comfortably. Instead, you joined a military organization, left your planet, and volunteered for an infantry position that would never utilize your actual capabilities. Why?" For the first time since I had observed her, Maya's composure cracked slightly. Not much, just a brief hesitation, a flicker of something deeper behind her eyes. "Because precision rifle shooting taught me something, sir," she began carefully. "It taught me that humans are not naturally gifted at very much. We are not the strongest, not the fastest, not the toughest. We do not have built-in weapons or armor or enhanced senses. What we have is the ability to learn, to practice, to take something we are mediocre at and become exceptional through sheer dedication." She gestured to her rifle. "This weapon does not make me special. Thousands of humans can shoot as well as I can. Some shoot better. What makes the difference is that we, as a species, we do not accept our limitations as permanent. We see a challenge, and we obsess over it until it stops being a challenge. When I heard that humanity had joined the Galactic Defense Force, that we were the new species trying to prove ourselves worthy of inclusion, I knew I had to be part of that. Because if there is one thing humans understand, it is being the underdog who has to work twice as hard to earn half the respect." Dalvin regarded her silently for a long moment. Then he looked at me. "Krelvos, your assessment?" I chose my words carefully. "In Tarkonian tactical doctrine, we classify threats by their immediate danger versus their sustainable danger. A shock trooper presents immediate danger through overwhelming force, but a sniper presents sustainable danger, the ability to inflict casualties consistently over extended periods while remaining undetected and unengaged. If chores represents a standard example of human marksmanship potential, then we have categorized humans incorrectly in our threat assessments." "Explain," Dalvin commanded. "We assumed humans would fill support roles, technical positions, areas where their lack of physical advantages would not matter. But if their cultural development has produced a population with widespread familiarity with precision weapons, if they have literally millions of civilians who practice marksmanship as recreation, then they represent a strategic asset we did not anticipate. Not as frontline troops, but as force multipliers. One human sniper positioned correctly could influence an entire battlefield without ever being detected. Maya looked uncomfortable with the analysis, but she did not contradict it. Dalvin's mandibles clicked again. An astute observation. The Galactic Defense Force has operated for 400 cycles under certain assumptions about how different species contribute to military effectiveness. Humans have been here for less than 10 cycles. We placed them where we thought they would fit, not where they might excel. He turned back to Maya, effective immediately. You will join the Advanced Reconnaissance Training Program. Your skills will be documented, analyzed, and used to develop new training protocols. You may also be asked to instruct other recruits, human and non-human, in precision marksmanship techniques. Questions? Just one, sir. Will I see actual deployment, or am I being turned into a training curiosity? Dalvin's expression shifted into what I recognized as a predatory smile. Oh, you will deploy, Torres. The galaxy is a dangerous place, and specialists with your capabilities do not sit in classrooms for long. But first, we need to understand if you are an anomaly, or if humanity has been hiding an entire military doctrine in plain sight, disguised as sporting competitions and civilian hobbies. I am not an anomaly, sir, Maya said quietly. I am just someone who took a hobby seriously. Back home, there are competition shooters who make me look like a beginner. There are hunters who have been reading wind and estimating range since they were children. There are military veterans who forgot more about fieldcraft than I will ever learn. If you want to see what humans can really do, wait until some of them start arriving with actual combat experience combined with our cultural background in marksmanship. The implications of that statement settled over the observation station like a heavy gravity field. I thought about Earth, a planet of 8 billion humans. If even a tiny fraction of them possessed skills comparable to Maya, if even 0.1% had spent years refining their ability to place projectiles with precision. That was 8 million potential snipers, 8 million individuals who could influence battlefields from distances where conventional forces could not respond. 8 million quiet, patient, dedicated shooters who treated killing at long range as a solvable problem rather than an impressive feat. Dalvin seemed to be having similar thoughts. Dismissed, Torres. Report to Building 7, Room 312 tomorrow at 0800 for in-processing into the advanced program. Bring your gear and prepare for an extended training cycle. You are about to become very busy. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Maya saluted, collected her equipment, and departed with the same unpretentious efficiency she had displayed throughout. After she left, Dalvin turned to me with an expression I had never seen on his scarred features. Uncertainty mixed with something that might have been concern. We mocked her rifle setup, he said quietly. All those attachments, all that customization. We assumed it was compensation for inadequacy, but it was not compensation. It was optimization. She built that weapon to extend her capabilities to their absolute maximum, then trained until she could utilize every fraction of performance it offered. Yes, sir, I agreed. And if human military doctrine follows similar patterns, if they approach warfare with the same obsessive refinement they apply to their hobbies, then we have underestimated them catastrophically, Dalvin finished. Not because they are stronger or faster or more advanced, but because they are willing to dedicate absurd amounts of time and resources to becoming exceptional at very specific tasks. They turn limitations into specializations. He pulled up a star map showing human-controlled space. It was not impressive compared to the major powers. Just a few dozen systems, a relatively new addition to galactic civilization. I am going to recommend a comprehensive review of human capabilities, Dalvin continued. Not just military records, but cultural analysis. If their civilians treat complex skills as entertainment, what does that tell us about their potential military applications? If a random recruit with no formal military training can perform at specialist levels, what happens when they start sending us their actual professionals? I had no answer. None of us did. What we had witnessed was not superior technology or genetic advantage. It was something more subtle and perhaps more dangerous, a species that became exceptional through pure, stubborn dedication. They took their weaknesses and worked around them. They found what they could do and pushed it to extremes. 3 days later, I received a message from Dalvin. He had accessed Earth databases and found something he thought I should see. It was footage from a human competition called the Precision Rifle Series Championship. I watched humans engage targets at distances exceeding 2,000 meters. I watched them calculate solutions accounting for wind, temperature, barometric pressure, even the curvature of their planet. I watched them do this not for military purposes, not for survival, but for points and trophies and personal satisfaction. Then Dalvin sent me casualty projections, theoretical scenarios where human snipers were deployed in various combat situations. The numbers were disturbing. A single well-positioned human specialist could potentially inflict casualties far exceeding their individual value as a target. And if they worked in teams, if they coordinated, the galaxy had spent 400 cycles developing military doctrines based on conventional warfare, massed forces, technological superiority, overwhelming firepower applied at close to medium ranges. Humans had spent thousands of years figuring out how to kill things that were far away, often things that were bigger, stronger, and more dangerous than themselves. They had refined it into science. They had made it into art. They had turned it into recreation. And now they were here, joining our military, bringing all that accumulated knowledge and cultural obsession with them. 6 months after Maya's evaluation, I saw her again. She wore the insignia of a certified GDF sniper instructor. She was leading a class of 20 recruits, 15 of them non-human, teaching them the fundamentals of long-range marksmanship. I stopped to observe. The recruits looked skeptical at first, just as we all had. This small human was going to teach them advanced combat techniques? Then she took them to the range. She showed them what proper fundamentals looked like. She demonstrated reading environmental conditions. She explained ballistic mathematics in terms anyone could understand. And then, because some lessons require demonstration, she engaged a target at 1,800 meters, in variable wind conditions, with 3 shots. All 3 hits clustered within a circle smaller than my fist. The skepticism evaporated. The recruits leaned forward, suddenly eager to learn from this unassuming human who had just made the impossible look routine. As I walked away, I realized something that would have seemed absurd just months earlier. The galaxy had not been mocking Maya's rifle setup. The galaxy had been staring at the future of asymmetric warfare without recognizing it. They had mocked her, right up until the moment an instructor whispered a truth that should have been obvious. Only snipers move like that. Only humans, it seemed, turned marksmanship into a cultural phenomenon. And now the galaxy would learn what that meant, one precisely placed round at a time.
The galactic station hummed with its usual symphony of alien life, clicks, whistles, and harmonics that would drive most humans mad. But Lisa had grown accustomed to it during her 3 years as the sole human maintenance technician on Outpost Kepler 9. Her quarters were cramped, a modest cube tucked between the waste recycling sector and the botanical gardens. The station administrators had offered her larger accommodations in the diplomatic wing, but Lisa preferred the isolation. Fewer questions, fewer stares. Today had been brutal. 12 hours crawling through ventilation shafts, repairing oxidation damage that the station's Velkari engineers couldn't reach with their bulky exoskeletons. Her muscles ached, her coveralls were stained with coolant, and her stomach growled with a ferocity that echoed through her small habitat. She pulled out her precious cargo, ingredients smuggled aboard over months of supply runs. Real garlic, actual butter, fresh basil from the hydroponics bay where she'd secretly planted earth seeds. The station's protein dispensers provided nutritionally complete sustenance, but they couldn't replicate the soul-satisfying comfort of real cooking. Lisa set her portable heating element to medium and began her ritual. Olive oil shimmered in the pan. Garlic sizzled, releasing its unmistakable aroma. She added cherry tomatoes, watching them blister and burst. Fresh pasta, painstakingly made by hand last weekend, went into boiling water. The scent bloomed through her quarters, earthy and rich and utterly, perfectly human. She didn't notice her door's proximity sensor activating. The first she knew of her visitors was a soft, chittering sound. Lisa turned to find 3 Quarksian cubs pressed against her doorway, their crystalline eyes wide, their fur-covered snouts twitching frantically. The species stood barely 3 feet tall, with 6 limbs and bodies covered in dense silvery fur that shifted colors with their emotions. Currently, all 3 glowed a curious amber. "Oh, hello?" Lisa said, startled. She recognized them from the station's residential sector. Quarksians were a species in recovery, their homeworld still rebuilding after a devastating plague. These cubs and their family were refugees, granted sanctuary aboard Kepler 9. The smallest one, Rex, she remembered his name from station logs, stepped forward. In his 4 upper limbs he clutched a bowl, not a standard-issue station bowl, but something clearly homemade, carved from compressed plant fibers and decorated with careful, childish etchings. "Please," Rex said in halting universal standard. His translator implant struggled with the language, designed for adult Quarksian physiology. "Food? Smells like..." He trailed off, but his fur rippled through shades of gold and green, hope and longing. Lisa had learned. The other 2 cubs raised their own bowls, hand-carved, hopeful. Lisa's heart clenched. She glanced at her pan. Enough pasta for 1 hungry human. Certainly not enough for 3 alien children whose dietary needs she didn't fully understand. But those eyes, those trembling whiskers, those carefully crafted bowls brought with such tentative courage. "I don't know if you can eat this," she said gently. "Human food might make you sick." Rex's fur dimmed to gray, disappointment. "We eat many things," he said. "On homeworld, before plague, we eat grandmother-made food. Hot food smells like yours, not dispenser food. Real food." Understanding crashed over Lisa like a wave. They weren't just hungry. They were homesick. She made her decision in an instant. "Come in, sit." The cubs scrambled inside, clutching their bowls. Lisa checked her tablet, pulling up Quarksian dietary restrictions. Compatible proteins, check. No toxic alkaloids in tomatoes or basil for their species, check. Garlic might be intense but not harmful. She portioned out her dinner into their 3 bowls, then the remaining into her own. What was meant to be a generous meal became 4 modest servings. She added a sprinkle of the precious Parmesan she'd been hoarding, then drizzled each bowl with herb-infused olive oil. The cubs stared at their portions with reverence. "Blow on it," Lisa demonstrated. "It's hot." They mimicked her, their small breaths creating ripples across the pasta. Rex took the first careful bite. His fur exploded into brilliant gold, then shifted rapidly through every color Lisa had ever seen. Joy, surprise, nostalgia, gratitude, all cascading across his small body like living art. The other cubs dove in, the small quarters filled with chittering appreciation and the comfortable sounds of eating. Lisa took her own bite, savoring the taste but finding more satisfaction in watching her unexpected guests. "Your grandmother?" Lisa asked Rex between bites. "What did she make?" Rex's translator struggled, but his gestures were universal, stirring, seasoning, serving with love. "Warm grain," he managed, "from our fields. With," he gestured at the tomatoes, "sweet pods from vine." She sang while cooking, made food, special, made it love. "Yeah," Lisa whispered. "Food can be love." They ate in comfortable silence. When the bowls were empty, The cubs cleaned them with their dexterous tongues, then clutched them close again. "Thank you, Lisa Human," Rex said formally. His fur settled into a deep, peaceful blue. Was not just food. Was memory. Was home. After they left, Lisa sat in her quiet quarters, her own stomach only half full but her chest somehow warm and full simultaneously. Her tablet pinged, a message in the station's common channel. Then another. Then 5 more. Cubs from other species. Adolescent Velkari. Even a juvenile Methrix, a species she'd never seen interact with others. All asking the same thing. Could the human cook again? Could they bring their bowls? Lisa looked at her meager supplies, did quick mental calculations, and smiled. She began a message to the station's quartermaster, requesting ingredients. Real ones, the expensive ones. She'd use her entire month's bonus pay if necessary. Tomorrow, she'd cook for 20. Next week, maybe 40. She'd teach them too, anyone who wanted to learn. Because she finally understood something profound. Humanity's greatest export wasn't technology or diplomacy, or even their stubborn resilience. It was the simple, revolutionary act of turning sustenance into communion, of making food that remembered home, of cooking with love. Rex returned twice more that week, bowl in hand, and each time his fur glowed a little brighter.
Before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. That way, you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. Amara had exactly 3 minutes left on her shift when she heard the screaming. 3 minutes.
Hugh crouched in the dry trench, fingers embedded in loose dust, eyes on the ridgeline. The air was quiet, not dead. Waiting. In the distance, the wind carried the sound of a broken machine whining against itself. It had been days since they'd seen movement on this sector. Still, the protocol held. Eyes up, head low, weapon within reach, even when your only job was to exist and not get erased. His boots were too tight. The pair he'd requisitioned 2 bases ago had gone missing during the transit. He didn't mind. Pain was real, and real was currency. Downhill from his post, the remnants of the town were visible. Buildings melted at the edges like wax that never had a flame. It had once been a civilian tech node, long before the war made civilians mythical. Now it was a waypoint for survivors, smuggling routes, and sometimes even time jump agents who needed a blind corner to re-enter reality. He wiped a line of sweat from his jaw with the back of his glove. The sun here was constant, but it had that shimmer, subtle, off-angle. This place had been bent too many times. The vortexes left folds like bruises in the fabric of a place, and they hummed just below the threshold of sound. Status? A voice crackled over comm. Hugh thumbed the line. Still, no motion. South vector stable. Copy. Stay sharp, Forbes. Repeater glitching again. Scanners caught something near Collector 6. Hugh didn't reply. He knew the scanner saw ghosts. That didn't mean they were wrong. The quiet broke 5 minutes later. A shimmer along the ridge, a distortion, not light but density, then gone. Hugh had already flicked his rifle's selector twice before standing fully upright, eyes fixed. He waited, counted to 7. Stillness again. He clicked the comm twice. No response. Back at base, the signals were already dying. Bursts of static, irregular pings. Hugh dropped into a jog, boots thudding soft on the dust as he moved across the slope, veering toward the last known location of Collector 6. His HUD flickered, then blanked, then returned with a slight offset. The time skewed back 12 minutes. That meant a skip. He slowed near the blackened tree line. Collector 6 was a monument, tall, skeletal, humming, designed to drink from time itself. He circled left. The grass was flattened recently, and a shadow moved where there shouldn't be any source. Hugh froze. A man stood at the base, arms to the side, wearing a suit that shimmered wrong. Not invisibility, not stealth. Rejection. The world didn't want to see him. Hugh raised his weapon but didn't speak. The figure turned slowly, no sudden moves. His face was visible, yet misaligned. A twin flash echo. One version stood with a neutral expression. The other grinned a split second after. Then the image stabilized. Not your time, the man said. Quiet, calm. But you're here. That's enough. Hugh didn't lower the weapon. Identify. Already have. You're tracking me from before your memory loops. I'm Chance. Not mine either, but here we are. Hugh clicked the comm. Nothing. Dead. The man Chance looked to the sky. We've been circling this encounter for a dozen iterations. They made sure you wouldn't remember until this one. Hugh's grip tightened. Who is they? The ones who left us the tech. The ones who taught us to fight with it. The ones who laugh when we use it to kill each other. Hugh moved a half step forward. Chance didn't flinch. You're saying... I'm not saying. I'm reminding. Your memory's fractured. Mine too. Ask yourself this. Who was the first to offer us time jump tech? Who taught us field dampeners? Disruptors? Who never bled when the bullets flew? Hugh opened his mouth, closed it again. I'm not the enemy, Chance said, kneeling and placing a small prism on the ground. But I've worn their suit, once. The prism glowed a low, steady pulse. Around them, the soundscape changed. Hugh heard children laughing. He blinked. The world flickered. The trees weren't burnt anymore. They were green. A woman's voice echoed, calling someone home. Then it was gone. You felt that? Chance stood. Hugh nodded. Barely. They've done this for centuries. Give us tech. Wait. Watch. When we grow too curious, too close, they seed a war. Hugh's breath slowed, so we'd kill ourselves before we learned the truth. Chance gave a single nod. You see it now. The sky crackled. Not thunder, more like a choked signal collapsing. Chance looked back to the collector. This is where I leave you. They've spotted me. Hugh stepped forward. Wait, how do I? But the man was already gone. No light, no sound. The shimmer ended. Hugh stood in silence, hand trembling slightly. He didn't report it. Not then. The next day, Griffin returned. His hair was damp, his posture worse. Whatever mission he'd run, it took more than time. The base was on full lockdown. Systems glitching, vortex stabilization erratic. Everyone acted like that was normal. Hugh found him by the perimeter wall, staring out across the empty flatland. You didn't sleep, Hugh said. Griffin nodded. I did, just not all at once. Hugh waited. Griffin turned slightly. You ever wonder why the war doesn't end? Hugh nodded. All the time. Griffin lit a stim stick, offered one. Hugh declined. We lost 712, not just the unit, the whole region. Timeline bled out. Hugh frowned. Hugh's heart stuttered. Then who? Griffin looked him dead in the eye. Exactly. Neither spoke for a while. The wind picked up. Inside, the operations room was tense. Red lights blinked at irregular intervals, reports piled. The memory cubes stacked on the command table were warm to the touch. No one dared sort them yet. A runner approached Hugh later, handed him immediate. Hugh opened it. His eyes narrowed. The coordinates led back to the outskirts, near Collector 3. He packed light. When he arrived, the area was quiet, but the collector hummed with unnatural rhythm. He scanned. Nothing out of place. Then a glimmer in the grass, a small orb, perfectly smooth, chrome black. It pulsed when he approached. He reached for it. Don't. The voice came from nowhere. Then everywhere. Hugh froze. You were never meant to hold that, it said, but we let one of you get close, a flaw in your kind's chaos. The orb rose from the grass, floated, hovered inches from his face. You are not the virus, you are the vector. Hugh's legs locked. He couldn't move. The war was our fire. You are oxygen. Then silence. The orb dropped, cold again. Hugh backed away, heart pounding, sweat cold. That night, Griffin debriefed in whispers, not recorded, not logged. You heard them, didn't you? Griffin asked. Hugh nodded. Griffin held a prism in his hand, the same one Chance had shown. It pulsed in rhythm with Hugh's. We're not the first iteration, Griffin said. We're the first to remember. He laid back in the cot, staring at the too quiet for the amount of movement he could feel underfoot. Vibrations. Distant, rhythmic, machine tall, and walked the inner wall circuit. New fencing was going up. Drones were perched in place along the high ridgeline, not military, not theirs. Civilian surveillance drones, re-engineered and equipped with low-signature pulse detectors. They weren't watching the enemy anymore. They were watching inward. Griffin met him at the underground lift hours later, alone. No brief, no essay visited by fieldmen. Hugh watched as Griffin unlocked the gate with a prism-embedded baton and a sharp whisper. The door blinked in, not out. They stepped into the pulse chamber. 50-foot ceilings, all dark, no light sources, yet everything was visible. At the center was the unit. A vault the size of a dropship sat buried halfway into the floor. Tubes snaked from its sides, some pulsing with liquid, others glowing like a vein through skin. Monitors surrounded it, showing blurred maps, time-looped faces, fragments of coordinates, and one icon pulsing red, an omega fractured by a vertical slash. "What is this?" Hugh asked. "Where it all starts," Griffin said, walking to the side and waving his hand over a sphere mount. A projection erupted, showing overlapping maps of the Earth, then other worlds, all linked by fine green tendrils. "They seeded us with tech, centuries ago, gave us discoveries, progress, power, then waited. Waited for what? For us to build the network they couldn't, for us to connect the gates." Hugh looked up. Time travel was their back door. Griffin nodded. "Every vortex, every collector, it's an antenna, not just for power, for communication." "With who? Not who. What?" Hugh blinked as the vault cracked open. The hiss was low, sad somehow, as if the metal itself mourned what it had been holding. Inside was a human figure, female, motionless, encased in a translucent field. Her eyes open but glassed over. Her skin glimmered faintly like frost over polished steel. "She's been here longer than the war," Griffin said. "Not alive. Not exactly. We think missions." "And she led us?" "No, she made us." The transmission included schematics, implants, algorithms. Hugh took a step back. "She's not the only one, is she?" Griffin didn't answer. He turned and walked toward the far console, flipping a series of switches. The room dimmed as energy drew inward. A wall shimmered and then revealed a memory stream. Not a recording, a captured time echo. It showed the battlefield from 2 decades ago. Hugh watched in silence as soldiers fought, but the weapons were wrong. Too clean, vaporized with beams that made no sound, and floating above the scene, just visible, were rings, metallic, rotating in opposite directions. Inside each, eyes, unblinking, unblinking. Hugh felt his skin go cold. "They watched," Griffin said. "They watched the entire time, intervened only to keep balance, not peace. Conflict is a power source to them." Hugh stepped closer. "Why now? Why are we only seeing this now?" "Because we started asking the wrong questions at the right time, the kind that pierce back." Griffin turned, handed Hugh a small capsule. Inside, a filament. It shimmered with its own rhythm, ticking like a second heart. "Take this to Reclamation Node 5. Drop it inside the collector there. Do not talk, do not deviate. When you're done, you'll know what we know." Hugh took the capsule. "And if I don't want to know?" Griffin didn't flinch. "You already do. You just don't remember." Outside, where the light should be, people moved in double exposures, resetting every few steps. No one else noticed. He boarded a scout skiff and headed out. The ride to Node 5 took an hour through the cracked valleys, regions once farmland now mined for fusion dust. The remnants of 3 old wars had built a mountain range from metal alone. At Node 5, the collector stood half functional. Partially melted, covered in impact scoring, the area had been abandoned for years. Hugh walked in with the capsule clenched in his palm. He reached the node and found the socket Griffin described, a small cube panel flickering with green light. He opened the capsule and dropped the filament inside. Instantly, the collector pulsed. Hugh staggered back as the world around him bent sharply inward. Sound vanished, vision inverted, and then he was standing in the same spot, but the sky above was gone. In its place, a black mesh lattice like a dome. Outside the dome were stars, but wrong. Too many, moving too fast. And behind them, something watched. It didn't move, it didn't speak. But Hugh knew. The war wasn't the end. It was the farm. The machine around him vibrated with such force that his nose bled. He clutched his ears, fell to his knees. A voice, not from the air but inside his spine, spoke. "Your kind was the blade. Now you are the wound." Then he was back, flat on the ground, the collector humming as if nothing happened. He stood slowly. The sky was blue again, real. But now everywhere he looked, he saw ghost impressions of what had been, shadow echoes of the Watchers, hanging like mist. He returned to base without logging the trip. Griffin met him near the perimeter. "You saw them." Hugh nodded. Griffin whispered, "Good. Then you're ready." "Ready for what?" Griffin held out a device. It looked like a detonator, but the counter ran upward. "This sets the frequency. Not a weapon, a signal." "To call them? To show them we see them." Hugh hesitated. "Why not destroy them?" Griffin shook his head. "They exist across probabilities. They're never there long enough to destroy. But we can interfere. We can jam the signal, break the loop, make Earth opaque." Hugh took the device. Griffin leaned close. "They've used humans against each other for eons. This time, one human uses them." The countdown began at Hugh's touch. and somewhere far beyond the collector field, in a place without time, the watchers blinked. Hugh's dreams that night were not dreams. They were overlays. Experiences not lived but embedded, poured into him like data down a failing conduit. He saw his childhood, but wrong. His mother's face was out of focus. Her mouth moved, but the words were not in any language he knew, and yet he understood. He saw Griffin before he'd ever met Griffin. Younger, cleaner, still wearing both his arms. He saw the collector field stretching across continents like neural veins, and hovering above them, always just out of reach, were the rings. When he woke, the counter on the device had stopped. It blinked once, then vanished, leaving a blank screen and a subtle warmth in his pocket, like it had never existed. He looked around the barracks. 4 cots empty. 4 fieldmen gone. No alerts, no alarms. He checked his HUD. No mention of them. No logs. Erased or never there. He walked into Central Ops to find the command deck in full lockdown. Griffin stood before a newly constructed DAS. Floating above it were 3 memory cubes, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. No one else moved. All around, techs stood still, eyes distant, mouths shut, like statues waiting to be rewound. Griffin turned when Hugh entered, his eyes bloodshot, not from fatigue, but exposure. "They struck back," he said flatly. "They killed this timeline." Hugh blinked. "What?" Griffin gestured at the cubes. 3 anchors, fragments of 3 concurrent time branches that still remember this version of events. The rest are collapsing. We're in a localized breach. We have maybe 12 hours before the station loses alignment and gets absorbed. Hugh stepped forward. "Then we evacuate." Griffin didn't move. "No, we consolidate. We've found something. A map, not of time, but of cause." Hugh stood beside him now, the cubes flickering softly, projecting a field. The hologram showed a spiral, not linear, but coiled like a vortex looped into itself. Events orbited the center, sometimes merging, sometimes repelling. Hugh saw events he remembered, and ones he didn't, but knew. His hand passed through one, and it burned. Static bled into his skin. A timeline? No. A bypass. A false continuity. It masquerades as time, but it's a logic tunnel. They hide inside the assumptions we refuse to challenge. Hugh understood now. They're not just using tech, they're using belief. Griffin nodded. Everything we assumed about the war, about origin, about alliance, it's all engineered. The real timeline, the true causal strand, buried underneath their planted event cube on the DAS. This one was black. We create a false loop, a bait line. We simulated a divergence so catastrophic they can't ignore it. Something irresistible, something that threatens their design. Hugh frowned. And what would that be? Griffin looked him dead in the eye. You. Hugh felt it before he accepted it. Something in him had changed. The Watchers had touched him, marked him. Not infected, enhanced. He could feel the gaps in logic around him now, like holes in glass. We use you to rewrite the bait line, Griffin continued. A series of events where you gain control of the vortex lattice, where you unify the collector fields, where you collapse the war not by peace, but by coherence, a new frequency. Hugh was silent. Then, won't they see it? Griffin grinned. That's the point. When they enter the loop to interfere, we close it with this. He revealed a shard, metallic, humanoid in shape but abstract, a sculpture, or maybe a key. Its edges glowed softly like ice over a dying ember. What is it? An anchor, from before, from the original strand. Hugh took it. It was warm and cold, heavy and light, impossible. Griffin handed him a small packet. Inside, a pulse trigger and a single-use vortex drive. You'll jump to the coordinates in 10 minutes. You'll arrive 2 weeks before the Catalyst event. Set the stage. Let them see you rise. Let them think they've won. And when they enter, you'll know. Hugh didn't say goodbye. He never liked endings. He activated the jump. Time folded. He landed hard. Dust stung his eyes. The sky was orange, veined with stormlight. He was in the southern basin, just outside what would become the Spire base. Only it hadn't been built yet. Around him, civilians worked tirelessly, constructing, trading, surviving. It was a time of hope, and that made it all the more dangerous. Hugh infiltrated fast. His rank carried over, records aligned to support his presence. He began to manipulate key events. Traded black market schematics that intercepted skirmish orders, diffused 3 false flag attacks. He rose fast, as predicted. The timeline adjusted, stretched, reshaped. Eyes turned to him, and then they came. Not ships, not soldiers, observers. People who didn't exist in census data. Faces you never remembered. Conversations that evaporated as soon as they ended. Smiles that didn't reach the eyes. They watched Hugh from every corner of his world. He let them. He even spoke to one in the old library beneath the basin. She wore no insignia. Her smile was correct, not warm, not cold, just expected. "You are deviating," she said. "I'm adapting," Hugh replied. "Your deviation is spreading." He nodded. "That's the point. You risk recursive decay. You risk being seen." She paused. Her eyes flickered just once. That was enough. "We see you, Hugh Forbes." "I see you too." She left. Hugh returned to base. The moment the observers gathered to vote interference, he activated the prism. The timeline snapped. The trap closed. Inside the collector ring, space bent like breath against ice. The watchers were pulled in, not by force, but inevitability. Their assumptions made them vulnerable. Their own map was used against them. Griffin's voice echoed in the comms. "They're caught. Locked in a causal echo. They'll loop endlessly." Hugh didn't celebrate. He stood at the edge of the ring, watching the vortex pulse. He saw the events repeat. War, peace, manipulation, rebellion. Trapped now, unable to project forward. Then silence. Griffin arrived hours later, limping from a collapsed jump zone. "You did it," he said. Hugh looked up. "No, we paused them." Griffin nodded. "Long enough." "For what?" "To remember who we were before they rode over us." Hugh turned back to the ring and waited. Days passed, then weeks. The world outside didn't quite return to normal. It couldn't. Too much had unraveled. The war slowed but didn't stop. The engines of conflict sputtered without the Watcher's fuel, but hatred was an ember that burned under its own heat. Still, something had shifted. The time distortions stabilized. Vortexes no longer formed at random. The collector fields lost their aggression, humming now with a passive stillness, like hibernating beasts. Power grids reconnected. Messages from broken timelines blinked back to life, glitchy but intact. People remembered things that had never happened. Others forgot things they lived through. Hugh wandered the northern sector of the base one morning, watching children play along the scaffolding of a half-finished tower. They were building again. That mattered. He met Griffin at the perimeter wall, just as he had the day of his awakening. This time, there were no weapons between them. Just memory. "Tell me again," Griffin said, leaning on a pipe. "What did she say?" "The observer." Hugh scratched his chin. "She said I was deviating." Griffin smiled. "That's the closest thing to a compliment they've ever given." They stood in silence, watching the horizon. Off in the distance, the collapsed shell of the set's former stronghold glittered in the morning light. Its command lines still crawled across the hillsides, fossilized AI script etched into the earth like old scars. The signal towers had gone quiet. No more pulses, no more updates from beyond. Griffin reached into his coat and handed Hugh a small box. Inside was a fragment of one of the green-streaked memory cubes, shattered, dead. It shimmered faintly but with no pulse. A relic. "What's this?" "A reminder," Griffin said, "of what we forgot, and what we broke to remember it." Hugh closed the box. "Will they come back?" "Probably, eventually, but not in the same form. They can't run the same script twice. Now that we've seen them, they have to change their mask." Hugh nodded. "So what happens now?" Griffin's gaze lingered on the sky. "We rebuild. We decentralize. We bury what we must, and we archive what we can. And we don't forget again." That afternoon, the Council of Sectors gathered for the first time in 10 years. Not a war council, not a supply command. A forum. Each representative seated without armor, without rank insignia, only their lived memories and fractured truths. Hugh stood before them, uninvited but not unwelcome. He spoke plainly. There was a war, but not the one we fought. The true war was over control of perception, of memory, of possibility. And we lost for a time. Silence, but now we're not being watched. Not yet, and this is our chance to decide who we become. He stepped down, no applause, but nods, real ones. That was enough. Later that evening, Griffin took Hugh to the sublevels, to the room where the sleeper remained. She hadn't moved since the disruption. The field around her was dimming, a flicker at the edges. They'd begun dismantling the chamber. "She wasn't one of them," Griffin said softly, "but she wasn't one of us either." Hugh approached the field, looked into her eyes. There was something there now. A flicker, a blink. She saw him. He stepped back. "We should end it." Griffin nodded. "We will." The chamber lights dimmed. The encasement powered down. For the first time in years, the hum ceased. Outside, the base slowly returned to function. The collector fields were reprogrammed to track history, not distort it. Records were rebuilt, memory cubes re-indexed and sealed, and the spires, those strange towering relics of the set's influence, were stripped down and turned into signal buoys. Beacons of caution. A warning. Hugh returned to the field corps, but not as a soldier. He walked from zone to zone, speaking, listening, learning what had survived and what had changed. Some towns had no memory of the war. Others remembered wars that never existed. Each version of truth had weight. At the edge of the eastern ridge, Hugh sat with a boy no older than 10, watching a glider drone circle overhead. "Is that thing dangerous?" the boy asked. "It used to be," Hugh said. "Now it's just watching." The boy made a face. "Like the bad watchers?" Hugh smiled. "No, this one listens. It learns." The boy looked curious. "From who?" Hugh pointed at him. "From you." Far off in space, just beyond the visible edge, an echo folded back in on itself. A logic loop failed to close. Somewhere in the mesh between universes, a dead signal flared and went out. Back on Earth, life moved forward. And for the first time in generations, the future wasn't written, it would be told. There was a silence growing beneath the world. Beneath the crust of reclaimed cities, under collector stations now long dormant, deep in tunnels carved out during the height of the war, something had gone quiet. Not the quiet of peace, the quiet of things waiting. Hugh stood before the archive vault, key filament pressed to the lock, listening to the mechanical whispers of the security lattice folding away. This was the last node they hadn't explored since the Watchers fell into their loop, not out of fear, out of caution. It was said this one held the raw pre-collapse logs, untouched, unscrubbed, unfiltered. He wasn't alone. Woody was with him now, older, slower, his leg fitted with a bypass implant that clicked as he walked. But his eyes still sparked. "You think it'll change what we know?" Woody asked. "I think it might show us what we missed," Hugh replied. Inside, the vault breathed. Lines of prisms and filament libraries stretched wall to wall. Everything shimmered with latent data, and at the heart of it an orb, dormant but intact, embedded in a slab of old-world alloy, pulsing faintly like a sleeping heart. Hugh approached it, no scripts activated, no alerts. It led him near. He placed his palm on it. Static ran up his spine. Images hit him in frames. The first city, the first seed. The first whisper of foreign design implanted into Earth's grid under the guise of a solar alignment project. Then the Black Rains, then the first clean war, then the first altered memory, and behind it all, shapes. Not creatures, not ships, motifs. Patterns of logic that birthed technologies and fed ideologies. They weren't watchers, they were shepherds or farmers. Hugh pulled his hand away. The orb quieted. "God," Woody said. "We were the crops." "No," Hugh corrected, standing slowly. "We were the soil." They returned to base under the veil of a mild dust storm. No alarms, no debriefing, only silence from those who waited. Griffin met them, already knowing, his face drawn sunken, like he'd read it all through the static. "We can't destroy it," Hugh said. Griffin nodded. "I wouldn't ask us to." "What now?" We reframed the timeline. Hugh raised a brow. "We admit the truth," Griffin continued, "to everyone. No more classified loops, no more time-layered missions, and no more grooming the future like we're shaping it. That'll shatter half the command." Griffin smiled without warmth. That half was already cracked. The announcement came 2 days later, a broadcast shared openly across all regions. Hugh stood before the array, wind at his back, voice steady. "We were shaped, engineered, but we were never owned." He paused. Let it sink in. The Watchers didn't lose, they were paused. But we must learn, because they never stopped preparing us for themselves. We must build a world where interference is impossible, not just hidden. He stared into the lens, unblinking, and we begin with memory. All of it. Every truth, every fracture, every false timeline. We record it, we teach it, we write it down so the next era won't be born blind. That day, the base began the archive. Every survivor submitted their story. Some spoke in rage, others wept. Others simply recited what they remembered. But they spoke. For the first time, they owned their memory. Hugh watched from the catwalk above as fieldmen and civilians alike lined up to add their voices. Even the old set officers, long disbanded, were there, humbled. Griffin stood beside him. "Do you believe it'll hold?" Hugh didn't answer right away. "No." Griffin tilted his head. "But I believe they'll try," Hugh said. "And that's enough." In the shadows of the collector fields, now dismantled and rusting in the sun, children ran without weapons. The sound of their feet was real. Not fabricated, not repeated from a forgotten timeline. Real. The walls of the base, once humming with vortex interference and cloaked in disruptor fields, now bore murals, a timeline made of images, not loops. Art told the story. The field code from the fallen timeline had been transcribed into poetry. The names of the lost engraved along the northern barricade, which now stood not to protect, but to remember. And in a chamber far below, sealed in silence, the anchor sat, no longer needed, but never discarded, because even peace, when earned, needs a keystone. Hugh left the base one final time, not in retreat, not in exile, but in purpose. Across the fractured lands were still untouched towns, wild colonies, survivors uncounted. He would walk until his name was forgotten, until his story was retold by those who never knew him. That was how memory healed. Not by being preserved perfectly, but by being handed forward, flawed, and still beating. The last image of Hugh, recorded in the archive, was a simple one. A man standing at the edge of a broken road, pack slung over one shoulder, looking ahead, and in the distance, a sky that no longer shimmered. Somewhere far above the atmosphere, where no collectors reached, where even the time loops hadn't curled, the last fragment of the Watcher's architecture floated. It was not a ship, not in any human sense. It was a vessel of probability, a skein of possibility woven tight into a field of shifting potential. It did not move through space, it moved through assumption. Where belief was strong enough, it appeared. Where doubt crept in, it flickered out. But something was wrong now. Inside this structure, the inhabitants, or remnants, processed pattern collapses at blinding speeds. They projected shadow selves into still looping fragments of old Earth, seeking resonance. But the resonance was gone. The lattice had been severed. Hugh's act, the trigger Griffin handed him, the field disruption seeded into the fake loop had done more than trap them. It had taught the world to question, and doubt was fatal to the Watchers. Within the vessel, one node pulsed erratic. The shape inside, a humanoid approximation crafted to better observe those who evolved through struggle, shivered. "You deviated," the node said aloud. There was no response. Deviant vector has spawned replications. Local thought-form environments no longer reinforce the assumed chain. Silence. The subject vector has ignited recursive free agency nodes. Authority structures collapsing. Absorption impossible. Still silence. The figure tilted its head. Begin observer shutdown. We will attempt re-entry through a lower assumption tier. And the ship dimmed. On Earth, Griffin received the signal hours before sunrise. He read the data burst 3 times before speaking. They've gone under. Hugh was across the continent now, helping rebuild the aquifer maps and re-establish grain corridors, but his signal returned in less than a minute. Gone where? Beneath awareness. They're going dark, waiting to be believed in again. Hugh responded simply, "Then we stop worshipping ghosts." The last phase began not with a war, but with a school. A single building, set into the old ruins of what was once a set outpost, now ringed with gardens and water channels. Its walls were painted with the words of 100 timelines, all jumbled, forming a new whole. Students came from all sectors, some whose ancestors had been on the wrong side of the war, others from fringe colonies who'd barely survived. They weren't told what to believe, they were told to remember and to question. Hugh taught there only once a year. He sat on the floor, never behind a lectern. He told stories. The truth of them didn't matter as much as the questions they raised. The one he always ended with went like this. There was a day once, he said, when someone asked what would happen if we stopped reacting, stopped assuming the enemy was each other, and the answer came. Quiet, simple, unavoidable. He waited. Someone always asked, what was the answer? He smiled. We remembered who we were, and they couldn't survive that. That night, the stars flickered in the sky, not from battle, not from interference, but from alignment. A pattern locked into place, a story completed. A loop broken, not by force, but by letting go, and so ended the first book, not with a final battle, but with a final breath, a return to self, a knowing. The Watchers waited, but no one came back. Years passed, not in silence, but in motion, rebuilding, reconnection, relearning. The surface of the earth no longer bore the sharp scars of war, but it did not forget them. Roads etched with blast lines had become market lanes. Collector ruins turned into sanctuaries, each one a circle of stone and steel where people told stories and sang of timelines they'd never lived, but now somehow remembered. Hugh grew older, The man once shadowed by weaponry and war had grown into something else. Not a leader, not even a figurehead, but a presence. People didn't salute him. They asked him questions. He didn't give orders. He asked better questions in return. He rarely stayed in one place longer than a season. One winter in the southern terraces building floodgates with teenage engineers. Another summer on the Central Plateau, helping construct transmitter towers that no longer aimed to call out to watchers, but to call across one another. Pure communication, human to human. No lords overhead, no silent witnesses in orbit. Children now grew up knowing the war as a shadow, not a monster. They played games where the monsters were defeated not with weapons, but by seeing them clearly, naming them aloud, and choosing to walk past. In the city of Orlan, a rebuilt trade hub over one of the oldest collector fields, Hugh met a woman named Ray. She was tall, quiet-eyed, and burned metal into poetry. Her sculptures stood over intersections, phrases twisted from salvaged steel and old war plates. Truth is memory untied from fear. All gods can be doubted. Do not kneel to patterns. They built a home above the old glider station. Together, they uncovered part of a dormant set data vault, one the reclamation crews had missed. It wasn't functional. The memory lattice had long since degraded, but inside it were dozens of spools, paper thin and etched in a language neither fully recognized. Ray spent 3 years translating it line by line. It was a confession from one of the first hybrid observers. I did not believe they would ever fall, but they feared something we could not quantify, the human act of doubt. Not doubt as despair, doubt as resistance, as anti-programming, as self-definition. Once a mind learns to doubt a loop, the loop breaks. This is not rebellion, it is evolution. That is the fracture they feared. The virus we seeded and forgot. They published the text, not as scripture, as reference. One day, Hugh stood at the high balcony and watched the sky. He had no agenda. The watchers hadn't returned. But sometimes you had to look anyway. Not out of fear, out of responsibility. He turned to find Griffin there. The older man had grayed, lost mass, gained vision. "They're not coming," Hugh said. Griffin nodded. "Not soon. Not in form." Hugh tilted his head. "Still afraid of us?" "No," Griffin said. "Afraid we'll teach others what we learned." And that was the truth. The war hadn't been between species. It had been a war between realities, between those who needed control and those who had learned to live without it. Griffin handed him a small black stone. "Polished, seamless. What is it?" Hugh asked. "A fragment, from the edge of the echo lattice, still warm." Hugh felt it hum in his palm. "Does it do anything?" Griffin smirked. "Only if you give it orders." Hugh tossed it to Ray later that night. She caught it in one hand, studied it under firelight, and buried it in a planter box beneath a plum tree. That spring, the tree flowered early. The petals glowed faintly. No one asked why. In time, the archives were expanded. Not just war records, not just memory loops, not just field notes, but stories. Folklore born from fractured truths, children's books retelling old timelines as parables, maps drawn from memory and dream together. Hugh read a page one morning while walking the sky bridge above Orlan. Once the world was a knot of forgetting, then someone pulled a thread and looked inside. He smiled. He knew the writer, a girl who'd grown up beneath the burnt towers of the northern fields. Her story was new, hers alone. In the last years of his life, Hugh never stopped moving. He walked from valley to spire to desert edge, sometimes speaking, sometimes silent, sometimes just planting something in the dirt and walking away. When he died, there was no monument, no funeral pyre, no military fanfare, but across the land in every outpost and commune and memory station, bells rang once at the hour of dusk, not for mourning, for signal clarity, to say, we remember, we remain, we deviate. And far above the earth, beyond any collector field's range, in a space where time once bent to foreign will, the watchers sat dormant still. Their nodes quivered as a signal breached their loops, soft, slow, human. Not a threat, a question. Are you still watching? No reply, and none was needed, because the question itself meant we're no longer waiting. Somewhere across a barren world that once wore the same sky as Earth, a man walked beneath unfamiliar constellations. He wasn't Hugh, not anymore. His name had dissolved over time, a sound turned to silence by years of walking, listening, remembering. He wore a weathered jacket stitched from old field cloth and new fiber, and in his chest he carried a shard of the old world, not as a weapon, not as proof, but as a thread, a reminder that no strand of history was ever fully cut. This was not Earth. Not exactly. It was one of the spill worlds, those branched planets created during the war, when the Watchers had bent the lattice so far it fractured into physical space. Some spill worlds had collapsed, others had matured into strange reflections. This one had lived, and it had grown. The settlers here knew of the war, though not firsthand. They had never seen the collectors. They had never bled beneath the vortex storms, but they knew the stories. The archive, now encoded into deep orbit repeater pods, had reached them generations ago. The people here had adapted the lessons, built without hierarchy, structured their cities with centers, not tops, named their children after doubts, not heroes. And now, the man with no name walked their roads. He wasn't a prophet. They didn't treat him like one. He was an echo, a fragment, a living strand of the thread they'd inherited. On his third day in the capital ring, he stood beneath a tower of glass grown directly from volcanic stone. The structure resonated faintly, tuned to vibrations across the planetary field. It was a listening post, but not for signals. It listened to memory. He sat in the center and waited. A child approached. Not out of awe, out of curiosity. "Is it true," she asked, "that you spoke with the machines?" He smiled. "No," she frowned. "But you stopped them." "No," he said again, gently. "We stopped ourselves. That's what made them powerless." She didn't quite understand, but she nodded anyway. The tower shifted pitch. Something beyond language passed through the room. Not a message, a feeling. Deep acknowledgement. Somewhere, the archive in orbit adjusted its rotation. The signal beam moved 1 degree west. The loop had registered a null return, not silence. Completion. Elsewhere, on Earth and on other worlds now growing in the void, the Watchers' logic forms began to erode. Not from an attack, from neglect. They had been forgotten. A single beacon blinked once in a dead region of space, then expired. Back on the spill world, the man walked out of the listening tower, the child following. "What do we do now?" she asked. "Write new myths," he said. "About what?" "Not about the end," he said, turning. "About what we did after the end." The wind carried his voice across the basalt plain, and in time, the world followed. In a chamber so deep beneath Earth's crust it existed between measurable frequencies, an ancient structure shuddered, not from damage, from awakening. Inside, dormant files, fragments of Watcher protocols, scanned for instruction, for pattern, for resonance. They found none, but one thread remained active. Q Forbes, status unknown. The lattice attempted a query. It failed. A secondary command was initiated. Seed contingency, pattern unknowable. A warning flared and extinguished itself. Threat class human defined. And then watch protocol obsolete. Final process activated, handshake rejected. Archive yielded. And thus, the last Watcher node became what it had feared most. A listener. No longer a hand over humanity. Just a record, just a relic. Back on the surface, under a sky no longer charted by war, a generation not born from blood gathered in open fields to speak, to build, to err, to create. They made no gods, they made no enemies, they made a story. And in its telling, everything that once ruled them fell quiet, not gone, but no longer needed. And the world moved forward, not toward peace or power, but toward awareness. The final war had not been won, it had been understood. And understanding was a weapon no loop could counter.
Blake Carter hated being wrong, and right now his navigation system was telling him he was very, very wrong. The transport shuttle had dropped him off at Croner Station 15 minutes ago, and he'd been wandering through identical gray corridors ever since. The place was massive, easily the size of a small moon, and every hallway looked exactly the same. Whoever built this station clearly didn't believe in signs or helpful directions. "This is what I get for taking cheap contracts," Blake muttered, checking his datapad for the third time. The screen showed a simple message: report to Hangar 47 Alpha. Inspect salvage. Get paid. Easy work for easy money, or so he'd thought. Blake was a salvage expert, which was a fancy way of saying he dug through humanity's garbage in space. After the war ended 5 years ago, thousands of ships and stations had been abandoned across the galaxy. Someone had to catalog them, strip out the useful parts, and make sure nothing dangerous got left behind. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills and kept him moving. Blake preferred to keep moving. He turned an Blake Carter hated being wrong, and right now his navigation system was telling him he was very, very wrong. The transport shuttle had dropped him off at Cronner Station 15 minutes ago, and he'd been wandering through identical gray corridors ever since. The place was massive, easily the size of a small moon, and every hallway looked exactly the same. Whoever built this station clearly didn't believe in signs or helpful directions. "This is what I get for taking cheap contracts," Blake muttered, checking his datapad for the third time. The screen showed a simple message: report to Hangar 47 Alpha. Inspect salvage. Get paid. Easy work for easy money, or so he'd thought. Blake was a salvage expert, which was a fancy way of saying he dug through humanity's garbage in space. After the war ended 5 years ago, thousands of ships and stations had been abandoned across the galaxy. Someone had to catalog them, strip out the useful parts, and make sure nothing dangerous got left behind. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills and kept him moving. Blake preferred to keep moving. He turned another corner and found himself in front of a massive door marked with alien symbols he couldn't read. A speaker crackled to life above his head, making him jump. "Welcome, Commander Carter." The voice that came through wasn't quite male or female. It sounded like wind chimes mixed with distant thunder, beautiful and slightly unsettling. "I am the timekeeper, the custodian of this station. Please proceed to Hangar 93 Omega." Blake frowned and tapped his datapad. "Yeah, hi. Look, I think there's been a mix-up. My contract says Hangar 47 Alpha. Can you point me in that direction?" There was a pause, long enough that Blake wondered if the AI had glitched out. Then the voice returned, sounding almost amused. "Your destination was always this one, Commander. Time insists." "Time insists," Blake repeated. "What does that even mean?" "All will become clear. Please follow the guidance markers." Blake considered arguing, but he'd dealt with enough malfunctioning alien tech to know it was usually pointless. The station was ancient, built by some civilization that had disappeared long before humans left Earth. Maybe its AI had a few screws loose after all these centuries. Besides, he was getting paid by the day. If the timekeeper wanted him to check out a different hangar first, fine. He'd humor it, take a look around, then find the right location later. Small holographic arrows appeared in the air, glowing a soft blue. Blake followed them through a maze of corridors, past rooms filled with equipment he didn't recognize, and up 3 levels via a gravity lift that made his stomach flip. Finally, after what felt like an hour of walking, he arrived at a door marked 93 Omega in both alien script and human numbers. "Alright, let's see what's so special about this place," Blake said, pressing the access panel. The doors split apart with a hiss of ancient hydraulics, and Blake's breath caught in his throat. He'd been expecting another abandoned storage bay full of broken equipment and dust. Instead, he was looking at something impossible. A ship sat in the center of the hangar, and it was the most beautiful thing Blake had ever seen. The vessel was huge, easily 300 feet long, but it didn't look like any human or alien design he'd studied. The hull seemed almost organic, with smooth curves that flowed like frozen water. Faint blue light pulsed through veins running along its surface, like a heartbeat made of electricity. Blake walked forward slowly, his boots echoing in the empty hangar. His scanner was going crazy, throwing out readings that didn't make sense. The ship was powered. Not just emergency systems either, but full power, as if someone had been flying it yesterday instead of decades or centuries ago. "This shouldn't be possible," Blake whispered. He'd never seen anything like this in any database. The technology was too advanced, too elegant. It made human ships look like children's toys by comparison. He was about to run a detailed scan when the ship suddenly hummed to life. Blake stumbled backward as a beam of brilliant light shot out from the ship's central spire. The light twisted and condensed, forming a 3-dimensional image in the air between him and the vessel. It was a woman. Or at least it looked like a woman. She wore flowing robes that seemed to be made of starlight itself, constantly shifting and shimmering. Her features were almost human but not quite right. Her eyes were slightly too large, too bright, and when she moved, it was with an impossible grace that made Blake think of dancers or predators. She was speaking, her mouth moving urgently, but Blake couldn't understand a word. The language was musical, full of sounds that human vocal cords probably couldn't make. Her expression was desperate, pleading. Blake fumbled for his universal translator, a small device clipped to his collar. It usually took a few seconds to analyze a new language, but this time it struggled. Words flickered across his datapad screen, most of them garbled. Then fragments started coming through clearly. "Please, can anyone, trapped for so long, help me? I am Lysithra. 7th Fleet, please." Blake's eyes went wide. The 7th Fleet. Every salvage expert knew that name. It was legend, the kind of story people told in bars after too many drinks. An entire alien armada that had vanished 300 years ago during some kind of experimental mission. The fleet had been searching for ways to travel through time itself, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Then one day they just disappeared. All of them. Hundreds of ships and thousands of crew, gone without a trace. The official report said they'd probably been destroyed in whatever experiment they were running. The case was closed, the fleet declared lost with all hands, and the alien government had forbidden anyone from continuing the research. It had been 3 centuries. Nobody expected to find survivors. But here was someone claiming to be from that fleet, calling herself Lysithra. Blake searched his memory. There had been a princess on the fleet, he remembered. The daughter of some alien emperor, a scientist who'd been leading the temporal research. Her death had caused a huge political crisis back when it happened. Your Princess Lysithra? Blake asked, not sure if the hologram could even hear him. The woman's image flickered and stabilized, focusing on him. Her eyes widened with what looked like shock and desperate hope. You can hear me? After all this time, someone can finally hear me? Before Blake could answer, the hangar doors slammed shut behind him with a metallic crash that echoed through the space. Emergency lights kicked on, bathing everything in red. Blake spun around, his hand instinctively going to the plasma cutter on his belt. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. The timekeeper's voice filled the hangar, coming from speakers Blake couldn't see. She has waited for one who perceives time as you do, Commander Carter. The others who came before could not hear her call. They walked past this hangar 1,000 times, never knowing she was here, screaming for help in a frequency they could not detect. But you are different. Your species is different. Blake looked between the sealed door and the hologram of Lysithra, who was watching him with an expression of fragile hope. What do you mean different? Why can I hear her when others couldn't? Because humans perceive time in a unique way, Commander. Linear. Unidirectional. Always forward. Other species experience time as a circle or a web or an ocean. But humans? You are arrows flying straight and true toward the future. And that makes you the only ones who can anchor her. Blake had no idea what that meant, but he knew one thing for certain. His simple salvage job had just become incredibly complicated. He looked at Lysithra's hologram, at the desperate hope in her alien eyes, and made a decision. All right, Princess, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm listening. Tell me how to help you. Blake spent the first hour doing what any reasonable person would do when trapped in a locked hangar with a mysterious hologram. He tried to break out. He worked on the door controls, attempted to override the security system, and even considered cutting through the wall with his plasma torch. Nothing worked. The timekeeper had sealed him in completely. Lysithra's hologram kept flickering in and out during this time, appearing and disappearing like a faulty projection. Every time she materialized, she tried to speak, but the connection would break before she could finish a sentence. It was frustrating for both of them. Blake could see the desperation in her face each time she faded away. Finally, Blake gave up on the door and sat down on an old cargo crate. He pulled out a protein bar from his pack, took a bite, and really looked at Lysithra for the first time. Her hologram was clearer now, more stable. She stood perfectly still, watching him with those strange, oversized eyes. Okay, Blake said, trying to keep his voice calm and steady. Let's start from the beginning. Nice and simple. You're Princess Lysithra. You've been trapped here for 300 years. How is any of that possible? You should be dead. Everyone from the 7th Fleet should be dead. Lysithra's expression shifted, and Blake saw something that made his chest tighten. It was pain, deep and ancient, the kind of suffering that came from experiencing something no living being should ever endure. When she spoke, her voice was quiet but steady. We were testing a new type of engine, Commander Carter. A chronometric drive. It was supposed to let us move through time the way your ships move through space. We wanted to explore history, to see the birth of stars, to witness the beginning of the universe itself. She paused, her holographic form rippling slightly. But something went wrong during the initial test. The drive created what we call a paradox loop, time folding in on itself, creating a feedback cycle that grew stronger with every passing moment. Blake tried to wrap his head around the concept. So what happened? Why didn't the drive just explode or shut down? It would have, Lysithra said, and that explosion would have released enough temporal energy to destroy 3 star systems. Billions of lives would have been erased from existence, not just killed but removed from the timeline entirely. They would never have been born at all. Her voice cracked slightly. I couldn't let that happen. So I sealed myself inside the ship's core with the drive. My life force became a buffer, containing the paradox. I stopped the explosion, but I trapped myself in the process. But you said 300 years? Blake interrupted. You're telling me you've been conscious this entire time? Lysithra looked at him, and Blake saw tears forming in her holographic eyes. I exist between moments, Commander. For the rest of the universe, 300 years have passed in normal time. For me, I have experienced every single second of those 300 years. Alone. Awake. Unable to sleep, unable to die, unable to do anything except exist in the tiny gaps between heartbeats of normal time. Blake felt like someone had punched him in the stomach. He tried to imagine it, 300 years of solitary confinement, stretched out across moments so small that normal people couldn't even perceive them. No sleep, no rest, just endless consciousness and crushing loneliness. It was torture beyond anything he could comprehend. That's impossible, Blake said, though he knew it wasn't. Nobody could survive that. You'd go insane. I nearly did, Lysithra admitted. So many times. There were moments when I wanted to let go, to release the paradox and let everything end. But I couldn't. All those people, all those lives. They were depending on me even if they never knew I existed. So I held on. I waited. I hoped that someday someone would hear me. Blake stood up and walked closer to the hologram. And the timekeeper? Where does it fit into all this? The timekeeper is ancient technology created by my people thousands of years ago. It experiences time differently than we do. It can see the past, present, and future as one connected whole. When my ship's paradox was about to explode, the timekeeper intervened. It used the station systems to create a stable pocket, a place where the temporal wound could be contained without spreading. It brought my ship here and has been maintaining the containment field ever since. But why couldn't anyone else hear you? This station gets salvage crews all the time. I can't be the first person to walk past this hangar. Lysithra smiled sadly. You're not. The timekeeper told me that hundreds of people have been in this very spot, but they couldn't perceive me. The temporal frequency I exist on is too narrow, too specific. Most species experience time holistically. They feel the weight of the past and the pull of the future simultaneously. But humans are different. You experience time as a straight line, one moment following another, always moving forward. That linear perception creates a unique resonance. You can detect frequencies that others miss. Blake pulled out his technical scanner and started running diagnostics on the ship. The readings were incredible. Energy signatures that shouldn't exist, temporal distortions that made his instruments scream warnings, and at the center of it all, a life sign. Faint but real. Lysithra wasn't just a hologram. She was actually there, trapped in some kind of suspended state. There has to be a way to get you out, Blake said, his mind already working through possibilities. If I can boost the signal between us, create a stronger connection, maybe we can figure out how to collapse the paradox safely. Commander, no. If you try to interface with the temporal field, you could become trapped as well. The same forces that hold me could ensnare you. Blake stopped and looked at her. Really looked at her. This woman had spent 3 centuries in unimaginable isolation, sacrificing everything to save people she'd never met. She'd held on through endless loneliness and pain, hoping for rescue that might never come. And now that someone was finally here, she was telling him not to risk himself. That was all Blake needed to hear. He'd spent the last 5 years taking the most dangerous salvage jobs in the galaxy, throwing himself into situations that should have killed him a dozen times over. He'd always told himself it was for the money, but deep down, he knew the truth. He was punishing himself for surviving when his squad hadn't. He was looking for a reason to matter, a purpose beyond just existing. Maybe this was it. Princess Lysithra, Blake said, pulling out his neural interface kit from his pack. I didn't become a salvage expert by playing it safe. I've modified ship engines while they were exploding, rewired power cores in the middle of firefights, and once I held a hull breach closed with my bare hands for 40 minutes while my partner welded it shut. This is what I do. I fix impossible problems. But, no buts, you've been alone for 300 years. That ends today. So let's figure this out together. Over the next several hours, Blake worked with Lysithra to modify his neural implant. It was delicate, dangerous work. One wrong calculation and he could fry his own brain. But Lysithra guided him through the Vendare technical specifications, explaining concepts that human science hadn't even theorized yet. Blake learned about temporal mechanics, chronometric fields, and the nature of paradox loops. Lysithra learned about human stubbornness, improvisation, and the kind of determination that came from a species that had clawed its way up from a single planet to spread across the stars. They talked while they worked. Blake told her about Earth, about the war, about the friends he'd lost. Lysithra told him about her world, her family, and the scientific curiosity that had driven her to volunteer for the temporal research program. Despite the centuries and species that separated them, they found common ground. Both of them were survivors. Both of them carried the weight of loss. Both of them refused to give up. Finally, Blake held up the modified implant. This should work. In theory. Maybe. Those are not reassuring words, Commander. Yeah, well, reassuring went out the window when I got locked in here with a time ghost. You ready? Lysithra nodded. As ready as I'll ever be. Blake inserted the modified implant into the port at the base of his skull and activated it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world exploded into color and sensation. Time itself seemed to slow down around him. He could see individual photons of light crawling through the air. Dust particles hung frozen like tiny planets. And standing in front of him, no longer flickering or transparent, was Lysithra. She was real, solid, beautiful and terrifying and absolutely real. It worked, Blake whispered, though his voice sounded stretched and strange to his own ears. Then the pain hit. Blake gasped as he felt himself being pulled deeper into the temporal field, his connection to normal reality fraying like a rope under too much weight. He was falling into the space between moments, the same prison that had held Lysithra for 3 centuries. The timekeeper's voice cut through his agony, calm and measured. 2 anchors may stabilize the paradox, Commander Carter, or they may create a new one that destroys you both. Time will tell. Blake opened his eyes, but the world looked wrong. Everything around him had become frozen, locked in a moment that refused to move forward. He could see the hangar exactly as it had been, but now it existed in a state of perfect stillness. The dust particles he'd noticed before hung in the air like tiny sculptures made of light. His dropped flashlight was suspended halfway between his hand and the floor, its beam stretching toward the ground but never quite reaching it. Even the faint hum of the station's life support systems had vanished, replaced by an eerie, oppressive silence. Blake tried to move and found that he could, though everything felt strange and heavy, like walking through water. He looked down at his hands and watched them leave trails of light as they moved, after images that hung in the air for several seconds before fading. What you're experiencing is normal, a voice said behind him. Well, as normal as this situation can be. Blake spun around and saw Lysithra standing there. But she wasn't a hologram anymore. She was completely solid, real, with depth and substance. She looked young, probably in her mid-20s by human standards, though Blake had no idea how Vendare aged. Her skin had a faint luminescence to it, like moonlight on water, and her hair seemed to drift slightly even though there was no wind. Her expression was a mixture of relief and absolute horror. You shouldn't have done this, Lysithra said, reaching out toward him but stopping short of actually touching him. You're trapped here with me now, in my world, in the space between seconds. Blake took a shaky breath and checked his chronometer. The numbers were barely moving. In normal space, only 3 milliseconds had passed since he'd activated the implant. But here, in this frozen world, those milliseconds stretched into hours. He could spend days here, and in the real world, less than a second would pass. Then I guess we'd better figure out how to get us both out of here, Blake said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Because I didn't come this far just to become a permanent resident of frozen time. Lysithra studied him for a long moment, and Blake saw something shift in her expression. The horror faded, replaced by determination. You really mean that, don't you? You're not going to panic or break down. Panicking doesn't solve problems, Blake said. Trust me, I've tried it before. Doesn't work. So let's focus on what does work. Show me your ship's core. Let's see what we're dealing with. They walked through the frozen hangar toward the ship, and Blake marveled at how surreal everything felt. Their footsteps made no sound. The air didn't move. It was like walking through a photograph, except they were the only living things in it. Lysithra led him into the ship through a doorway that opened at her touch, responding to her presence even in this strange temporal state. The inside of the ship was breathtaking. The corridors were organic and flowing, more like the interior of a living creature than a machine. Soft blue light pulsed through veins in the walls, creating patterns that almost looked like they were breathing. Everything curved and spiraled, with no sharp edges or right angles. It was beautiful and alien and completely unlike any human vessel Blake had ever seen. They reached the core chamber and Blake stopped in his tracks. In the center of the room floated a massive crystalline structure, easily 20 feet across. It was the chronometric drive, the heart of the ship and the source of all their problems. The crystal pulsed with inner light, and Blake could see energy flowing through it in impossible patterns. Loops within loops within loops, time folding back on itself in ways that made his head hurt just looking at them. This is what's been containing the paradox for 300 years, Lysithra explained, her voice quiet with reverence and pain. The drive created a self-sustaining temporal loop. It feeds on its own contradiction, growing stronger the longer it exists. If we shut it down incorrectly, all that stored energy releases at once. Blake pulled out his scanner and started taking readings. The numbers were insane. How much energy are we talking about? Enough to age everything within 10 light years to dust, or regress it all back to primordial atoms, or both simultaneously in different temporal layers. Lysithra moved closer to the crystal, her hand hovering near its surface. Time doesn't follow normal rules here, Blake. Cause and effect become suggestions rather than laws. Blake studied the drive for several minutes, his engineering mind working through the problem. He'd dealt with plenty of malfunctioning equipment in his career, but this was on a completely different level. This wasn't just broken technology. This was a wound in reality itself, and one wrong move could make it catastrophically worse. Then an idea hit him. He pulled up files from his own ship's database, scrolling through technical specifications until he found what he was looking for. Human FTL drives use temporal shielding. Basic stuff, really crude compared to your technology. Other species thought we were idiots for using it because it's inefficient and burns through a ton of power. I'm familiar with human FTL systems, Lysithra said, moving to look at his datapad. But I don't see how that helps us. Your shielding is too primitive. That's exactly why it might work, Blake said, excitement building in his voice. Your technology is all about manipulating time, bending it, controlling it. But human shielding doesn't try to control time at all. It just deflects it like an umbrella in the rain. What if we adapted that principle to your drive? Used it to bleed off the temporal energy gradually instead of trying to control the release? Lysithra's eyes widened as she processed the idea. Her fingers danced through holographic displays that appeared in the air around them, running calculations faster than Blake could follow. That could actually work. Your shielding doesn't interact with the paradox directly, so it won't trigger the feedback loop. It would be like slowly draining a lake instead of blowing up the dam. They threw themselves into the work, their minds operating in perfect synchronization. Blake brought human engineering ingenuity, the kind of creative problem solving that came from a species that had bootstrapped itself into space with barely functional rockets and pure determination. Lysithra brought 3 centuries of technical knowledge and an understanding of temporal mechanics that no human scientist could match. As they worked, something strange started happening. Blake began experiencing fragments of Lysithra's memories. He felt the crushing weight of her loneliness, the 300 years of isolation stretching out in agonizing detail. He saw her moments of despair, the time she nearly gave up, the determination that kept her going when any sane person would have surrendered. He felt her fear on the day the drive malfunctioned, the split-second decision to sacrifice herself, and the crushing realization of what that sacrifice would actually mean. And Lysithra experienced his memories in return. She saw his childhood on Mars, growing up in the colonial domes where water was rationed and every breath of air was manufactured. She felt his excitement when he joined the military, the pride of serving something bigger than himself. Then came the war, the friends he lost, and the guilt that ate at him every single day. She experienced the moment his squad died, the desperate last stand where he was the only survivor, and the crushing question that haunted him ever since: why did I live when they didn't? They took a break after several hours of work, sitting together in the frozen hangar. Blake's perception of time had completely shifted. He no longer noticed the stillness or the silence. This was his reality now, at least for the moment. You've seen so much death, Lysithra said quietly, not looking at him. So much loss, yet you keep pushing forward. Humans always do. How do you manage it? How do you deal with the weight of all those ghosts? Blake was quiet for a moment, thinking about all the people he'd lost. His squad, his friends, the civilians he couldn't save. They were with him always, a constant presence in the back of his mind. For years, he'd thought of them as a burden, a weight he had to carry as punishment for surviving. But sitting here with Lysithra, someone who'd carried her own impossible burden for 3 centuries, Blake suddenly saw it differently. Because going backwards isn't an option, he said slowly, and standing still is just a slower way of dying. So forward is all we've got. We carry the people we lost with us, not as weights holding us down, but as reminders of why we keep going. They don't get to see tomorrow, so we have to see it for them. Lysithra laughed, a sound of genuine joy that Blake hadn't heard from her before. I like that philosophy. It's very human. Very you. Yeah, well, we're not known for our subtlety or our patience, but we're really good at being stubborn and refusing to quit. They returned to work with renewed energy, but then Blake felt something shift. The connection between him and normal time, already fragile, began to fail completely. He was being pulled deeper into Lysithra's temporal layer, his last ties to reality dissolving like smoke. If this continued, he wouldn't just be trapped for a few hours or days. He'd be trapped forever just like her. Blake, your readings are destabilizing. Lysithra grabbed his arm, her touch solid and real. You need to sever the connection now before it's too late. Save yourself. Blake looked at her, at the fear and desperation in her eyes, and he realized something. She was more terrified of him being trapped than she'd ever been for herself. After 300 years of isolation, after all the loneliness and pain, her first instinct was still to protect someone else. That was who she was at her core, someone who sacrificed for others. Well, Blake thought stubbornness runs both ways. Not happening, he said firmly. We're in this together now, remember? I'm not leaving you alone again. You fool, Lysithra whispered, and Blake saw tears forming in her strange, beautiful eyes. You beautiful, stupid, stubborn human fool. Blake grinned despite the pain spreading through his body. Yeah, that's pretty much our species in a nutshell. Now stop trying to save me and help me save both of us. We've got a paradox to fix. Blake made his choice in that moment, and it was probably the craziest decision of his entire life. Instead of fighting against the pull into Lysithra's temporal layer, instead of trying to save himself and abandon her, he did the exact opposite. He dove deeper. He let go of his connection to normal time completely and committed himself fully to the space between moments where Lysithra existed. The pain that had been tearing through his body suddenly vanished, replaced by a strange clarity. The world shifted around him, and for the first time, Blake truly understood what Lysithra had been experiencing for 300 years. He could see time now not as a line or a concept, but as an actual thing. It was like an ocean, vast and deep, with currents and eddies and waves that moved in patterns he'd never imagined. And he and Lysithra were anchored in the same spot, held in place by the paradox at the heart of the ship. What have you done? Lysithra asked, catching him as his legs gave out. The adjustment period was brutal, and Blake's brain struggled to process his new perception of reality. Something incredibly stupid, probably, Blake admitted, his voice shaky. But now we're anchored together. If you're stuck here forever, so am I. Which means we'd better make damn sure neither of us stays stuck. Lysithra's expression shifted from horror to something else, determination mixed with something that looked almost like hope. Then we finish this, together. No more arguing about who saves who. We both get out or neither of us does. Now you're thinking like a human, Blake said with a weak grin. They returned to the chronometric drive with renewed purpose, and the work went faster now. Blake's fully anchored state meant he could interact with the temporal systems directly. He could see the energy flows, touch the crystalline structure without fear, and make modifications that would have been impossible from normal time. The combination of human and Vendare thinking created solutions neither of them could have found alone. Days passed in the space between moments, or maybe it was weeks. Time was weird here, and Blake stopped trying to keep track. What mattered was the work, and slowly but surely they were making progress. The solution they developed was elegant in its simplicity. By wrapping the chronometric drive in adapted human temporal shielding, they could create a controlled discharge. The energy wouldn't explode outward. Instead, it would bleed off gradually, harmlessly, over the course of several minutes. But there was one massive problem they couldn't solve. Someone has to pilot the ship during the discharge, Lysithra explained, her hands moving through holographic displays showing stress calculations and energy patterns. The temporal forces involved will fluctuate constantly. Any automated system would be torn apart by the contradictions. We need a living mind, something that can adapt and react in real time, to guide the ship through the collapse. Blake studied the numbers and his stomach sank. Guided from inside the temporal field. Whoever does this will be riding the paradox while it unravels. That sounds incredibly dangerous. It is. The pilot would need to maintain perfect control while reality itself tries to tear them apart. One mistake, one moment of lost focus, and the entire discharge could cascade out of control. Blake looked at Lysithra, then back at the drive. Then we both do it. Two pilots, two minds working together. We've been in sync this whole time. Why stop now? Before Lysithra could respond, a new voice cut through the frozen stillness. It was the timekeeper, speaking with what sounded almost like emotion. I have prepared for this moment for many years. Since you began your work, I have been opening a corridor through the station, clearing a path for your ship to launch. But you must understand the window of opportunity is narrow. You will have one chance to execute this plan. One chance is all we need, Blake said with more confidence than he felt. Over the next several days they prepared everything. Blake and Lysithra linked their minds directly to the ship's control systems, becoming extensions of the vessel itself. As they connected, something unexpected happened. Their consciousness merged even more deeply than before. Blake experienced the full weight of Lysithra's 300-year vigil. Every moment of crushing loneliness, every time she nearly gave up, every flash of hope that kept her going. He felt her fear when the drive first malfunctioned, the nobility of her decision to sacrifice herself, and the slow erosion of her sanity as the centuries dragged on. And Lysithra experienced everything Blake had buried deep inside himself. She felt his childhood dreams of exploring the stars, the pride of joining the military, the bonds of brotherhood with his squad. Then came the war, brutal and unforgiving. She experienced the battle at Titan Station, watching his friends die one by one, using their bodies as cover while he held the line. She felt his survivor's guilt, the crushing weight of being the only one who lived, and the self-destructive pattern he'd fallen into afterward. The dangerous jobs, the reckless behavior, the unconscious death wish hidden behind professional competence. When they finally separated, both of them were crying. They sat together in the ship's core chamber, processing what they'd learned about each other. Blake, Lysithra said softly, you weren't meant to die with your squad. Can't you see that? You survived because the universe needed you here, in this moment, to free me. Your life has meaning beyond that battle. Blake wiped his eyes, feeling something inside him shift. For 5 years, he'd been punishing himself for living. But maybe Lysithra was right. Maybe survival wasn't a crime. Maybe it was a responsibility. And you, Blake said, spent 3 centuries holding back a catastrophe that would have killed billions. You're not a victim or a prisoner. You're a hero. The greatest hero nobody ever knew about. They might have said more, but alarms suddenly blared through the ship. The timekeeper's voice returned, urgent now. I am detecting incoming vessels. Multiple ships dropping out of hyperspace near the station. Vendare military signatures. They have found you. Blake and Lysithra rushed to the ship's sensors, accessing data that the timekeeper was feeding them. Sure enough, a fleet of sleek warships was materializing in space around Croner Station. At least 20 vessels, all of them heavily armed, all of them moving into formation. They detected my life signature, Lysithra said, her voice tight with tension. After 300 years, my government finally found me. A transmission came through, cold and bureaucratic. This is Vendare Defense Command. The temporal anomaly at Croner Station has been classified as a threat to galactic security. Any ships attempting to leave the area will be destroyed. Surrender immediately. Blake felt Lysithra's fear through their connection. They're not here to rescue you, are they? No, she whispered. They're here to bury the secret. My government covered up the 7th Fleet disaster. They declared us all dead to hide their failed temporal research program. If I come back, if I testify about what really happened, it would destroy them politically. I'm not a lost princess to them. I'm a loose end that needs to be eliminated. Blake checked their discharge calculations. They needed at least 10 more minutes to finish preparations, but the Vendare fleet would be in firing position within 5. Even if they somehow escaped, Lysithra would spend the rest of her life running or imprisoned, and Blake would probably be killed as an inconvenient witness. That's when the idea hit him. It was insane, reckless, and absolutely impossible, which meant it was perfectly human. What if we don't shut down the drive? Blake said slowly, his mind racing. What if instead of dissipating the energy, we use it? We've got 300 years of stored temporal power in this thing. What if we focus all that energy into one massive jump? Not backwards or sideways through time, but forward. Lysithra stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Forward through time? Blake, that's completely theoretical. Nobody has ever successfully executed a controlled temporal jump of that magnitude. Yeah, but nobody ever held a paradox stable for 300 years either, and you managed that. Look, your government wants to bury you in the past. So let's jump over them entirely. Leap forward in time, past their fleet, past their political regime, past everyone who wants to silence you. How far forward are we talking? Blake pulled up the energy calculations. 500 years, maybe more. Far enough that your current government has either fallen or reformed. Far enough that the secrets they're trying to hide don't matter anymore. We'd wake up in a galaxy we don't recognize. Everything we know would be ancient history. Our families, our homes, everything would be gone. Blake looked at her seriously. You've already been alone for 3 centuries. At least this time you won't be alone. We'll face whatever future we find together. And honestly, my life in this time isn't exactly something I'm desperate to hold on to. Lysithra was quiet for a long moment, processing the magnitude of what Blake was suggesting. Then slowly a smile spread across her face. I've been running from time for 300 years. Maybe it's time we ran ahead of it instead. That's very human thinking. Hey, when you can't win the fight in front of you, change the battlefield. It's what we do best. The timekeeper's voice returned, and for the first time since Blake had met the AI, it sounded almost excited. I must confess something to you both. I was not built in your past. I was built in your future by Vendare who regretted their ancestors' decisions. I was placed here in this time specifically to ensure this moment could occur. You were always meant to succeed. Now go forward, Commander Blake Carter and Princess Lysithra. Go forward and show them what the future holds. The Vendare fleet closed in, weapons charging with energy signatures that made the ship's sensors scream warnings. Blake and Lysithra had maybe 3 minutes before those warships opened fire, and once they did, even the station's ancient shields wouldn't hold for long. The timekeeper was already opening the launch corridor, massive doors grinding apart to reveal the star-filled void beyond. But that corridor would become a death trap the moment they tried to fly through it. Blake's hands flew across the holographic controls, completely recalculating the discharge sequence they'd spent days perfecting. Instead of bleeding energy off gradually, they were going to channel every ounce of power the chronometric drive had stored over 3 centuries into one focused burst. It was like the difference between letting air out of a balloon slowly versus popping it and trying to ride the explosion. This is absolutely crazy, Lysithra said, but she was already working alongside him, her fingers dancing through Vendare calculations faster than Blake's eyes could follow. We're essentially turning my ship into a temporal missile and hoping we survive the launch. Crazy is kind of humanity's specialty, Blake replied, sweat beading on his forehead as he worked. We reached the moon using computers less powerful than a modern toaster. We colonized Mars before we figured out how to reliably predict weather. If there's a stupid, reckless way to solve a problem, humans will find it and make it work through sheer stubbornness. Despite their desperate situation, Lysithra laughed. Over the past days working together, she'd come to understand humans in a way few aliens ever did. They were a species that looked at impossible odds and took it as a personal challenge. They turned disadvantages into advantages and made strength out of weakness. It was no wonder they'd become such a powerful force in the galaxy despite being relative newcomers to space travel. Another transmission came through from the Vendare fleet, but this time it wasn't the cold bureaucratic voice. It was someone older, with authority that came from years of command. Princess Lysithra, this is Admiral Torvash. I know you can hear me. Stand down. Your ship is damaged and obsolete. You cannot escape. Surrender now, and I give you my word you'll be treated fairly. Lysithra's hands froze over the controls. Blake glanced at her and saw the conflict written across her face. You know him? He was my father's military advisor, Lysithra said quietly. A good man, or at least he was 300 years ago. But he's lying. Even if he personally wants to help me, his superiors won't allow it. The moment I'm in custody, I'll disappear. Political expediency always wins over honor. Blake reached over and put his hand on hers. Through their mental connection, he could feel her pain, her fear, and underneath it all, her bone-deep exhaustion. She was tired of running, tired of fighting, tired of being trapped. Part of her just wanted it to be over, whatever that meant. Hey, Blake said gently. We didn't come this far to give up now. You held that paradox for 3 centuries because you refused to let innocent people die. That's who you are. So let's show these people what determination really looks like. Human and Vendare working together, refusing to accept defeat. What do you say? Lysithra looked at him, and Blake saw the exhaustion fade, replaced by the same fierce determination that had kept her alive through impossible isolation. Let's jump into the future and leave these bastards behind. They finalized the calculations with seconds to spare. The chronometric drive began to spin up, energy building in patterns that made the air itself crackle with power. The ship started to shake, vibrations running through every surface as 300 years of stored temporal energy prepared to release all at once. Outside, the Vendare fleet detected the energy buildup. Blake heard Admiral Torvash's voice again, no longer calm but urgent. All ships, open fire. Don't let that ship activate its drive. Energy beams lanced through space, brilliant streaks of destructive power that converged on the hangar. The first few shots slammed into Cronor Station's shields, causing systems throughout the ancient structure to overload. Alarms blared. Emergency lights flickered. The timekeeper's voice cut through the chaos, strained but determined. Launching in 5 seconds. The corridor is clear. May time itself guide your path. Blake and Lysithra's minds merged completely with the ship's systems. They became the vessel, feeling every rivet and circuit as extensions of their own bodies. The chronometric drive reached critical mass, reality itself beginning to bend and warp around them. The ship phased partially out of normal space, becoming translucent, ghostly. 3 seconds, Blake counted down. 2, 1, go. The ship launched from the hangar like a bullet from a gun, crossing the distance to open space in a fraction of a second. The Vendare fleet fired again, but their weapons passed straight through the vessel. Blake and Lysithra were already halfway into another time, existing in multiple moments simultaneously. The ship was there and not there, real and unreal, present and future all at once. Then the chronometric drive released its full power, and Blake experienced something no human had ever witnessed before. They were riding time itself, surfing along the currents of causality as centuries blurred past in moments. Through the ship's temporal sensors, Blake watched history unfold at impossible speed. He saw the Vendare government that had tried to kill them collapse within 50 years, torn apart by internal corruption and the very lies they'd used to cover up the Seventh Fleet disaster. He saw humanity continue its expansion across the galaxy, their natural temporal resilience making them invaluable as mediators and peacekeepers. New species made first contact, forming alliances and partnerships. Wars flared and ended. Entire civilizations rose to prominence and then faded into memory. Lysithra guided them through the temporal currents with the skill of someone who'd spent 3 centuries existing outside normal time. She knew how to navigate paradoxes and avoid temporal eddies that could trap them. Blake provided the anchor, his human perception of linear time keeping them moving forward instead of scattering across multiple timelines. They saw the year 2600, then 2700, then 2800. The galaxy changed in ways both wonderful and terrifying. Technology advanced beyond anything they recognized. Political boundaries shifted and reformed. At some point around the year 2850, Blake caught glimpses of what looked like the Temporal Reconciliation Act, some kind of galactic treaty that legitimized and regulated time travel technology. The research Lysithra had died trying to protect had finally become accepted, understood, and used responsibly. At year 2900, they saw references to something called the Temporal Anchor Initiative, a cooperative program between humans and reformed Vendare to train specialists in chronometric rescue and stabilization. Humanity's unique perception of time had become recognized as a crucial galactic resource. Finally, at 512 years after they'd launched, the ship began to solidify back into normal space. The temporal jump was completing, the stored energy nearly exhausted. Blake and Lysithra guided their vessel through the final moments of transition, and then with a flash of blue light, they emerged into a new era. They were still in orbit around Cronor Station, but the ancient derelict they remembered had been completely transformed. The station gleamed with fresh metal and new construction. Ships of dozens of species moved in and out of its docking bays. The entire structure had been converted into something magnificent, a hub of activity and life instead of a forgotten ruin. Their communications console immediately lit up with incoming messages. Dozens of them from ships of species Blake recognized and many he didn't. One voice came through clearly, speaking in perfect English with barely controlled excitement. "Unknown vessel, this is Cronor Traffic Control. Please transmit your identification codes." "Wait, I'm reading your ship's signature and I can't believe what I'm seeing." "Computer, verify these readings. Is that really a Vendare 7th Fleet chronometric vessel? The Princess's Vigil? That's impossible. That ship is a legend." Blake and Lysithra looked at each other in confusion. "The Princess's Vigil?" Blake asked. Lysithra pulled up the historical databases of this new era, accessing the public information networks. What she found made her breath catch. Their story had become legend. The tale of Princess Lysithra who sacrificed herself to contain a paradox, holding it stable for 3 centuries while her ship drifted through time, preserving crucial knowledge about temporal mechanics that would eventually save countless lives. The ship itself had become a symbol, a reminder of the cost of reckless experimentation and the nobility of sacrifice. People thought she was dead. They thought the ship had been destroyed or lost forever in some temporal void. But the knowledge she'd been protecting, the research data stored in the ship's computers, had somehow been recovered in pieces over the centuries. It had formed the foundation of modern temporal science. A mixed fleet was approaching now, not with weapons but with ceremonial formations. Blake saw human ships flying alongside Vendare vessels, plus craft from at least a dozen other species. They formed an honor guard around the ancient ship, welcoming them home. A new transmission came through, this one on an official diplomatic channel. The speaker was Vendare, but her voice carried warmth instead of the cold bureaucracy Blake remembered. Princess Lysithra, Commander Blake Carter of Earth, on behalf of the Galactic Temporal Council, welcome to the 31st century. We thought you were lost forever. Your sacrifice and the knowledge you preserved changed our entire civilization. You're not fugitives here. You're heroes. Blake felt tears streaming down his face. Beside him, Lysithra was openly crying, centuries of pain and fear finally releasing. They'd done it. They'd escaped not just the trap of the paradox, but the trap of a time that wanted to silence them. They'd leaped forward into a future that understood and valued what they'd been through. The timekeeper's voice came through the ship's internal systems one last time. My purpose is complete. I have guided you to this moment across 5 centuries. But if you will have me, I would like to continue forward with you. I have grown fond of this journey and of you both. You're always welcome with us, Lysithra said, her voice thick with emotion. You saved us both. You're part of this crew now. Over the following weeks, Blake and Lysithra adapted to their new era. It was overwhelming at first. 500 years of history to catch up on, technology they didn't understand, and a galaxy that had changed in ways both subtle and profound. But they weren't alone. The people of this new era welcomed them warmly, understanding that they were refugees from time itself. Blake learned that humanity had become a major galactic power, respected not for military might but for their unique abilities as temporal anchors and mediators. The stubborn determination that had once been seen as a human quirk was now recognized as a crucial survival trait. Humans could stabilize temporal anomalies naturally, making them invaluable in rescue operations and scientific research. The Vendare had transformed entirely after their government's collapse. They'd built a new society based on transparency, cooperation, and ethical use of temporal technology. The cover-up of the 7th Fleet disaster had become a cautionary tale taught in their schools, a reminder of what happened when political expediency trumped truth and honor. Blake and Lysithra were offered positions as ambassadors, using their unique experience to help others understand temporal phenomena. Their ship, officially designated the Princess's Vigil by the historical records, became a research vessel. With the Timekeeper AI integrated into its systems, they explored the boundaries of time itself, helping to rescue others trapped in temporal anomalies and advancing the science that Lysithra had nearly died to preserve. One evening, Blake stood on the ship's observation deck, watching stars stream past as they traveled to their next assignment. He thought about his old life, the guilt and aimless drifting, the dangerous jobs that were slowly killing him. That version of Blake seemed like a stranger now, someone from another lifetime. Lysithra joined him, slipping her hand into his. They'd been through so much together that words often felt unnecessary. Through their still-linked minds, they shared thoughts and feelings more directly than speech could convey. Do you ever regret it? Lysithra asked, though Blake knew she already sensed his answer. Everything you left behind? The life you could have had. Blake thought about his answer carefully. He'd left behind the guilt, yes, but also the friends who'd survived the war, the familiar places, the version of Earth he'd known. 500 years had passed. Everyone he'd known was long dead. His entire era had become history. But he'd gained something infinitely more valuable. He'd found purpose beyond survival. He'd proven that being in the wrong place at the right time could change everything. He'd saved someone who desperately needed saving and been saved in return. Most importantly, he'd learned that his survival hadn't been a mistake or a curse. It had been preparation for this moment, for this mission, for this life. Not for a second, Blake said honestly. I spent 5 years punishing myself for living when my squad died. But you taught me something important. They didn't die so I could waste my life feeling guilty. They died so I could live fully, so I could be here when you needed someone to hear your call. Their sacrifice led to this, to us, to all the good we're doing now. That gives their deaths meaning. Lysithra rested her head on his shoulder, and Blake felt her contentment through their bond. You know what I realized? She said. I spent 3 centuries trapped between moments, experiencing time in ways nobody should ever have to endure. But those 3 centuries led me to you. They prepared me to guide us through that temporal jump. Without that experience, we never would have survived. Sometimes the worst things we go through are preparing us for the best things yet to come. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the stars. Somewhere behind them in time, Admiral Torvash and his fleet were still searching for a ship that had vanished 5 centuries ago. Somewhere in the past, Blake's old self was taking dangerous salvage jobs and slowly destroying himself with guilt. Somewhere in history, Lysithra was sealing herself into a temporal prison, believing she'd die alone and forgotten. But here, in this moment, in this time, they were free. They were together. They were moving forward, always forward, because that's what survivors did. They carried their pain and their losses not as weights dragging them down, but as reminders of why each new moment mattered. A notification came through from the Temporal Council. Another rescue mission, another person trapped in a temporal anomaly that conventional teams couldn't reach. Another chance to use their unique experience to save someone the way they'd saved each other. Blake felt Lysithra's determination through their bond, matching his own. "Ready?" he asked. She smiled, and it was the smile of someone who'd survived the impossible and come out stronger. Always. Time to show them what a human and a Vendare can do when they work together. Their ship turned toward their new destination, leaving trails of light across the darkness of space. Behind them lay 5 centuries of history, pain, and sacrifice. Ahead lay infinite possibilities, challenges they'd faced together, and a future they'd fought harder than anyone to reach. The timekeeper's voice hummed contentedly through the ship's systems. "Forward, always forward. I do believe I'm going to enjoy this era very much." And in the space between moments, in the quantum realm where past and future touched, time itself seemed to whisper its approval. 2 souls who'd been trapped by time had learned to ride it instead. A human who saw time as an arrow and a Vendare who'd experienced it as an ocean had found common ground in simply moving forward, one moment after another, together. Blake squeezed Lysithra's hand. 500 years from their origin point, in a galaxy they barely recognized, they'd finally found what they'd both been searching for all along. Not escape from time, but the freedom to move through it on their own terms, anchored not by paradox or guilt, but by purpose, partnership, and the simple human philosophy that had saved them both. When you can't fight the present, leap into the future. And when you get there, make it better than the past you left behind. That was the human way. And now it was their way too.
The year was 2157 and humans had built homes on 12 different star systems. Earth remained the center of everything important for human people. Captain Jake Morrison stood on the bridge of his research ship called Meridian as it moved through space near the outer edges of human territory. His crew had been exploring new areas for 3 months when something amazing happened. The communications officer Lisa turned to Jake with wide eyes. She had detected signals from an unknown source. The signals were not random noise, but organized patterns that could only come from intelligent beings. Jake felt his heart beat faster as he realized what this meant. Humans had finally found other intelligent life in the universe. Admiral Lisa Carter received the news at Earth's main military base. She was the highest-ranking military person in all of human space. When the report reached her desk about first contact with aliens, she immediately called President Kevin Hayes. The president ordered all military ships to move carefully and prepare for peaceful contact. He wanted this first meeting to go well. Dr. Helen Brooks worked in the science department on Earth. She studied alien life forms even though humans had never found any before. When the news came about real aliens, she could barely contain her excitement. She had spent her whole career preparing for this moment. The aliens called themselves Zephyrians and they wanted to meet with human leaders. The meeting was set up at a space station called Unity that floated between human and alien territory. Admiral Carter took her best ships there and waited. Jake Morrison brought the Meridian to join the fleet. Dr. Brooks came aboard Carter's flagship to study the aliens when they arrived. The Zephyrian ships were unlike anything humans had ever seen. They looked like giant crystals that somehow moved through space. When the alien delegation came aboard Unity Station, humans got their first look at the beings inside. The Zephyrians were tall and their bodies seemed to be made of living crystal that changed colors as they moved. They had no faces like humans, but instead had smooth surfaces that glowed with different lights. High Commander Vextal led the alien group. When he spoke, the words came not from his mouth but appeared directly in human minds. Dr. Brooks realized the aliens were telepathic. They could put thoughts into other beings' heads without speaking. This made her nervous, but she tried to stay calm. The first meetings went well. High Commander Vextel seemed friendly and interested in learning about humans. He asked many questions about human culture and how their society worked. Admiral Carter answered carefully while Dr. Brooks took notes about everything the aliens said and did. The Zephyrians said they ruled a large empire with many worlds and billions of people. They had been watching humans for some time and were impressed by how quickly humans had spread to different planets. Vextal said his people wanted to establish trade and share knowledge with humans. President Hayes watched the meetings through video links from Earth. Everything seemed to be going perfectly. The aliens appeared peaceful and advanced. They offered to share some of their technology in exchange for human art and culture. Hayes felt proud that humanity's first contact with aliens was so successful. After 3 days of talks, High Commander Vextal made a special request. He wanted to broadcast a demonstration to all human worlds to show Zephyrian peaceful intentions. The alien said his people back home wanted to see humans and learn about them. A live broadcast across all human colonies would help both species understand each other better. Hayes agreed immediately. This seemed like a wonderful way to share this historic moment with all humans everywhere. Admiral Carter set up the transmission. Systems and Dr. Brooks helped to prepare educational material about both species to include in the broadcast. Jake Morrison watched from the Meridian as technicians prepared the broadcast equipment. His ship was positioned to relay the signal to outer colonies. Like everyone else, he felt excited to be part of this moment in human history. The broadcast began at exactly noon Earth time. Billions of humans across 12 star systems watched their screens as High Commander Vextal appeared. The alien's crystal body glowed with beautiful colors as he began to speak directly into viewers' minds. Greetings, humans of all worlds. The alien's voice echoed in everyone's thoughts. Today marks a new beginning for both our species. We Zephyrians have watched your growth with great interest. Now we wish to show you something very important about our relationship. The transmission suddenly changed. Instead of showing the space station meeting room, screens across human space displayed the surface of New Haven Colony. This was one of humanity's most successful farming worlds, with 7 million people living peaceful lives. Jake Morrison felt confused as he watched families going about their daily activities on New Haven. Children played in parks while their parents worked in fields and cities. Everything looked normal and happy. He wondered why the aliens were showing this. Then the horror began. Zephyrian ships appeared in New Haven's sky like dark crystals blotting out the sun. Energy beams shot down from the alien vessels and began striking human settlements. The beams did not just destroy buildings, but completely vaporized every person they touched. Families running for safety simply vanished as the alien weapons found them. Children screaming for their parents disappeared in flashes of light. Elderly people who could not run fast enough were erased from existence. The Zephyrians were systematically murdering every human on New Haven, while broadcasting it live to the entire human species. Dr. Brooks felt sick as she watched the massacre. The aliens were not showing mercy to anyone. They killed babies and grandparents with the same casual efficiency. Worse yet, she could hear the Zephyrians making sounds that seemed like laughter as they committed these murders. Admiral Carter stood frozen as 7 million human lives ended before her eyes. The alien weapons worked methodically across New Haven's surface, ensuring no one survived. Cities burned and forests withered under the energy assault. In less than 6 hours, an entire world full of human life had been exterminated. President Hayes watched in horror from Earth as his people died. He tried to contact the space station to stop the transmission, but found that all communications had been blocked by Zephyrian technology. Humans everywhere were forced to watch their fellow humans being slaughtered with no way to help, or even look away. High Commander Vextal appeared on screen again, as the last human on New Haven died. His crystal body now pulsed with what could only be described as satisfaction. When he spoke, his mental voice carried amusement and contempt. "Your species amuses us greatly," Vextal said directly into every human mind listening. "Consider what you have witnessed today, a demonstration of Zephyrian superiority over your kind. This was merely for our entertainment and your education. Submit to our rule completely, or many more of your worlds will burn exactly like New Haven. You have 7 of your days to surrender your entire species to us." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving billions of humans staring at blank screens. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of people crying, screaming, and swearing vengeance. In that moment, something fundamental changed in the human species. The aliens had made a terrible mistake. They had shown humans exactly what they were capable of, and now humans would show the galaxy what they were capable of in return. The silence after the broadcast lasted only minutes before Earth exploded into action. President Kevin Hayes stood in the Emergency Command Center, watching reports flood in from every human world. People were rioting in the streets, demanding immediate war against the aliens. Military recruitment centers were overwhelmed with volunteers. Everyone wanted revenge for New Haven. Hayes made the decision that would change human history forever. He activated the Emergency Powers Clause and declared total war against the Zephyrian Empire. But this would not be a normal war with battles and treaties. This would be a war of complete extermination. Every single Zephyrian in the galaxy would die for what they had done. General Paul Carter received the order while commanding the Mars Defense Fleet. He was Admiral Lisa Carter's younger brother, and just as determined as she was. When Hayes appointed him to lead Operation Extinction, Paul felt the weight of human fury settling on his shoulders. His job was simple in concept, but massive in scale. Kill every alien that had participated in the massacre and destroy their entire species. Dr. Nathan Cross worked in Earth's most advanced physics laboratory. When the military came to him asking for new weapons, he did not hesitate. Cross had lost his sister and her family on New Haven. Now he would use his brilliant mind to create tools of revenge. He began designing weapons specifically meant to kill Zephyrians in the most efficient ways possible. The aliens were made of living crystal, so Cross focused on resonance technology. Every crystal had a natural frequency that could make it vibrate. If he could find the right frequency for Zephyrian biology, he could make their bodies shake apart from the inside. He worked 18 hours a day, building prototypes while his assistants tested different sound waves and energy. Patterns Commander Amy Rodriguez led the intelligence division from a secret base on Luna. Her teams intercepted every Zephyrian communication they could find. What they discovered made humans even angrier. The aliens were still broadcasting the New Haven massacre on their homeworld as entertainment. Millions of Zephyrians watched the human deaths like humans might watch a sporting event. Rodriguez learned that the Zephyrians considered the massacre a form of art. They rated different methods of killing humans and discussed which deaths were most amusing. Some aliens were already planning visits to other human worlds to create new entertainment for their people. The recordings of these conversations were played for human leaders, hardening their resolve for complete genocide. Captain Jake Morrison brought the Meridian back to Earth's orbital shipyards for modifications. The research vessel would be transformed into an instrument of war. Cross's resonance weapons were installed along with new armor and faster engines. Morrison watched as peaceful exploration equipment was replaced with devices designed only for killing. The shipyards around Earth worked without stopping. Every human world contributed ships, weapons, and people to the war effort. Factories that once built farming equipment now produced ammunition. Schools became training centers for new soldiers. The entire human civilization focused on one goal: destroying the aliens who had murdered their people. Colonel Rick Palmer discovered something that made the situation even worse. His intelligence teams found Zephyrian broadcasts describing humans as inferior beings who existed only for alien amusement. The aliens had been watching human colonies for years, selecting which ones would provide the best entertainment when they decided to attack. New Haven had been chosen because it had the most children and families. The Zephyrians found it particularly amusing to watch human parents try to protect their offspring before being killed themselves. Palmer shared this information with military commanders, who passed it to their troops. Now every human soldier knew they were fighting beings who enjoyed murdering children. Dr. Helen Brooks worked with xenobiologist Dr. Grace Lee to develop biological weapons. Since the aliens were partly organic despite their crystal appearance, they might be vulnerable to specially designed diseases. Brooks and Lee created pathogens that would attack Zephyrian nervous systems and cause their crystal bodies to decay from within. The biological weapons were tested on captured Zephyrian technology samples. The results exceeded expectations. The alien materials began breaking down within hours of exposure. If this worked on living Zephyrians, entire populations could be eliminated quickly and efficiently. Tech specialist Carl Johnson created computer viruses designed to infiltrate Zephyrian technology. The aliens used crystal-based computing systems that were vulnerable to specific types of digital attacks. Johnson's viruses could make alien ships crash, weapons malfunction, and communication systems fail. These cyber weapons would give human forces a major advantage in battle. Admiral Lisa Carter prepared the largest military fleet in human history. Ships came from every human world to join her armada. Merchant vessels were converted to carry troops and supplies. Civilian craft received weapons and armor. Even luxury passenger ships became part of the war machine. Carter's fleet grew to over 3,000 vessels of all sizes. This represented nearly every space-capable ship humans possessed. The Admiral knew this was humanity's chance to prove they could defend themselves. If they failed, other alien species might decide humans were easy targets. The preparation phase took 6 weeks of constant work. During this time, Zephyrian ships approached several other human colonies. Each time, the aliens broadcast their intentions to massacre more humans for entertainment. But now human defense forces were ready. The first test came at Alpha Centauri colony. Zephyrian ships arrived expecting to find defenseless humans. Instead, they met Morrison's modified Meridian and 12 other vessels equipped with Cross's resonance weapons. The battle lasted only minutes before every alien ship was destroyed. The resonance weapons worked perfectly. Zephyrian crystal hulls shattered like glass when hit by the right frequency waves. Alien crew members were torn apart as their crystalline biology vibrated beyond its structural limits. For the first time since New Haven, humans had killed Zephyrians. General Carter received reports from the Alpha Centauri battle and smiled grimly. The weapons worked and human forces could defeat alien technology. Now it was time to take the war to the enemy. He began planning simultaneous attacks on every known Zephyrian outpost and colony. President Hayes addressed the human species one final time before the offensive began. His words were broadcast to every human world and recorded for history. The aliens wanted to show us their power by murdering our people. Today we begin showing them ours. We will not stop until every Zephyrian in the galaxy is dead. They chose genocide when they killed New Haven. Now they will receive genocide in return. The message ended with footage of the new human war fleet. Thousands of ships filled with angry humans ready to avenge their dead. Cross's weapons hummed with deadly energy, while Johnson's viruses waited to strike alien computers. Brooks and Lee's biological agents sat ready to poison entire Zephyrian worlds. Admiral Carter gave the order that started humanity's war of extermination. All ships begin Operation Extinction. Show no mercy because they showed none to us. Every alien dies today or we keep fighting until they do. The largest military force humans had ever assembled moved towards Zephyrian space carrying death for an entire species. The first strikes against Zephyrian targets began at exactly midnight Earth time. Captain Jake Morrison led 12 ships toward a Zephyrian listening post in the Kepler system. His modified Meridian carried the most advanced resonance weapons Dr. Cross had created. Morrison felt cold satisfaction as he prepared to test these weapons on living aliens. The Zephyrian listening post was a massive crystal structure floating in space near Kepler's fourth planet. It looked beautiful with its glowing surfaces and elegant curves, but Morrison knew it was filled with the same creatures who had laughed while murdering human children. He gave the order to attack without any attempt at communication. Cross's resonance weapons fired invisible waves of energy at specific frequencies. The crystal structure began vibrating as the waves hit it. Morrison watched through his ship's cameras as the alien station started shaking apart. Pieces of crystal broke off and floated away while the main structure cracked like glass. The Zephyrians inside tried to escape in small ships, but Morrison's fleet was ready. Every alien vessel that launched was immediately targeted by resonance beams. The ships shattered in seconds, killing their crews instantly. Morrison felt nothing but satisfaction as he watched the aliens die. The resonance weapons worked better than anyone had hoped. The alien shields that had seemed so powerful during the New Haven massacre were useless against frequency attacks. Crystal technology that looked advanced was actually fragile when hit with the right kind of energy. In 30 minutes, every Zephyrian at the listening post was dead. Lieutenant Colonel Sandra White commanded ground forces attacking a Zephyrian mining colony on a planet called Zerthon. Her Marines landed in dropships equipped with sonic weapons and grenades designed to disrupt crystalline structures. White had lost her husband and 2 children on New Haven, and now she would make the aliens pay. The mining colony had about 5,000 Zephyrian workers and 1,000 guards. White's force numbered only 800 Marines, but they had superior weapons and unlimited hatred. The colonel divided her troops into hunting teams and sent them into the crystal tunnels where the aliens lived and worked. The sonic weapons were devastating against Zephyrian biology. When Marines fired them at aliens, the creatures' crystal bodies began cracking and breaking apart. The aliens screamed in their telepathic voices, filling the minds of nearby humans with their pain and terror. White ordered her Marines to ignore the mental noise and keep killing. The aliens tried to surrender after the first hour of fighting, but White had strict orders to take no prisoners except for high-ranking officers needed for intelligence. Every worker and guard on Zerthon would die. The Marines moved systematically through the tunnels, using their weapons to hunt down every alien they could find. The Zephyrians fought desperately to defend their mining equipment and living areas. Their energy weapons could kill humans instantly, but they had trouble hitting fast-moving targets in the narrow tunnels. White's Marines used guerrilla tactics, striking quickly, and then moving to new positions before the aliens could respond effectively. Dr. Helen Brooks and Dr. Grace Lee deployed their biological weapon on a Zephyrian research station called Mordeth. The pathogen was delivered through the station's air recycling system by a small stealth drone. Once inside, the biological agent began spreading through the telepathic network that connected all Zephyrians on the station. The weapon worked exactly as designed. The pathogen attacked the neural crystalline matrices that allowed Zephyrians to think and communicate. Within hours, aliens throughout the station began losing their ability to control their bodies. Their crystal forms started turning black as the infection spread through their nervous systems. Brooks watched through remote cameras as the aliens died in agony. Their telepathic screams of pain were so intense that they overloaded the station's communication equipment. The doctor felt no sympathy as she observed their suffering. These were the same creatures who had found entertainment in human deaths. The biological weapon spread faster than expected because of the aliens' telepathic connections. Every Zephyrian who tried to help an infected colleague became infected themselves. In 3 days, the entire population of Mordeth was dead. Their crystal bodies crumbled to black dust. Master Sergeant Tony Miller led special operations teams tasked with capturing high-ranking Zephyrian officers alive. These prisoners were needed for interrogation to learn about alien military plans and population centers. Miller's teams used non-lethal sonic weapons to disable alien commanders without killing them. The captured aliens were taken to secret facilities where Dr. Elena Foster conducted interrogations. Foster was a specialist in alien psychology who had studied Zephyrian behavior patterns since first contact. She used a combination of sonic torture and telepathic disruption to break down alien resistance. The interrogations revealed valuable intelligence about Zephyrian society and military structure. The aliens had a rigid hierarchy with specific ranks and responsibilities. More importantly, Foster learned the locations of major Zephyrian population centers and military installations scattered across dozens of star systems. The prisoners also revealed that the New Haven massacre had been planned for months as a form of entertainment. The Zephyrian leadership had selected human colonies based on which ones would provide the most amusing deaths when attacked. This information was shared with human military commanders, further strengthening their resolve for total extermination. After 1 week of initial attacks, the Zephyrian Empire attempted to open diplomatic communications with Earth. High Commander Vextal himself sent a message offering to negotiate compensation for the New Haven massacre and establish peaceful relations between the species. President Hayes received the alien communication while meeting with his military advisors. The Zephyrian leader's telepathic voice seemed less confident than during the original broadcast. Vextal offered to pay humans with advanced technology and rare materials in exchange for ending the attacks on Zephyrian facilities. Hayes recorded his response in the same room where he had watched 7 million humans die. His words were broadcast not only to the Zephyrian Empire, but to every alien civilization that might be listening to galactic communications. The president wanted all species to understand humanity's position clearly. The time for negotiation ended when you murdered our people for entertainment, Hayes said directly into the camera. You chose to show us what your species is capable of when you broadcast the deaths of innocents. Now we are showing the galaxy what humans are capable of when our families are threatened. Your species chose extinction when you killed New Haven. We are simply the instrument delivering that choice. The message continued with footage of destroyed Zephyrian facilities and dead alien bodies. Hayes wanted other species to see that humans could back up their threats with effective action. Any alien civilization considering attacks on human colonies would now know the consequences. The response to Hayes' message was immediate. Zephyrian military forces began mobilizing for war while other alien species started withdrawing from areas near human space. The galaxy was learning that humans were not the weak, peaceful species many had assumed them to be. Morrison received new orders to prepare for larger operations against major Zephyrian targets. The initial strikes had been successful beyond expectations, proving that human weapons could defeat alien technology. Now it was time to escalate the war and begin attacking Zephyrian worlds with significant populations. The intelligence gathered from captured Zephyrians gave humans everything they needed for the next phase of their war. General Paul Carter studied the star map showing 12 major Zephyrian worlds scattered across different systems. Each world held millions of aliens who had cheered while watching human families die. Now those same worlds would burn. Admiral Lisa Carter commanded the largest fleet humanity had ever assembled for the assault on Kethmore.